Macedonia that knows what it's like to be here. Also, his circumstances were special, and I think that he learned a lot from that experience.
He's also like a super flexible player.
Yes.
He can play so many different roles.
See, yeah.
I mean, he's mostly playing the controller for this team, and I think having
historically a duelist, right? Like,
yeah, but I think having someone like that who can flex around so much is great coming into a tournament like this, where you're going to have to change a lot. A lot of teams are going into double smokes look, so
and
having
the meta changes so much that is so good to have these flexible players that are comfortable in such two different roles.
Well, let's move on to their opponent, Wolves. And before we talk about Wolves, did either of you have them going out first in your pick'ems?
No.
No.
I had them winning a match at least, but I didn't think they'd make playoffs.
And you will be right in terms of them not going out first, but we'll be wrong when it comes to them making playoffs, because Mimi, I think this is a team that surprised everybody.
I really loved watching this team in the Swiss stage, because they are very different than a lot of the other teams we've seen come out of CN in the past. They are a team that is defined by how good their controller player is, their lurker is, and I think this squad, coming out of a Teo nerf and a new meta, they're so well suited to playing double smokes. They love these slow attack sides, they love contacting around, they love getting spring on an embed, and all of that plays so well into the meta we're coming into right now.
And thinking also about the players and the moments that they've given us, I think the CFAT has been such a good element for this team. Not only the performance that we see in the server, also on the stage. I think the press that he's been doing has been outstanding. He's been so outspoken about the struggles that they've been facing, what it's like for them to be on stage and to experience this, and how everybody is struggling and they're trying to find piece by piece solutions to everything that comes from them.
Yeah, he's my favorite player in this tournament. Might even be my favorite IGL in this tournament.
Damn.
But it does help. He talked about it after the second. Actually, no, John QT is up there. But he spoke about it after their second game. You know, he said, I really struggled with my players maybe not playing up to their full potential and at times not listening to me. But after seeing that run, Kakuka's spring is going above and beyond.
Listen, I was watch partying from home, and this man had me up my chair, literally standing up on my chair, because it made no sense. Just when he got 2, he always got 3, he always got 4. It doesn't matter if it's on the lurk, playing inside the ultimate, playing around the map just with the rest of the team. He's so versatile in what he can do within the server that I am surprised that if he doesn't have the same performance today.
In a lot of these like controller players that put up a lot of numbers, you always think of them as being like the super calm players who have a really like reserved style of play, very positioning based, and Spring's positioning is good. What's interesting to me is that he's like, it looks like he plays at a pretty high sense. He's super flicky, his mechanics are incredibly fast, and he can kind of have that style while also having some of the best like positioning and timing and read on the game of any of the controller or Sentinel players in this tournament.
For most of the players of Wolves, I will say I did not see the shakiness, the nerves. There has been so many instances where it was so easy to make the wrong call, to make the wrong decision, and they never should. They never. We've seen it a lot, you know, just the nerves getting to you. You're not getting that 1v1. I think that Liquid had that a couple of times. From the players of Wolves, taking the right timings, waiting to make the right decisions, has been the key for them.
I mean, just look at XLG, who beat this team back in China, who kind of, obviously they do have a substitute, but stumble a little bit in their first game, versus Wolves, who come up first time on the global stage and immediately look so at home.
Yeah, and one player I want to give a lot of credit to is Lysol, because after that debut on this stage at Masters Toronto, because he has been here before, he was absolutely slaughtered online by the fans. People were coming for his head. We saw him, you know, in the press conference being very down in the dumps, not feeling confident, but then coming back out, being very vocal about how the way Sufa and his other teammates had his back, talked about how they rely on him, they believe in him, and now Mimi, his performance is night and day, and he could
imagine I turned on the watch party and it was literally just my chair the entire time.
Yeah, and
I just
also,
went to sleep.
Like, even beyond his struggles at the beginning of this tournament, you look back to his tenure at FPX, being that second Chinese team.
Hey, Yugi boy.
For a long time.
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Not finding the success.
I am feeling a lot better, but I think every time I go to sleep and wake up, like I just have a lot of phlegm, and I'm like coughing it all out, and I'm trying to clear clear my
been on that
sinuses,
stage. I think
blowing
it'll be
my
key if
friggin'
Wolves wants to go
nostrils
through this
out.
tournament.
Yeah, he wants
And
to
then
be
I
a
just
main
get
stage in
like
this,
more
global
congested.
events,
I think that's why I sound so
think it's so
bad in the
important
beginning of the
also to go back
stream.
to that conversation because, you know, everything's online and people say a lot of things. So having the back from your team, having them actually tell you it's not about how they see you, it's about how we see you, and this is who you are to us, is what makes a change on a player like that.
Yeah, and
Whiskey is the best medicine. Wow. Not sure if proper medical
like
advice,
he
but
gives a tiny bit
Good
of
for the
to
bones.
each their
He
own.
does like a bit of Robbie BK, you know, he
Hello,
kind of
cursed
stands up and
Valorant
he'll say,
creator.
"You know, something," and he
gonna
stops.
Will you be
something about
cursing
all the
RRQ
game, but there was
today?
recently a player just took
Yeah,
off his
maybe
shirt and winged it. Is that
just
what you want?
Valorant is cursed.
No,
Everything
he's my
about
goat.
that?
He's my
Maybe
goat.
somewhere in the
Maybe my
middle.
goat.
Maybe if he does that, you know, I'm
Why's
not
it gotta be
gonna
me?
complain, but you see like Sufa, he's standing up, like pointing.
Don't eat the player,
like,
eat the
flexing his
game,
arms,
or
and
something.
Then Lysol just stands up and he's like looking around.
I'm
you
standing
know.
up, guys.
He just looks around and he's not quite sure. But we at least like that, Mimi, the fact that he feels confident enough now to do that.
Yeah, I think that like
I mean, I have predicted RRQ today.
So helped when you do have players that are willing
I
to
believe
stand
in
up,
RRQ
to come
today.
across the stage to
Hello,
bring that
Dylan.
kind of
Chobra is
energy,
wild.
and that goes a long way, especially when you have so many new players.
Whiskey's the
Yeah,
best
and one of
medicine
them,
for a
of course, is
breakup. Oh
Juicy.
boy,
It's
you
gonna be a
boy.
big moment for Wolves
Hopefully,
today.
hopefully
We
nobody's
actually
needing
spoke to
that
Juicy about the team's experience
today.
so far in this Omen player moment.
After beating BLG, I'm feeling very happy because we live to have another chance and we make it to playoffs. I guess I do feel bad for them because they are like our brothers, you know. But it was unlucky that we got matched up against each other and only one could make it. And I hope that now we will make them proud.
Dude, I'm loving the Juicy glow up too. Feels like
Before we
he's
even came into the tournament, we told each
really
other, like,
grown into his
the whole
own,
point
both
over
as
here
a
is to gain experience
like in-game and
and
out-of-game.
play against these world-class teams, so that when we go back to our own region, we will destroy our region. I don't think there's going to be a difference in our mentality because
After
we
seeing that
all
segment on
talked about
broadcast
it
before,
as
maybe
a
Valorant
team,
is cursed.
and
They
we
were
decided
guessing
that
players
we
based
need
on their
to
smile.
keep
Wait,
this
really?
underdog
That
mentality
is.
so that there's no pressure on us.
You know what they
Honestly,
should do? They should
guys,
do
we've
the
surpassed our
the Korean
expectations,
variety
and
shows have
let's just
a
continue to do what we do, and
fun
I know
game
we'll
where
make it.
they just Photoshop a face
If they are
into
gonna make it, I think
squares.
he's right. They're going to have to make it
right?
together because this matchup on
And
paper
so
is
it's
still
just-
Kukuka pretty heavily
It's
skewed
just
on
like
the side of,
4
RRQ.
slots,
Yeah,
and it's
but
just their
like
eye,
yesterday we were speaking
a
about
giant
G2 and the
part of their
expectations
nose,
that we had for that
and
roster that
then
most of
their
the people
mouth.
online also had.
But
When
it's
we
like
look
it
at
looks like an
RRQ, we
alien
want
because
to see
it's
that run
all
repeated
scrunched
again
together, and then you got to
winning their
guess who it
opening
is.
matchup. They
That
have
one's
all
fun.
The pieces for it, and I also think that Xfero could be a very, very
Also,
important
someone
part for
saying
today,
everyone
because we're speaking
jumping on
about
the
a team
Genji
that
hype is making me
likes to go
nervous.
aggressive, likes to find the space.
I don't
When
think
you
it's
have
people
someone
necessarily
that
jumping on the
lurks
Genji
with
hype. I think they
sprinters or
just
someone
looked
like
really
Juicy that is going
good.
to be on your face, you need a
I don't think
very
people
strong,
are like
strongholder.
Yeah, you
bandwagoning on the
absolutely do.
hype.
And Xfero's been that
They
guy.
just
For those that don't know,
dominated
he
the
was
Swiss
formerly known
stage.
as Tebato.
Granted,
You might
one of their
remember,
opponents
back at Lock-In
was,
when
like,
they had their
just really bad,
their game
but-
there that got very close. He had a super good performance in an individual map. But
Yeah,
most
Juicy
of
was an
his
old
career,
bleed.
he's been
I didn't get to
stuck down
listen to the
in
interview because I was setting up the stream, but I
domestic
saw
tournaments,
Golden Boy
playing
was
in
interviewing
He's
Juicy
been
and
on this
Jemkin
RRQ
earlier.
roster for a
I wonder if they were
very
talking
long
about
time. So to
Ascension
see
since
him
they matched
finally
up in Ascension.
back
Bleed
at a
versus
global
Scars when Bleed
with
won.
This roster that he's been working on building for so long is a really cool moment.
And I'm so
for him.
excited to
And
watch
I'm
both
glad
RRQ
he's
and Fnatic
playing
today.
Up to the level he needs to kind of
Both matches
go
today
beyond
should be
that.
I miss
so good.
Deboto. I miss Deboto so much because Deboto,
Better name.
and I'm
On
really
paper, I just hope
upset
they
that
both
this was not in that
deliver.
B
I
run
hope all
because
4 teams
Deboto versus
play well.
Optic
There
on
is a
Green
chance.
is my Roman Empire.
Yeah,
There
that
has
game
not been a
he got, like,
single
There
day.
is a
there
chance
has
that
not been a
RRQ
single
Wolves
day
is
of my life. I
one-sided.
have not thought about Boom Esports versus Optic
But like, I think
2022
that's
champs.
just the
That is
you
quite
know
literally what I think about every night before I go to bed.
the prerequisite
Not when we went to the store.
judgment against
yeah, that
Wolves
is the
carrying
two
over.
times I do
On
think
paper,
about
I think
Deboto
both
on
matches
Greece.
should be
So
very
that's what we
good.
need.
Yeah, that is what we need because he is the kind of player that can do that. That
소보라님
doesn't care
죄송하지만
about who
오늘은
he's playing against if he's
왕뚜껑이랑
not
바람 좀
a favorite
피겠습니다.
in that matchup, and that brings us
아,
to the
왕뚜껑은
result of our
가끔은
Marvel
인정이죠.
and
가끔
Cole.
인정입니다.
Earlier, we asked you if the number
Stretch
one
time. Yeah,
seed
let's get our
would
stretches in before we
reign
get started.
supreme, and you guys said one of them. I'm so intrigued.
Only
and interested
one,
to see which
really?
one they mean.
All I hear is Achilles' voice in my head, and it's the fact that he has voted for both of the Pacific teams, and everybody has just
Oh, he
enforced
voted
one of that
RRQ and
message,
Gen.G,
and
huh?
The one is RRQ. That's my take.
Yeah.
And Gen.G obviously.
I was going to
coming
say
in
the
from the
same
Swiss.
thing there. I'm so on the Pacific train. They're the only team
Thank
with,
you, so
or only
appreciate
region
it.
with all 3
I have
teams
Fnatic
in
today.
there. all three teams are the two.
Too many people suddenly picking them because of odds for
so good domestically.
Now, I predicted Fnatic, but I came into this tournament really big on Fnatic. So I actually, like, I'm scared because Gen G looks really good, but I came into this tournament, like, I came into this tournament having Fnatic winning it, so.
Honestly, even if they
Yeah, Seth is, Achilles is 12-0 right now.
Count RRQ out, absolutely not. I think that they will have a lower.
Where's the
bracket
RRQ
run.
jersey? Listen, Crazy Guy was so sincere during the press conference.
It is not going to be goodbye from the
I
tournament.
decided to
We're
respect
going
it.
to learn to love this team very, very quickly in the global stage.
Yeah,
But I decided to rep a little
let's see how much
RRQ
you
with my
really love them
Stormgate
and check
t-shirt
their predictions
and the
today,
orange in its
because,
logo.
I wanted to see where you went, and
Why is Rob Moore on here? What the heck?
Wyatt and I predicted the same yesterday, and it happened again today.
What the hell?
Copying your homework.
Yeah.
He's copying your homework.
Listen, so in my initial prediction, I put Gen G because I
So
just
did
want
I.
What is going on here?
I got you, and I sent the message being like, listen, I cannot do this because in my opinion, I was
What's the
like,
story
if I am
behind this?
cursed,
Did
and I
he
pick the
was he
same
on the
thing as
desk?
Achilles
What's
is
going
picking,
on?
I'm going to get him to get something wrong.
Hold on, Sideshow's looking a little different.
Oh,
on
that's
this graphic.
Sideshow.
Who's the guy to the right of paper thin?
I don't see. Oh, there we go. There we go. I mean,
Wait,
Rob Moore,
why is Sideshow there and not Brett? Wait, what?
Yeah,
I'm so confused. Was Sideshow always there? I'm so confused.
He has been talking an inordinate amount of trash about predictions.
Kakuka was only on
Twitter,
starting in the
You
playoffs,
the
though,
same
right?
as him,
I don't
though,
think she was
so, you
doing
know,
predictions
there must be
before.
something that you guys know that we don't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I suppose so. Well, I was basing off of Achilles, so I just made my preds and I was like, I hope it's the same as Seth.
I guess
Next time I'm just going to say whatever Achilles says.
Yeah, you are the Rob Moore of this desk, maybe.
Rob Moore
I
asked
hope
to be on the
you're okay
graphic on
with
Twitter.
that. I mean, it depends how you want to
I know
take
he
it.
was
Yeah,
he was
you
dishing
take
it out against TMV and Sliggy.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, he's a successful guy. I like Sen as an org. All my interactions with him have been nice. I'll take it.
They don't call
I'll
me
take it.
Yinsta
I guess they've been mixing in
that
the
is
people who
we're gonna
weren't
have
on
more
yet.
as the
I
day
guess they've
goes
been
on.
like
But today,
rotating them.
We bring
I
you guys
guess.
a battle of newcomers followed by a clash of legends. 4 teams begin their playoffs run, and it's anyone's game. Toronto, I hope you are ready because day 7
Oh,
of
boy.
Masters Toronto starts right now.
Dude, I'm so curious what RRQ has cooked up as well. RRQ and Fnatic. G2, RRQ, and Fnatic were the 3 teams that I really was curious what their interpretation of the maps would be, like comps. In G2, I was slightly, not disappointed, but like, I wished there was something more. Not just because they lost, but like the comp itself. But it's also very G2. The comp they chose is very G2. But RRQ and Fnatic, I mean, Fnatic's probably going to be super Astropilled.
The heavy hitters are here, and the game has officially changed. Folks, it's playoff time, baby!
I think we're kind of a new team because everyone believes that first international appearance is like you're gonna be nervous and everything. You're not gonna place really high.
Can you pretend not to be an RRQ fan at least?
We've all talked about it as a team.
Well, all
and we've
these
decided that
RRQ
we need to
fans
keep this underdog mentality so that there's
thinking
no
that
pressure
it's
on us.
me.
I think if you want to be the best on the game, I think you really need confidence.
Where's all
I think
the
give it up
ego
to
that
doing
was coming in
something
after
without
map 1
hesitation.
against Nongshim Red for us, huh?
I think
Where's
we've
all
done
of that? Why are we
very
all
well.
scared of the
It's
curse now?
also about the encouragement and the hype we give each other on the stage. Guys, it doesn't matter if we lose or win. Don't look at the score right now. It's just a new round.
Dude, the Wolves story is great though.
I think the game's gonna be very enjoyable.
I really do
Our
like the
best to
Wolves
show our
story.
best
They
performance
are
in
also
the
looking
tournament.
really good.
Honestly, guys, we've surpassed everyone's expectations, including our own. Let's just continue.
Josh
to
RT
do this
said he
together
expected to
and
lose, but not in this style.
Fear
Oh,
nothing.
말이 그렇게 필요한 것 같진 않아요.
It's near perfection.
I mean, I think that's what it is though. It's not the loss that was disappointing. It's just a matter of not being able to adapt.
있겠지만 그나마 좀 쉬운 팀을 만나도 저는 의미가 없다고 생각을 하는 게 결국에는 결승 가서 우승하려면 그 모든 팀들 다 만나야 되거든요.
It's a bit funny being the #1 seed because you skip the group games, which is like the warm-up period for most teams, and that's what happened to us in Shanghai. We played against Gen G, who ended up winning it.
Boaster's put in a corner, and he will fall.
We lost to them 2-1.
Gen G pick up right where they left off.
It's happening again.
저희가 어찌 보면은 예선전에선 정말 좋은 경기를
Hey, what's up, Tron?
좋은 모습 많이 보여드렸지만 플레이오프 가면 사실 저희도 어느 정도 꺾일 수도 있을 것 같아요. 근데 저희는 꼭 우승할 거기 때문에 끝까지 믿어주시고
Honestly, Fnatic 2023 was pretty dominant. Fnatic 2024 was alright, but Fnatic 2025 is a bit of a different gravy. We're a different team, different vibe, different atmosphere.
Fnatic reminding
I have Fnatic and RRQ on my pick'ems.
마지막에 남은 팀은 저희를 어쩔 수 없이 골라야 되겠지만 저희를 고르지 못한 앞선 팀들은 겁쟁이라고 전해주고 싶네요. 저희를 만나게 되는 팀은 그냥 그저 운이 없는 팀이라고 생각합니다.
Yo, Yisel, the Filipinos popped off yesterday. No, G2 Paper Rex was like it was a classic, really good match at a macro level, but I think because of the expectations from G2, you expected a bit more of a punchback from G2. It was more like Paper X adapted, you know, a couple times, they showed improvements, and then they won, you know? And, like, that's not to take away from Paper X, it's just, I think you expected more fireworks, and, like, also more individual play, shining moments from G2. I mean, Jogmo had a lot, but... yeah. But I think that goes in line with what Josh RT said as well. It's not so much that they lost, it's just the fashion they lost in. It was, at a macro level, it wasn't exactly a stomp, you know, but it did feel like a whimper from G2.
Past here is going to be history made by them. They could be so proud already of fighting their way out of the Swiss stage.
Both these teams.
No, that's crazy guy repping his Vietnamese.
Pretty much banning the
Vietnamese rep
from them.
With the hat, I love it.
This will be their first time playing with
I don't know what the actual name is of the hat.
Quite a bit of Teo on all three maps we'll see today. They were previously
Wolves
playing
picked
one of those
Ascent, really?
Map select, Ascent will be first.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm with on this one. I expected the Haven, expected the split. Wolves is following up.
But I mean, the Haven ban is the Haven is the scary one from RRQ. I think that's the scariest one. RRQ overall has a good map pool, so it's hard. It's hard to pick against it.
Especially thinking of this Ascent, of this first map. How is RRQ going?
But I actually kind of like the Ascent pick, because you're kind of doubling down on, are you playing Yoru or not? Because if you're playing the Yoru, do you have a good read on how Jemkin's going to play it? Granted, Jemkin's one of the best Yorus, I think, currently.
The time they played it in the Swiss stage, I think the defensive utility, the variety of setups you can have is just so strong with that Deadlock Cypher. But for the side of RRQ,
I do think double Senti can be good. RRQ should have a lot of experience against double Senti and scrims, I imagine, though, in Pacific over the past year.
What you're going into towards the agent select here.
Yeah, on the focus of Tejo as well, of course, they don't just have that one person playing Tejo all the way through stage one. Yeah. On this map of Ascent, Crazy Guy is the person.
No, something really carried the Lotus. Something was playing the map really well on Lotus.
And I think this is
I saw that Mini tweeted that out too, but Paper X just had more options yesterday.
The thing is that
pretty much thanks to something.
It is a map that Wolves have shown already they can expect that double Sentinels. I will say that having all the setups, everything that can change with the Deadlock, I think is going to be a challenge. But they had all the extra time in the world.
I mean, what would you have had Wolves pick?
Ascent is going to be one of the harder maps to pivot out of. If you look at something like Split or Lotus,
Warbird's crumbling under the pressure, spilling his drink.
Perfectly fine. I would expect maybe a little bit of a bigger change coming into something like Ascent.
I mean, I think I would have said the same thing, right? Like, you're not picking Icebox against RRQ, I don't think. Split was banned. Sunset, you don't know what you're going into.
No? Okay.
Lotus, I don't think so. And Pearl, you've shown. And that's like a big Yoru map as well.
On this map, in my opinion, because it's already such a defensive-sided map, you want to be maximizing.
I think people would assume Pearl, but I don't actually think Wolves' Pearl is that good. I think it's somewhat one-dimensional. Once you've shown it a couple times, I don't think you're that confident on it.
Yeah, that's the thing about Ascent. Even if you remove the
also, that's a map where they could run double duelists. And it's like, I don't know if you want to risk that either. Because the Neon could happen, and the Neon, like Manyat on Neon plus Jemkin on Yoru, I don't think you want to deal with.
On the jet to start off Ascent here.
I can't wait to get into this game as well. And I'm hoping
what did we? I didn't see the RRQ comps. That went by real quick.
Here, Master Toronto. I am confident.
Looked like it was just a traditional comp, yeah?
For one final match.
Default comp? Okay. Wolves win. You gotta do the chants. I don't even remember him. But I predicted RRQ. Why would I do the chants? Wrong stream. Default comp but with Cypher. Okay. Default comp can be really good. Default comp is like the one to break the double senti on attack, I think. Achilles predicted all Pacific today. TMV's at a wedding for RRQ versus Wolves? Fake fan. Am I right, chat? Fake fan. Prioritizes close one's wedding over literally a team that made a music video for him. Insane.
It was against Jemkin's Scars team back in 2023. Crazy Guy was on that roster with Juicy. And of course, Juicy was too young to play at the top level. And Crazy Guy
just for the lore between Juicy and Jemkin. Juicy and Bleed. Juicy and Crazy Guy beat Jemkin in Ascension, right? Got that 0-kill game out of Jemkin, yet Jemkin top fragged that match. So Jemkin did diff Juicy despite losing. It's a crazy lore. It's crazy lore.
That was where they were racking up the majority of the rounds. They went on a
Imagine if TMV got everyone at the wedding to chant the Wolves chant and posted it on social media, which he doesn't use. Oh, Seofat BB diffs Jemkin. Oh, Jemkin stock's dropping. It wasn't just Ospas. All the top 10 lists are all frauds.
Talk about stopping power. Crazy Guy hits him like a Mack truck. Why are you going to start to inch forward now?
Oh, they are thorough. They are thorough. Wolves are thorough. I also think it's bold that RRQ started on defense, honestly. I almost think you want to start on attack against double senti, especially if you've seen their setups before. Oh, Seofat. Damn.
Feeling excited. This Wolves team have been energetic. So they want to keep that underdog mentality that has gotten them this far, continue to play loose, confident, and just having fun. It looks like they've been enjoying themselves this whole time.
Dude, winning the 1v1 against Jemkin is kind of big.
Constantly, frankly, individually, has been one of the players.
No, not the middle finger. He was saying, like, come on.
He's issuing a challenge specifically to Jemkin there.
He didn't give the middle finger. What? Why did everyone think it was the middle finger?
Favored Wolves in mid. This is a change for RRQ. In the past, we've obviously seen him with the Yoru compositions here. It's definitely Jemkin's most fearsome agent, but no slouch on the Jet either.
This is the first time that we're seeing...
Damn, you guys all just see what you want to see.
Forced to stray away from the Taeho meta. In the run that they were on in Pacific, they were simply the best team with that Taeho meta style.
Oh, I mean, showing that heavy presence in mid on an eco.
Current best agents forced to pivot away now.
Yeah, now you have to spread out. I mean, I wish RQ had then just all pivoted as 5 onto one site. Like, what are you going to do with classics? Wolves has to go full contact.
Now going back to the vintage comp, the Ascent Classic.
At some point, they have to play contact with double senti. Just go in numbers. Oh, well, Xfero, you are... Oh, dead. And now they know they have the numbers no matter what. Dude, look at Wolves clearing every single thing. Oh. Big kill from Jemkin, holy. Actually, terrible round from Wolves already. Hey, Circle Pulse.
Spring has the better weapon. A little shaky there for Wolves, but they do complete the anti-eco.
Yo, Paradox, what are you getting? What are you getting at the restaurant?
With the damage that they were able to deal there off that gamble stack towards the B side. Unfortunately, no real hope for Crazy Guy at the end. Can't get anywhere to recover a rifle, just a classic pushing in versus the two. Little unfortunate.
I mean, this is fine when we lose all the time.
Dealing some damage, keeping
How is Jemkin's op? Jemkin's really good with the op.
A bit lower than intended.
I mean, Jemkin's just generally very good. He's really good with the op.
Here come RRQ now with their first buy of the series.
I think that's one of the things why people rate Jemkin so highly. It's not like he has to have the op to pop off, but he's also like, he's not by any means like not good with the op.
Juicy! Oh, buddy, that is clean as a whistle.
That was really clean.
And it's moments like that.
CFAT BB needs to revenge Juicy.
As to how Jemkin was able to rack up 137 first kills, far and away the leader in that category.
Yep, number two in first kills in Pacific was 85.
Why you though? Crucial kill on the opposite side of the map.
Jemkin kind of needs to do that a lot though on the defense.
Just want to accelerate into this site. It's only
because if you just go on timings with the info initiators, then they'll just find a timing to break through. Good play. Great net. Uh-oh. Classic Monyet situation.
Spring tries to hold him in place. Paranoia comes in.
Spring not going to overplay his hand either. Just stay alive, be a presence.
Yeah, but now they have to worry about the wraparound, especially with this wall here. Oh, Jemkin saw him. Yeah, but that's so much time bought. Oh my god, not even intentional. Spring didn't even, like, Spring didn't know that he was spotted. Holy.
8-2 after 3 rounds.
Those post-plant repositions from Wolves were simply lovely. I love that.
Do they run it on attack much though? No, they don't use the attack op much.
Initial kill towards spawn does just back off, be a nuisance that needed to be dealt with, and then why
there you go, chat. You guys can have your own chance in chat.
Use him as a piece of bait to just get that free kill in the side, and then the swings come from stairs. Those retaking players overwhelmed. Bonus round converted.
Or sheriffs.
Wolves team coming into this event was one of volatility, one of unexpected play. But John QT in a press conference says after all the Chinese team Sentinels played, Wolves were by far the most structured and disciplined that they'd encountered.
They absolutely were. XLG, I mean, again, XLG not the same XLG, but I agree with John. Wolves was the toughest match they had. I know they went 2-1 against Billy, but I think Wolves was the toughest match they had.
Coming in as that third seed. Slowing things down now on this anti-eco. YU would love to take some B-main control again. Camera broken.
You might want to start slow mode if you're going to allow chance. No, this is the sideshow school of banning. This is just an easier way to find out who to ban from chat.
You can see that they're trying to feign some presence toward mid, and it's drawing rotates away from RRQ. They're now getting into this site completely for free. Monyet was somewhat positioned to try and maybe go for a kill, but now forced onto the retake.
Like eco against double senti is you have to play numbers and take the risk. So they're just gonna walk into sight, and then what are you gonna do against this post plant? Good, you broke the wall. Now you got 2 more trips to worry about. Great. Oh boy, and then there's another tripwire. Okay, they broke it. They got in actually. They got in kind of for free. Doesn't matter.
That will be cleaned up pretty comfortably. 4 rounds to the favor of Wolves here. Are actually yet to show us anything really worth hanging your hat on.
I feel like so far you can't help but draw comparison to the match that we saw yesterday with the XLG debut. Missing out on being able to play in the Swiss stage, getting multiple games of practice in. Wolves heating up throughout, the players getting comfortable on the stage, getting their confidence on the stage. And you have this
he was on the previous FPX, I'm pretty sure.
Massive expectations coming in as the first seed from their region.
Bring out the jersey. Looks like it doesn't matter anyway. Who could have known?
Needing to warm up.
I mean, Kaplan got asked about this. He's like, would you rather have been top seed from your region, start in the playoffs, or play through groups? And he says, I just refuse to give in to this idea that it's better to, be a lower seed, because you have a lot more time. In a meta that has just changed, you have an extra week or so to see how things are boiling out, get that scrim experience, get that practice, and be boned up on.
I think this ascent pick also. I think Wolves might have had a good idea that they're going to go default. Because you don't have, unless Crazy Guy plays Deadlock, you don't have a double Senti comp roster on RRQ. Crazy Guy, also, the big question mark about RRQ was, this Crazy Guy going to be as fluid with his IGLing when he's not playing Tejo? But you're not going to be playing Tejo in the new patch. So then you're probably going to go default, which means one of Crazy Guy or Cushy is going to be in a slight off roll of non-info initiator. And then you know kind of how the default comp works. Obviously, it's very good.
Spring is entrenched here in this wine position, whereas the rest of Wolves are maybe going to rattle the cage here at B, hoping for a push-up from the defenders, but RRQ have not conditioned that behavior yet.
Ewok was checking if I predicted RRQ. During the timeout, he's like, all right, hold up, guys. Let me get on YouTube real quick.
There was a 0 point that revealed the Omen stuck in the corner. There was no escape for him, no paranoia either.
It's a critical first kill.
He just goes, oh, damn, boys, do whatever you want. It's done.
They're going to need to do it here with this maxed out investment they have into the round.
Okay, you saw both.
Sees it all here on the B side, opts to stick it.
Ooh, no help yet. No help yet. Whoa, where's the rest of the team? So much time bought. You had to have at least one extra person here after he's cleared it.
And here's the RRQ we've all been told about.
Wolves getting very disconnected on that B side.
They all get stopped by the recon.
Lacking Spring. The players from RRQ just take easy.
I don't think that's on Juicy, but you do have 2 less seconds, so the team just has to be faster on that, but they get stopped by the recon. It's also a good play from Cushy. He sends the recon, they send the cyber cage on the other. Xfero sends the cyber cage on the other side, makes it look like they might peek out from there, and then he pushes out. They pinch on him.
Really would have required some serious heroics from Juicy to be able to pull that out.
I must wait a moment.
Better look there for RRQ, get the full buy they were hoping for, and they employ it effectively. Crazy Guy's been doing that. Early thrusts onto Catwalk with a classic in his hands.
Cover going out.
This round has opted to post up with this operator towards A main. Has an idea that there could be.
See if he can get a kill.
Timing is
oh my! How does he get that? Okay, that almost looks kind of silly, but
serious confidence. RRQ have taken.
They check the cam. They know they're already through. They know they're pinched. Well, maybe they don't. Do they not know about the Sova? No, they do. But he still gets one. They still have time.
Lysol, though, this is a little bit later. RRQ hear that Annihilation coming. They
you get out of the way. Oh, dude, he missed the angle.
Has his line. Juicy swings into
oh man.
Crazy Guy ready to lock it down.
Wolves almost had it. Damn. Are there 2 less seconds so impactful? Because I have a feeling the Euros have not been hitting us before. I think teams aren't as used to it. And players. 2 seconds is a lot. 2 seconds is a lot. What needs to change is the Euros need to ult much further ahead or always use a gate crash to get ahead. If you want the same timings as before.
By the time the split is actually coming in, they could have just escaped, go play around the spike. That was really well done. Wolves, economy cracked, and now on the eco. Opportunity for RRQ to build their own.
Well, RRQ's getting better setups now. Better reads on how Wolves has been playing. Going for the faster rotate. Oh. Dude, net and then flat. How do you get 2? But RRQ, one thing I think they figured out after the timeout is like, Wolves does not have the leisure to work the map that much. They can't go like 2-1-2 easily, right? So they can start 3-2 and then rotate. But if you force the fight pretty heavy, if you commit to the fight afterwards and do fast rotates, then you should be fine. Because again, they have to kind of play off of trades and contact at some point.
There's that GravNet pop flash with the Yoru. It's pretty cool, but ultimately all for naught. No significant economic damage done to RRQ here.
30 seconds left.
That 0-point timing for Crazy
Wolves,
Guy's gonna be pretty
I
important.
actually think Wolves wants more on attack, to be honest.
Spring gets a little bit more than we all
I think
bargained
Wolves
for there, but it's still a third
wants
round in a
6,
row
to
for
be
RRQ.
honest.
They have been awoken.
If RRQ has done their homework, Wolves wants 6 on attack, I think.
Obviously, what we've seen from Spring so far in this tournament, incredible aim, willingness to take a ton of duels. We've had a couple situations now where his play
And I imagine RRQ has done their homework.
overextended himself, and he's left his team without smokes when they're going for these executes. It's been awkward. That's happened on 2 buy rounds now, where Monyet is just feeling that equal level of confidence to engage with him. So I'm going to need Spring to pick his spot.
The Chobra curse is with you. Wolves have a chance.
Susceptible to an early death when he's supposed to be inserted in main. Just control that area of the map.
Coach Fade here, someone worth crediting for the more up-tempo style we've seen from this Wolves team, but a lot of different players and teams have sort of said... with this
So
change in
probably
game,
Wolves
we can
make
be
an
more
adjustment where they're trying to bait out
individual-centric.
trades
Can play at
early.
that faster pace. Think about Tails.
Instead of trying to go for this faster pace, kind of mini
Really hard to
executes.
kill. They have a lot of information, and it's really hard to take your opponents off guard when they were constantly scouting you via that measure. Now, though, this
Honestly, you know, chat, the mistake I made, I was thinking about eating a Shin Ramyun once I got up, and then I was like,
this is a setup designed
no,
to
I should
allow
probably
someone like Jemkin to
eat
shine.
something
On
like a
defense,
fuller
legit.
meal.
Only had
And
the
I
one
ate
round where
like
the
chicken
opponents
and some
converted to use pretty effectively, but
Korean,
outside of that,
like Korean, like chicken stew with rice. What I should have done was eat a bowl of Shin Ramyun. Probably would have cleared my sinuses right up. Big mistake. Big mistake on my part.
Cover will not allow him to get any free shots as Wolves want to silently work their way forward. Drone's going to be used just in case he is.
Yeah, so they're setting up for... They're trying to bait out peaks and trades. Go forward with traps, work it step by step.
spotted here.
They spot the ult. Okay.
Allow himself to get pinged out. This will give some of that mid space now over.
This is a lot of space, though.
Choose to canvas it with this deadlock.
Once again, right? They're like, okay, if he peeks back out, we can trap and try to get him. Taking it inch by inch here. Looks like RRQ just says, okay, we gave up mid, whatever. You already have trips here anyway. You can delay pretty well on A, so you're just looking for the B pinch. No, Jimtak, not Samgyetang.
There was a 0 point timing there from RRQ to B main and sees nothing.
Here.
Of course, the spawning is going to have to be smoked off. Likely Jemkin is there, and he is split coming into sight. Monyet is fully committed right now.
Crazy guy has to kind of take a timing here.
The action to him.
Oh, he is getting spammed. That is tough. So they actually just bail. Dude, if Monyet was going to bail with the ult, Crazy guy didn't need to take that risk. He was just trying to slow them down. Actually buys enough time for Monyet to come in and get the first kill.
Right now, still isn't being tapped finally from Sufa.
The Blade Storm is big. There's the pop. Okay. Didn't really get you much space. Oh. Uh-oh. That's not good. Yukai's position is so good. It's so tough for RRQ. You know, Monyet has this tendency to overdo the jump baits. It's a 2v3.
67% attack side win rate on this map. They're the ones that flip the map.
How many people are going to try to jump bait here? I mean, really good hold from Wolves, but it's a very frequent mistake that he makes.
He had the crosshair placed where it needed to be. The reaction.
I guess he was just going for the shorty kill around the box, but it's a 2v3. A one and done is not what you're looking for here.
He was way too sick. Cleans up a couple more after the fact. Wolves out of the timeout, get the round win.
I mean, it was at the moment it was a 2v3. You probably weren't winning that round. That's not why they lost, but like, I feel like that's his default thing. Like, if you're out of options, that's like his default. And like, oh, what a shot! And obviously, if it works, you're a hero. I mean, maybe it's because you knew the round was done, but I do see him do it a lot.
Wolves now on the pivot towards B main.
You think all four
She's been playing very
players
close
going one side is
round.
good from attack or defense?
Drone. Tag onto Sufa.
So Wolves have only lost while I was hanging up my laundry. Well, no more laundry for you if you're a Wolves fan. I guess if you're an RRQ fan, I guess you gotta just do more laundry.
Droning up mid, hoping that will draw some attention, get some information.
Paradox got Kadai Panerdal Tadka plus Scarlet Nod. I don't know if I butchered that pronunciation. Okay, another Euro. This time, they are in faster. They learned their lesson. But they still... You have to double up. You have to double up. Huge from Lysor. Where's the trade spring? There you go. A little slow. Okay, 3v2. RRQ just has to wait. Yeah, just hold the angle. Crazy guy has to chill. There you go. Now you can go in together.
Exchanges, gets the rifle, throws the Optim on dead.
Oh, huge timing. Good paranoia.
Crazy guy is low, and it's on Monyet. Oh, just swings the right, but Sufa unaware. Try to recon to light.
He knows.
Oh! The Wolves train running.
Dude, Sufa.
What a Red Bull clutch.
Oh my god. What a clutch.
For Sufa.
He simply does it all for this team. We've seen him clutch. We've seen him top the boards.
Monyet swapped. No, he swapped to a Vandal. Pretty sure once he got on site, he swapped. I was thinking that, and I didn't say it because his silhouette looked like a Vandal. But either way, dude. Sufat, friggin'.
And honestly, this scoreline is a disastrous tale for
Damn.
RRQ.
They got 6. I said I think they need at least 6. They got 6.
Reminiscent of their same struggles against Genji on this very map.
Jemkin's starting to take risks, which is what I've always wanted from Jemkin. But it does say a lot about RRQ's situation. Peeking out of that smoke without much support is insane. There was a man. Yeah, it looked like he, because I was about to say, doesn't he have op? And then I saw his silhouette behind the box that already had a Vandal, so I think he swapped it behind the box.
He's gotten some crucial kills, but with just the classic, you can't expect him to do that.
This could be ugly. Our drone re-clear of beam.
Chobra has more Indians in his chat than GE has in its team. God shot, that's insane. Oh my god.
Out there, so does not want to linger.
Oh my god. Well, what can I say? You're welcome here at the very least. I don't know what that says about GE, but...
But now the executor's coming through. A very mesh recon going over the top. It's just
oh, this wall. Dude, classic execute. Omen smoke, Omen TPs in like a jet. Yoru peeks out. Omen has the pinch if Yoru dies. There's no flood in from here.
The light flank. And it's unlikely rather that he will be needed. Cushy was brought to 28 health by the spam at the start of the round, and he has seen no action since.
Wolves have been able to really frequently cycle back.
See if that had 5 kills on Lotus against Hetrace. Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that stat. All of them were on clutches. No, he's really good in the clutch. I think his calling has improved a lot since China.
Again, it is just careful.
The casters are Uber and Wyatt. It looks like that's outdated. Sorry about that, chat.
On B. Eventually, when someone pushes out of main, Sufa is still covering that angle, finds a free isolated kill. The team are able to get into a very lightly held A site. This is excellent stuff from Wolves. And it is very reminiscent of their attack side against Billy with this comp. They found so much success there. And we started feeling a little bit worried on the side swap because
Chobra, I have bad news. Oh no, Wendler.
On defense, where you expect them to when they have deadlock sides.
Did you see who Valen traded? Wait, no shot.
One enemy remaining.
And his RRQ team are struggling to.
Who did Valen trade a jersey with today?
They're not split in these sites. They're actually just pushing
Don't tell.
B main or A main as was the
no.
case there. It's hard for them to get early action, the defenders, or catch any crosses.
No. Oh, Gen G? Dude, I'm cruising. I mean, listen, nothing against Gen G, but I got Fnatic winning. No, we're good. That's the greatest news I've heard. We're freaking golden. Listen, I love my Gen G boys, but sorry, Fnatic's they just got the charm.
Again, we know Wolves like to make use of all that round time, and Spring is rewarded for his patience. Monye just trundles up to check that A.
You should, Wendler. That's a crazy stat.
Not ready for the angle. We probably won't see it again, but this time it works.
I got competition.
He's taken timings in main.
Friggin' forget TMV, Sliggy, Side. Forget all these other frauds. Valen was my real rival.
Spring in a cheeky off angle. The site is absolutely free for the taking. Here come Wolves. Annihilation pop, just in case someone is there, they would at the very least be on the run. YU, can he be caught?
He is well
It's
timed.
Xeraku.
Oh, finesse! He had the knife in his hands!
Dude,
Oh, Jemkin
Wolves is just winning the timings every time, too.
RRQ are down to 3 now, need to work their way in from upper. It's a fragment and then it's a grab net. Cushy caught in place.
Do they dare go for
All right, Fnatic Gen G is actually a battle between me and Valen. Whose curse is stronger?
Planting the spike. I'm really in a great position to use it, however. Spam on the crazy guy. Cushy's weak as well.
He's in on the side. Lysol leads. Nice recon bolt there from Cushy. But they are going to walk away here. 3 gun savers. The risk is far too great this late in the half.
The time has completely dwindled. They're just simply relying on the final round of this half.
Damn, 8-4. I will say, chat, I always say, I think you actually want more on attack with the Cypher Lock on Ascent. As crazy as everyone thinks that sounds. Ah, my favorite pop-off.
Is that my boy Lysor on his feet?
Oh, Lysor can't wait to just stand up and look at the other team.
Is that guy at the end?
No arm movement, just simply
I
standing
love
up.
it. I love it.
Who knows he's not
Lysor is literally the prairie dog. The VCT prairie dog. He just stands up, he's just looking over.
Investing everything they can. They've got
Just sits down.
X-Pharaoh. Wolves have done such a great
Did you see what Wolves coach said when he was interviewed on why he picked double Senti Cop? No, I didn't see that.
Comes down. Paranoia should get some big value.
Almost punished for that timing. With 10 kills positioned forward in wide. And then he dines on the attackers.
That was brutal. This is a good adjustment. I mean, it's just late from RRQ after the Wolves timeout earlier. The Meerkat. There you go. The Meerkat. Timon. Timon is so crazy, dude. Oh my god.
As the Paranoia catches multiple players, isolates a second duel. When that re-swing comes in from Spring. Now listen, if there were a couple players that I would trust to maybe come up in a clutch here, it would definitely be Sufat.
The OG Lore's Fate is the first team to play Cypherlock on this one. Is he? Damn, even before DFM beat T1? That's my favorite Cypherlock map. I still can't believe they actually didn't think they were going to win and weren't positive of their strats. It's insane. We all got so outplayed by DFM.
I've seen neural theft here for YU. Should there be an appropriate corpse?
The recon goes into market, but won't really help. There's still a triple mid. X-Pharaoh.
Spike down A.
He knew what was afoot. He knew what was coming.
And there's just no time left for Sufat. Pinged out as well. 12 seconds. This round is absolutely done. So RRQ, at the very least, managed to get themselves to 4 before we move on to the second half.
8-4.
All about Wolves.
Real good for Wolves.
With that phenomenal clutch.
Real good.
Finding the moments as well. Everybody was really getting involved there. Excellent start. The team that
RRQ should have better anti on the attack, though. Like, you really should. And that's nothing against Wolves. It's just how Cypherlock is played. Like, the Cypherlock team has to really, really go 400 IQ to break any sort of anti against the Cypherlock. Fade picked Cypher Dunlock in China Ascension. He managed to use it to beat a team that had Happy Way and Crystal. Oh, so he just brought it back. So he was talking about how he he always had it. He kind of came up with it. I mean, that's sick. I do like listening. Obviously, you know, sometimes it can't be objective, like the whole Euro ISO. It's so funny to me, by the way, that like I'm gonna go ahead and say this. There are all these fake SPG fans that were like, no, actually, SPG came up with the comp first before Fnatic, and it's like SPG didn't even play it that well. Like I'm all for glazing my Nongshim boys, but they didn't play it that well. They did play an official match before Fnatic with the Euro ISO on Haven, but they did not play it well. And everyone's like, well, Fnatic copied SPG, and it's like, dude, I don't think anyone was watching that and copying it, you know. But like, obviously, sometimes it's hard to tell objectively. Like, did someone actually come up with it first? If it both happened in the same season in different regions, but if it's like a couple years ago or something in like tier 2, then probably. It's always fun to listen to that.
Rounds, still won the map, so fear not if you're an RRQ fan. Here's your Coinbase Econ report. Looking across, it's pretty clear to see that Spring is an outlier with a great showing. Monyet also, just a very efficient river.
I want a quick 2-0 to watch FNC and Gen G. But this is a good match too. Well, if RRQ wakes up a bit more, it should be.
Monyet still able to find some success there, but not enough to give them more than 4 defense side rounds, Wyatt.
We'll see if Jemkin can pick things up in regard to the cash to damage ratio on this attack side. Was investing in the
They stopped showing the solo graphs.
Value, but not
W production. Econ rating's just not a good graph stat. It's just not. The numbers are fine.
For a period of time. Let's see if RRQ can start off hot on this attack side, get things rolling.
Back in lore, for example, is Lau got the Sky Double Viper Harbor comp from Tier 2 South Americans. I had heard that before. Yeah, it's always the like deep lore, especially when it goes into like Tier 2 and more obscure matches. It's always interesting to hear about.
They do look a little bit shaky. Their stars are not firing.
Yeah, Cypher Luckus fades OG Theory. Now, that doesn't... Obviously, other people could have come up with it as well. Like, DFM could have come up with it on their own, right? But, like, in this case, if it was 2023, like, he was ahead. He was ahead of the curve, for sure.
Why he's been on a heater this game. There's no other way to put it. And he's going to continue, apparently. Crazy guy. Hit right between the eyes. Monyet is at least able to handle the Cypher.
What's the lore between Yuika's name?
This is going to buy time for
Is it just... Because we've seen him on an international before, right? Am I crazy? Why are we calling him YU now? Oh, actually?
Going to have to get this spike down. Wolves are just going to bide their time until that moment actually comes.
You know what? Actually, I think the Korean cast was told to call him YU before, too.
Recon has just come back up for Kushi. That's probably the timing that they were waiting on. He's going to come up and attempt to plant.
Now that I think about it, back then.
Monyet too much to look at and he'll be overwhelmed.
Damn. This is trouble for RRQ.
Has his team behind him, self-belief pumping. We got 3 players out of 6.
Because I don't remember ever pronouncing it Yuika in Korean.
We could have just gone standing desk and saved on budget.
Standing desk.
YU wins a crucial first blood engagement against Jemkin. The rest of the team try to swing into.
How is RQ's Icebox? RQ's Icebox is generally pretty good.
Very low HP Mon, yet even things up with the trades, but it's just not enough. It left.
But so is their Ascent. Traditionally.
And it was the timing of Monyet.
The thing about their Ascent, though, is that default.
Really, just fate that dictated that, but
default comp. I mean, with this roster, we've never seen. But before, it was always, like, good but not good enough. Somewhat true for their Icebox as well, historically speaking.
Defense side pistol 1. RRQ need to come up with something soon.
Curious what they'll play. I wonder if they go back to Gecko KO.
I can't imagine it's going to be on this round. It's just 5 classics. Again, I can't help but feel like we need to just harken back to yesterday with XLG making their debut in this same situation.
I mean, is RRQ nervous? That's always hard to call, but I think Wolves are just...
Will it blend? RRQ edition.
Will it blend? That's brutal, Uber. Holy cow. Will it blend? Oh my god.
Try and salvage here and really This is one of those situations with
I think Wolves are just they're just really hot right now. I think Wolves also did their prep.
Here on this B site.
I think Wolves is like
Crazy guy who
round-to-round adaptations are so good this tournament.
To sort of prove himself, but crazily experienced player.
He's been competing in TAC FPS games for over 10 years.
Yeah, Wolves also has nothing to lose. They've already outproven everybody. RRQ kind of has a lot to lose.
At a DreamHack tournament way back in 2015.
And I think RRQ probably feels like really desperate, not in like a bad way, but
qualified with bleed.
In like a we have to make the most of everything way.
Against Jemkin. This game is pretty story rich.
Dude, you're gonna spend all 4 bursts.
Had those struggles with
Holy.
That debut season in Pacific, had to go back to challenges, work his way back in.
I'm all down for Wolves losing this and going on a lower bracket run to lower finals where they lose to Paper Exchange. What?
Best placement historically had been a 5th-6, and then they win. They come in first. They beat Gen G and Paper X to do so.
I think the other thing is like I think RRQ's they're getting slow again. And this is always their biggest weakness, is that when they get slow, then they start to play individual. And I think if you're an RQ fan, you have to start to worry about that. And then you have the big question mark of like, was the Tejo enabling the calls and IGLing to be a lot easier and smoother?
RRQ need to find a way to generate some momentum of their own. It's his buy round that really has to be the start of all that.
Okay, that was a lot. Okay, no.
A lot of guns trained on that corner direction.
Not double shock darting that as you're peeking out was a little crazy to me. You're gonna commit to that on a bonus, and that was bold.
A sick combo into multi-kill. They love this GravNet pop flash play. Going to keep RRQ on their toes at any given time. That trap could be sprung. They pivoted all the way over towards this A side. Dark cover going to obscure the view from tree trips. Broken by Shock as well.
Chobra, it's simple. If you have some yellow crap paper, mock up a Wolves jersey if you want an RRQ win. I mean, honestly, I predicted RRQ, but I'm okay with Wolves winning. The Wolves story goes crazy. They're also just playing really well.
His pound of flesh out of the game.
Sufal working his way through heaven, would love to accomplish getting at least a bit more damage, but it's not.
Love 1 or 2 more guns, Wyatt. But Lysol with the Ghost.
DFOS is farming points in chat, in YouTube chat.
That being said, a kill would get him closer to that annihilation.
See if, I mean, it's far from over. Only at 10, 4 rifles carried over for RRQ. If RRQ can win the next round, see. Why did RRQ pull out the default comp when they had all this time to put some crazy comp? The thing with Ascent is, like, yeah, the map has changed, but the default, it's not like the default comp needs to change.
Saved his team.
That wall not being there, you know, doesn't suddenly make the comp bad. It just doesn't make Sova like insta OP.
Caught on that rotate attempt. How does Fury for Cushy here?
You have to keep your eyes on him in this round. Impressive to see him top fragging in this game as well. I mean, typically for this team, it is just Jemkin taking.
It'd be so cool if there was a tournament where all APAC teams got top 3. I swear Sideshow would still put G2 as the best team. That would be funny. It would be funny. Then the Plat Chat episode afterwards would be very funny.
That kill was collected.
Okay, well, classic Spring. Tries to jump out there, get a bit
See,
of a
this is. Okay, well, hold on. Lysor. Okay.
Xvero just wants to bust the door down now quickly. Assume control of his A side. Is already the rotates.
Oh, you're going to get chipped even more from that. This is the problem with Double Senti, is at some point you have to peek out. RRQ is kind of ready for trades right off of that.
Just going to opt to save. Sufat would love to get a tag with this drone and someone to spam down with the Odin, but
got Jemkin.
Not going to happen. Recon, they're going to try to scale in. Time dwindling a bit.
They don't have the money for this. to risk these weapons here. They're going to go for it.
They think they have the rounds, but see, this is. I mean, 1v2. Oh, dude, if he had gotten that, he actually had. Oh my god.
Desperately back into
A
couple good multiplayer faces at the end there, just to clean things up from main and back gen.
Big save from RRQ.
Questionably aggro play, swinging out there.
He presents himself, doesn't he?
But the thing is you have to play a bit aggro with double senti. Especially against default comp. I mean, you can try to get really crafty with repositioning your traps all the time, which Wolves did very well in their previous match, but it's like at a certain point they'll just clear each corner, clear each trap, and walk on in.
Nothing crazy on that round, just a good A split. Wolves hoping to catch someone unaware in A main, but that won't be the case. And it seems like with Monyet being near enough to hear that pressure coming, RRQ will be happy to just get into this B site, which they're going to imagine will be lighter on players, and they are absolutely correct. Going to get things
Well, that's this round. You do have deadlock ult.
Ultimates here.
If Wolves gets a pick,
Crazy guy going to have the null come out.
RRQ cannot give a pick here.
Has always been one of the highest value ults that you can get on this Ascent map.
No. You don't peek out on this.
RRQ have made use of to their great success over in Pacific is really simple. It's Jemkin gets first kills. In their final series against Gen G, he was 26 for 12. First kills, first deaths. We mentioned like he has 137 of those in Pacific, and the next closest player is 85. It is an absurd
crazy
outlier stat that RRQ always get Jemkin in position to succeed in these early rounds. Now, this example, of course, is against basically a full save, so I wouldn't write home about it, but that has been kind of the core of their play.
Yeah, where's my Waylay Phoenix, man? Where's my Waylay Phoenix on Ascent?
Sufat check?
That's
Wait.
not going as he had planned.
Okay, he'll be on the Guardian.
Did he not die?
I get that he doesn't want to keep an ult off, but maybe
he was a little bit too far away to run into the spike explosion.
Oh
it's
no.
It's like the plot of I Am Legend. He's like the only guy left after the fallout. That's not where you want to be.
Oh no.
All right, Wolves are going to pick up the operator. It is crucial to the success of this double sentinel comp. You want to be able to use that off with your Yoru and have it route the attack.
He was probably like going through stuff for the next round, didn't realize he was too far. Probably just zoned out and then thought he was in range and started walking and didn't die. That is rough. We'll see. I mean, if they win it, it doesn't matter.
Jemkin is insistent. While he has that tailwind active about trying to take a fight, he has to tuck this corner.
Okay, the drone pushes him back further, so Juicy can still come back to get this site. Look at all these lines. You got the wall, you got the trips. Oh my god.
Jemkin's individual
They've got the high trip for Jet, I think. I think that's what it is.
Null command coming out. Crazy guy instantly knocked. This time Spring on a much safer line deep on the A side.
The wall's still not broken. That's a lot of time bought. At least you have market. That's the big thing. Okay, they cleared all the traps. Icer needs help. He's gonna buy a lot of time. Oh, and the Euro. Dude, that's guaranteed. They can't clear that.
Nice little catch off the annihilation here, and
Oh.
Wolves aren't really in a great position to help Juicy out. Jemkin got caught.
Hold on.
Kochi pushes in a boathouse though.
Dude, RRQ just giga outplayed Wolves.
High school classmates now have to
They actually basically used the cocoon as their own counterbait.
Need to bail Wolves out here.
They were just a little bit too far away in the rotate, but they catch the first on next Pharaoh. Monyet is so weak. Real opportunity
Wolves also
to clutch things out.
played a little scared off of Juicy's ult. I think they were too cautious. They were waiting for the deadlock ult to...
Wolves are at bay, but they are coming, and they've got a taste for blood. Kuchi's third of the round. What a flick from YU. Nobody knows
Oh
where Kuchi
my.
was. It doesn't matter.
Big round from Kuchi.
RRQ again. Another giant step towards evening up this game. Then attack side prowess for RRQ.
No, give me the replay. Dude, this round was sick from RRQ.
Kuchi is just putting on a clinic. on the Chobra
Juicy
right
is
now.
so worried about people chasing the deadlock ult. Everyone has their eyes set on the deadlock ult. They smoke it off.
Playing defensively all
The backup flood. Monyet chases Juicy as we have Kushi already set up for the flank. He kills, and then Monyet paranoias immediately on the cocoon. So Lysor can't peek again.
Overwhelmed by the numbers of
Now, RRQ played that real calm.
Great moment to push towards spawn, get in the dark cover, catch out one of those Wolves players who felt like, I need to get in here to help Lysor ASAP. I need to try to flood into assist. Get a timing right now, swing towards stairs, get a fight, but it just doesn't come. And
all right, here's the timeout.
Now, getting into that and second timeout of the game.
Two things I'm looking for from the Wolves side of things is the early play from Spring.
I think they need.
Much better in that last round. Took Crazy Guy down instantly, playing a much safer spot.
I think they need a earlier play. I think they need a more forward play from Wolves, honestly. RRQ, the moment they realize one part is contact, they realize there's traps on the other, and they just clear it in that previous round. The problem is they don't have an op. If they could have an op, if Juicy could get that op, get forward on one position, it helps, but they haven't gotten value with it.
It's going to be all sheriffs here for Wolves. The RRQ economy has been out of control. Push here towards main from Juicy.
This is a Nico.
Location. And we've just been seeing on these rounds. It is the story with RRQ. They're not reinventing the game. They are.
And RRQ is pressuring mid a lot. That way, if they get contact on one side, they can immediately go to the other. And generally, the traps are going to be heavy on main.
So well.
Tree's the only other part that you're kind of concerned about. So they're playing that well too.
Up top mid, double face into YU, who's able to stay alive for now.
Ooh, pushes him back further. RRQ's getting very thorough. Big trip, but nobody to work off of it. Oh, needed two there.
That was the spike loose, but already recovered by Jemkin. It's why you look for a timing out of this spawn side.
Unfortunate.
Jemkin went to hunt Juicy, and RRQ looking absolutely ruthless on this anti-eco round.
Here's the drop.
Opportunities here for Wolves to sort of double up, group up, spring. Okay.
He heard the
kind of big.
Down. I'm surprised Xpharaoh just kept the util out. He made sound.
Something to work with. With that smoke thrown out, Wolves will be allowed access here to the site.
And that is a gun recovery.
Yeah, they'll get guns. This is dangerous. RRQ's positions aren't bad.
All of a sudden,
Jemkin hoping to take this first contact effectively at Speedway, and Spring unarmed as he
Jemkin's
is.
clean.
Will be handled. Jemkin has 3 for the round, and Crazy Guy will end it. Now we've got ourselves a game, folks. 1 round stands between RRQ and Wolves' 10-round total.
On their debut, this RRQ squad.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I gotta go give the mosquito.
Down by such a significant margin that they lose the second half.
I gotta go give it to my wife real quick. Apparently, there's mosquito.
On the big stage hasn't gotten to them. They've completely rallied back into this game. They have so much economic pressure on Wolves. RRQ can just buy every single round with ease. Juicy's going to pick up that operator again. Wasn't able to find success with it on the prior round. This time towards Cat, taking a hit towards Styles. Oh my God, Jemkin is in so fast right now. Controlling all the space, taking a lot of damage, and Sufan just catches him out. In the meantime, the spike is working its way up. Cat just hoping to get a fake into the site. Sonic Sensor destroyed by that shock dart. They're trying to scale in.
What a timing for Lysor!
Down
Shuts RRQ down instantly. Monget can bail them out, but this has still now gotten very, very dangerous and very much out of hand. Crazy Guy's just walking away. Monget does not have that opportunity. He is in the side. Gets the plant down now and is hoping, praying that Crazy Guy can get there in time, but he's got a barrier in his way. He's got to break through this quickly.
He is able to do so. Has 1 flash to try to pop out of the smoke, give some assistance to Monyet, who's stuck in hell.
Crazy Guy taking a little bit of damage here through this dark cover down to 5. It's getting dangerous, and there it is.
What happened? Dude, I step away for 1 second and RRQ can't win a round?
And here come Wolves back to winning ways, and doing so while maintaining some very expensive weaponry here. Odin, operator, still in hand for this team.
Oh.
RRQ love to sell a fake, but this time
Oh.
it's not bought.
No, but it looks like Lyser was keeping main control, yeah? Odin with the trips. So even if the trips get broken, the Odin spam can hold him back. That's big. Now you have the op continues as well.
Huge 2K. Doesn't look insane on the scoreboard right now, but I think his best play actually has come from Deadlock on Ascent versus the Omen on some of the other maps. This is fast from RRQ. They're getting right up into the main. They want to get into this site. A lot of triple
fast.
with Jumkin over the top.
YU, can he stay alive? Oh, dude, not getting that first kill is rough for YU. Soul Disposition didn't get the kill.
But he just didn't connect that headshot. Maybe if Sufat can somehow pick up one kill here, a spam kill, he'd have the Hunter's Fury, but first is the one from Kush. He doesn't get the initial connection. There's the tag. Can he capitalize? No. Sufat just out of the way, narrowly. Do they try to go for this right now?
Might be a tough one. Monyet brought down. He was in B main. Spring is at least able to dig him out. So now there's not the risk of a backstab as Wolves try and hit the site.
They know they can just focus on the players here. Juicy wants to get down lane, peek from X-Pharaoh.
Huge fake, but Xero doesn't bite it. You might want to save if you're Wolves. Oh no.
Headshot off the knives.
Oh, Wolves.
There's no more time for Wolves to get in here. Jemkin will pursue them. Blood in his eyes. Even so much that
oh,
dude. Down
dude.
and perish to the blast.
Fake clone value, or clone value.
Keep it one round.
Late on this attack side, Jemkin slow to start, but finding his moments, finding serious impact on the game. That kill towards stairs with the Blade Storm was sick, onto Spring, and then with the cloud drops.
Jemkin is clean with it.
Ready for the engagement, gets picked off.
Cushy's 20 and 13 too. That 4K round was big against the Deadlock ult.
Round away. Can Wolves close things out? Juicy still with this operator. He was able to get away with his life.
All right, they've changed it up.
Main.
Hunter's Fury as well for Wolves. Oh, they catch one.
Oh, huge.
Controller out of the game.
They've done that before with the Gravnet.
He tried to go for a peek in B main, or was just holding the
Yeah, I don't know how Juicy died here. Xero is down to 3. Yeah.
I mean, wall shot legged him something. Worked his way into the side.
I think Xero just probably just re-peeked after getting legged or something.
Knife out. Xero now needs to get busy on the side, but he knew his time was short after
so map-wise, Wolves is still feeling okay. Ooh, traps are deactivated. Spring really wanted that kill. He gets it.
Jemkin got pinged just as he jumped into that cloud burst.
Cushy trying.
Cushy trying to get the res. He's trying to tease it. Spring looking for a timing. Crazy guy's back in the game. At least secures the trade. Cushy. Now 1v2.
He does bait him out. Gets the door down. Wants to take the duel.
He had the right idea. I was like, you have to push out of this door. Oh, man.
Isolating the remaining Wolves players. Making a believer out of me in the clutch potential. But he can't connect that last shot. What a prediction from Sufat. Does he run into hits him on the teleport? That was madness in main. Absolute madness. RRQ going to pivot right into a timeout. Time to calm things down after a very, very chaotic round.
Neither team actually has a strong economy to play this round. Wolves.
I mean, honestly, I think RRQ should fare better in maps 2 and 3. I think they heated up a little too late. Not that aim duels are the only reason they're losing, but...
So getting ahead of that stall util, that fast play into B has been one of the most effective tools that RRQ have been able to leverage to get these round wins. But they're running into an annihilation. A dimensional drift for Juicy. It's definitely on the table. He's 2 orbs away from developing that.
All the first seeds are going to get 2-0. Nah, Fnatic's got it. Fnatic's got it, chat.
Having to invest so much. They win that
so little faith in Fnatic.
Take this. The final round of this regular time would be a bad buy for Wolves. This is so important right now for the Pacific #1 seed. It's not their map pick.
Lyser's got Deadlock ult. Crazy Guy's only got a Sheriff. No offense to Crazy Guy, that doesn't actually
And that
impact this
feels
round that much.
So real. They're on the precipice. It's going to be.
He can clutch, but he's not meant to be. He has never been a main fragger on this team.
Step one is play through the one way. RRQ are happy to walk it, and there's no forward presence from Wolves to play off of it.
YU has moved his setup to this A side this time. Kill trip insight to play off. Cage to dance around when a hit comes in. Jemkin over the top gen.
She's going to clear hell now. Jemkin
He's
is
caught.
on the side.
Yuka's caught.
Oh, that's hurting for the defenders. Siupat though gets involved. He's on that upper side.
Could execute. As soon as there's no early trips, they just go in hard.
Do they dare find a timing to try to just pop flash out of this when the spike is going down? Now Juicy began to rotate.
Ooh, yeah, this is tough decisions. Do you consider the save? Now I think you do. 2v4? You guys are body blocking each other. Oi.
That could well be worth two. That could send us into overtime.
Wolves perhaps feeling committed, or that they were just about to get flanked by Xferra, which picked up juice towards tree, so they do swing out. They lose all of the weaponry.
What the hell?
There's been some serious issues on these A hits, with Wolves being able to deal with the recon.
All right, do we go OT?
Rounds on these executes. It's been
Bad bye. Still a Dunlock ult.
Picked off by Jemkin, who can't help but increase his first
Going for a little fake A pressure. Gonna try to go for B.
For Wolves is horrific.
He's even gonna throw the flash.
This is the perfect opportunity to rally this game all the way back. They've held their nerve. They can take this to OT.
And it starts with a 3
No flash. Oh no, he did throw it. Okay. Threw a pop flash as well. That draws out the wall. I don't think Crazy Guy would have heard that.
Trying to figure out if he can get under it. I respect that.
They're going to go fast. You imagine there's at least 2 on A with the Omen. There's not 2 smokes because one was used for the one way. They got to clip. He gets 2. And he gets out. He knows the wing. No.
Collapsing in a screaming heap. Siupat tries to finish the job, and there's the
annihilation. No.
Straight into the spider's lair. RRQ wonder, and it's Wolves' back pick. Do they start with a
damn. Yo, Anders. Dude, Guardian hold in B main.
That lead was just insurmountable. Wolves were so good on the attack side that they win the.
How does Juicy get 2 there?
RRQ made a hell of a go at it, but they just
oh my.
all the way back. Wolves looking so good again against all odds.
Dude, Siupat has so much presence. You can't help but love this guy. He's so charismatic. Classic 8-pack throw against an eco. True. They just can't help it.
What are you guys doing? I don't know, man. I don't even know what are they doing.
Damn.
Let's go.
Damn, that is brutal. GG, GG. I mean, well played by Wolves. I mean, they got a good first half. I was saying 6, they got 8. They were feeling solid. Yeah, no pistols. It's rough. Not gonna lie, you can't keep RQ out now because RQ has heated up. It took them long enough. I don't want another 2-0. Your thoughts on RQ getting 2-0? I don't think they'll get 2-0. I think they'll look a lot better in Icebox. I think Wolves is really good, though. I think Wolves is really good. I do think RQ lost too much in the first half. I think if they kept it at 6, it was doable, but... That's the kind of confidence that carries over to stage 2. True, true. I'd watch out if I was in VC China. All right, chat, we're going to run some ads ourselves. I almost forgot. So we will be right back. I'm going to get up and stretch as well. Everybody get up and stretch.
rock, paper, scissors, but this time
What the
it's against
hell?
the very best.
7
Okay, so rock,
killjoys?
paper, scissors. How this is gonna work? We will play a rock, paper, scissors against me. If you lose, you take a step back, right? And if the last one standing gets to choose a prize with what we have in store, I don't know what it is. No, I'm just kidding, I know what it is. It's just a surprise. Are we ready to go? Do we know the rules for real of rock, paper, scissors? On shoot, all right? Let's do this. I'm doing paper, okay? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! JK. I threw a
Damn,
scissors. Who
they
did I throw?
actually
Who did I
all got
throw?
baited.
Who do we have left? Okay, we got a tie over here. Oh, already, dude. I got rid of 60%
Wow.
of the team.
Giga
I'm a
baited.
clutcher. Are we ready? I'm gonna do scissors.
Wolves won.
Rock,
Yes, yes.
paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, actually, you beat me, I beat you, so that's already a winner right here. What's her name, by the way?
Jade.
Jade, congratulations. She is our winner here. Everyone give it up to Jade. You get to choose between.
Dude, how are there
signs
so
of
many
RRQ
killjoys?
or also from
Where are all the
Wolves.
other
Which one
agents?
would you like?
Whoa.
Let's go. So we're cheering for Wolves. Thank you so much,
Damn.
everybody. Continue and enjoy the game. See you for
RRQ even losing in the Van Silly corner. Rough. This frame is every flanker's nightmare. 7 killjoys. Yeah, Cushy kept up.
Brother, whew, what a game. What a game that was. Wolves looking good right now. Would it be safe to say that everything is going according to plan, even with what happened toward the tail end of that game?
There were definitely some hiccup throughout our defense. So I think it's like some jitters since we haven't played in a couple of days.
Yeah.
So I think we will be fine by map 2.
Yeah. What makes this team just what they are, so different, so talented? What do you think is the difference between what you guys provide and what your opponent provides?
I think we have really strong mental and trust between our members.
Yeah.
So I think that carries through a lot.
Okay. Well, we see it in the game, brother. Congratulations. We'll see you later. Back to you guys.
Wolves, they continue their win streak here at Masters Toronto. I'm your hosting, so I'm back here.
I might have
with
tuned in
Kakuka
at the
and
perfect wrong
Mimi,
time.
and
I just
after
watched
that
ads
first
for
half,
opening
you
a
have to
strange.
say, it was obviously in the favor of
Wait.
Wolves, but Kakuka,
Shouldn't that not give you an ad though if you just watched a pre-roll?
But a win
What
is
is
still
Twitch
a win.
doing?
We know the Ascend is all about the attack side and what you can do with it. I think that on the side of Wolves, it had to do a lot with the deadlock. Not only because I'm a deadlock enjoyer, but I think that we could see in this matchup the impact that it was having. And also on the other side, we were seeing a jank in, that it was a little bit jank out from the side of the defense on RRQ.
Jumped out. No, she
Is
didn't.
that wrong in English?
No,
It's
right.
Okay.
It's just...
Se la bella.
Okay. Se la
Yeah. Yeah.
No se la ha pelado, pero sí.
Anyway, Mimi, what did you think?
I mean, I was super impressed with Wolves' attack side. I think the way that they use their deadlock utility is super high value. They have a lot of set plays around the net. They're like juggling their utility to contain space on the attack, but defense was a little bit troubling there.
Yeah, let's talk about and look at some of the utility we saw from that double Senti comp in our HyperX
Give me 1
reflex moment
second.
of the day. YU, part of that dynamic duo, bringing so much impact.
Yeah, and when we look at this play, this is the perfect example. We're speaking about a bonus that is going to mean also the chance for Wolves to snowball in this first half. YU gets this amazing 4K, but it wouldn't have been possible without that wall that we're seeing, without the grab net and the camera combo. Look at this beautiful
Why it
combo.
needs in large maps like Abyss and Breeze are faster methods to
And
rotate.
remember, this is the new deadlock.
Well,
where
I
that,
mean-
that net is the refreshable piece of utility, so you can have
Tell that to all the Neon and Euro haters.
Wolves is a really slow team. You saw it on this map, how much they are defaulting on the attack side before ever.
You say that, but we have like
So it means
global
that they can
trips.
afford to use that
We
net
have
early
agents
to
that can
take something like
TP.
the main control and then reset.
I'm not
have
saying
it
it's
again for
completely
that
balanced,
execute.
but
and I felt
I
like
don't-
they were getting a lot of value out of the refresh and the initial time they got
I
to use
think
that
there
piece of
are
utility.
ways
They
to
did, but
work
on the
around
defense,
that.
It was just something about RRQ, you know, Cushy as well. If
yeah,
you look at the
totally.
scoreboard, how
And
on
also,
earth
it's
did they
like
manage
you
to
you
not
start in the
actually
middle of the
make that
map
comeback?
anyway in
Yeah, it's
Valorant.
so
I think that's
surprising
something
to
we
see
always
that
always
cannot put
forget.
enough
I think that's what
outrageous
makes it hard to
numbers.
make a
And
good
if we
map and
take a look
design
at
it
the
and
side of
balance
Wolves,
it.
everything's pretty evened out. I feel like
But
everybody
the
in this
counter
team
argument
has their
there is like
moments of finding
the
a lot
defenders
of
can also
impact,
fight
like
for
Lysa was
early
not having
space.
the best first half in the kill
He
department.
still stood up.
It doesn't matter because it pisses me off because it's like,
Doesn't
yes,
that force you to play certain
skill,
agents?
but without everything else
But
that
I
you did
think
in the
that's
round, you
okay
would not
if
be
you
able
have
to
7
go
maps
decide, okay,
and
this spike down.
2
Very
maps
true. For
like
Jemkin, he's a guy who
you have
plays
like 2
alone a
agents
lot.
that
He
are
doesn't
really
have that
prime for it.
constant double
I think
initiator
that's
support
fine.
in the way some
You know,
other
as long
players
as those
in
aren't the
this
same
tournament do,
agents
maybe
that are
someone like
necessary
Barbara
on
being
every
an
single
example.
map.
He's oftentimes on this map like alone in mid, walking up in the mid round. And I think Wolves did a great job of avoiding him when he was on those walks and really focusing on just pounding the extremities and running over
I
those
think
side aimers, isolating them
I think
with
there's
the
a
double
misconception that in character-based games, people think that like the majority of agents should be good on every single scenario, and I just think that's the wrong way to look at it. If you have multiple maps, if you only have one map, like yeah, you should try to aim for as deep of a character pool as possible. But
half of Wolves was standing up after winning a lot of these rounds, but he has such an infectious presence there. Just looking at him, what are you doing? Yelling. He's definitely the person who's bringing the vibes.
Aura, Mimi. The word that you're looking for is aura. Every single time that he stands up, he always says the right thing, not only to his teammates, but also to the opposing team. I think
Breeze for sure. I don't think Abyss is that bad though, because you have ways to hold on to mid
a little bit, something that you think you can take advantage of a team that is not as experienced
and like get through it. Breeze is a bit of a different thing.
Those mistakes so quickly, and CFAT has to be one of the key parts for that.
Having to find niches in game design is not only okay, it's preferred. I would agree. And now, like again, if it's like widespread, that's a problem. But
get ready for this second map here.
You know, if it's like, well, hey, the current map, well, like you actually kind of just like you're kind of screwed if you don't play like Cypher and E on your room. It's like, okay, well, that kind of feels bad. But
avoid this as you get ready for map 2.
Well, there's been a lot of 1 scenes also in the league that we're all losing as well, and we were the only one that broke that curse, so we're looking to do that here as well.
Looking to break your curse. How do you guys do that, and what's the player that you're looking to really lean on in this situation to bring you guys to map 3?
I think we just overall, we started slow. Of course, we lost double pistol, we lost bonus, so we just need we're a little bit more warmed up now. Yep. We usually lose map 1, so this is just part of the story for us.
All right, it's all part of the plan, he says. All right, brother. Well, thank
we
you so much
usually lose map 1. NT, you
they're
walk.
gonna have to bring something here, especially with those pistols as well on Icebox, because if they don't, they're also going to be dropping down.
Yeah, I think I do agree with Anders here. I think that's just. Well, I will also say that you have to compare things also in like a team environment versus solo queue. In solo queue, maps that require larger rotates are naturally going to feel worse unless you're like playing with good comms, right? Because if you feel like you have to figure out the rotate and your team's not getting the info.
Starting on the attack, we saw how well it was going on
But,
this end, and I want them to have the autonomy to choose
but that is a preference thing, right? Because in a team setting, like Anders said, it's like, okay, now do you have to play harder info? Do you play like hard trips versus not? You know, do you play info trips versus not?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's true too.
I think that's good. I agree that I don't think any of Valorant's maps are like, you know, I'm not thinking, I don't compare them to like for me, like Crash on Call of Duty 4 or something where it's like, oh, this is so iconic, etc. But I also don't like. I do think they're using the maps properly though, like to kind of force different ideas.
We have instant lock-ins from both sides.
So RRQ play the old kind of comp there, but not that KO. It's the Omen look instead with the double controller. I really like this choice. I think Omen's biggest strength
I love the fact that the larger maps have
disrupt
punished bad
space
macro in
and
games
on
since.
the attacking side.
Yeah, I mean,
Throw down smokes, teleport top 2, and really
what's RRQ
make
playing?
life difficult for Lysor as that killjoy
Crazy
player.
guy Omen. Okay. They're going with the double controller as well.
As a second layer to that duelist.
Crazy guy Omen.
On the attack or on the defense, it gives you another layer
We'll see.
of depth.
His Omen's fine. It's just how you need to play Omen on this map.
As well. If they're putting
What's
their
up, Fabio?
smoke on pipes, that does a lot to pull a lot of attention, bait out utility. There's some great ideas with this Omen.
Let's find out. This one makes it to a map 3. Send it back to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Now, on many levels, like, you know,
Yeah, but I think I do think, like, I think I always agree with things that Anders says and how he explains things, but I think the counterpart to that, I agree that it's a strong check on like macro and understanding strategy and a team setting. Therefore, it can feel really bad at lower skill levels or in solo queue, right? And that's fair. Like, if you don't like it, that's fair. But like, you know, I really like Ascent. I really like watching Ascent. I like playing Ascent, but most people hate it because they think it's boring. So
Still obscures some of those dangerous angles.
Long-term solution should be ranked games, let players ban maps. Pro playset. I mean, that's what people have been asking for. What is... What the hell?
Good old classic clash of forces at the start of the pistol. Silfat is
Well, all right.
draw a bead on Xfero.
Yeah, but I think that's what a lot of people want, right? Is like you having agency on map choice, like map vetoes in solo queue. We have a lot of maps. That is true. I think it is okay to add that to solo queue now, but we'll see.
Certainly playing aggressive though. You can't take that away from him.
I mean, talk about a redemption arc for Monjet. He was the scapegoat after that struggle for PRX in Madrid. He had to find his own way, forge his own path after his tenure with that team, and he's found himself right.
It was really ridiculous that he was the scapegoat. Not by PaperX the team, but by the fans.
For RRQ to find their own way, just slowly shifting pieces in their roster as 2024 went on, and then Crazy Guy really being the final piece of the puzzle for them that is taking them to this next level that they could never reach in the past.
Sfero's still keeping info on A as well. They might rotate back.
Anti-eco, that is his specialty, as the rest of the team slowly make their way back. Yellow!
Wow, that might have been 2 taps, 2 headshots there, Wyatt.
Yeah, dude, how do you get instant 2 taps? What the hell?
Spike down B.
Trade that out, but that does just remove a ghost, so ultimately, doesn't matter.
Man, Wolves really want to fight these first couple rounds. Always sticking a player right up towards RRQ.
Yeah, see, that's what I was gonna say though. I don't know if Riot would. It's hard to imagine Riot's gonna do map bans, like player map bans, sooner than later. I think they will always wait till the latest possible time, because then certain maps will just not get played.
Pretty close early to having a Viper's Pit for one of these post plants.
And then also like the counter argument would be like, well, why don't you have like a, well, this is like the current core map one, then you can select options. But it's like, I think that's bad. And that's not just a Riot thing. I think just adding too many layers is bad. But the thing is like, I get that from Riot's point of view, that certain maps will just never see play.
They've done their homework. Jemkin, pen in hand, showing that it will be mightier than the Vandal in this case. Juicy stripped down to a best 57 points of health. He's out of it.
I want Monjet to do well because of the hate he got on PaperX. Yeah, it was really unfair. Again, not from like the players of the team themselves, but from not even just PaperX fans, but overall just the community.
Take the space for free lightning fast trade from Monjet.
The lack of omen here for the defenders means they can't just throw that one way up a green again and slow this down. They lack that level of stall.
Wait, is there a video trailer of the new map?
Has access to.
I'm so excited for the new map. Xfero plays mid a lot. Wolves has to be ready for this. Wolves does too, though, so it's not foreign to them.
A lot of damage done to a couple of these RRQ players, however, and that's going to keep them at bay. They're going to want to rotate.
They tweeted a B-side gift the other day. Ooh.
Not able to get fully on that as the cloud goes up. So they can
Why was Monjet hated? Well, it was this perfect, unfortunate perfect storm of PaperX was coming off of, you know, barely losing champions the year before. They had just lost Jing to potential military service, and Jing was a superstar the year before on Raze. And Monjet was Ooh. They would have won the round anyway while he was just hanging out. And like Monjet's a good Raze, but you know, they tried to kind of just like plug and play in Jing's position, and it didn't quite work out. Also, Monjet wasn't quite used to the PaperX tempo, and he wasn't really set up for success. But people were like, already they were still living in the Jing era of PaperX the year before, where they got to Champions Grand Finals. So it's like, you know, I get it. It can be jarring, it can be sad, but Monjet definitely wasn't. It was more of a, oh, this sucks thing, not like a, wow, it shouldn't have turned into a hate thing.
Has gotten that Viper's Pit online.
RRQ have taken some space towards this A side as they just have Monjet towards spawn.
They're double checking both angles. That's good. That's good from Wolves. They've learned.
On that first pistol, Juicy tried it again. Drone going to clear out these close angles near 410, allow Jemkin to slowly work into position. They want to wait this
Wolves is going to delay with the nano swarms. Gecko should get here in time for a flood if they want.
They're hoping to make use of that Gecko util, the Owl drone to get them here. And that's
The 4v5.
Stop the plan for the time being.
They are taking the time.
Jemkin's position can be a little nasty though. He's spotted. Oh, dude, I thought he wasn't going to get that kill. Okay, now you just back up. RQ. Okay, you got Pit. On yet, where are we hanging out? A little risky, but I'll take it.
That's all because Monyet got started so early.
No real utility at all for Wolves. It's going to come down to finding a timing in this pit, trying to root Monyet out.
Okay, they know Juicy's above. Monyet has to be ready for this.
Crazy guy.
Damn. Everybody finds one at the same time.
And that's just a situation why Wolves don't really have anything to play into that pit. It's too early for the ultimates that could actually give them an edge there.
I think they missed the timing window that they needed to take, which was flooding back in when there was some initial stall. They stopped the spike being put down. There were 3 players in that dark cover heaven. But YU takes that first duel. It was a little disjointed from everyone else. I would have liked to have seen them have gotten very proactive before the spike went down, before Monyet could have even gotten that pit off. Lacking that Gecko with the wingman is really tough.
2 away from Thrash. Still a little ways to go. 1 away from lockdown.
Early eco here.
Just trying to maximize their cycle, it looks like. Not looking to try to win this round.
Has kept Monyet.
They already have garage control a little bit, though, so the stack is good from Wolves. RRQ simply just need to leave their options open. Wait until minute past minute, and then they check for contact. If they see more than one, they probably explore and go for a rotate. The only thing they have to watch out for is Monyet not going too early on a solo adventure.
No information really for Wolves about his movements on the map. Now, this, in theory, would draw someone like Juicy out.
Oh, they're just going to rotate off of it. They're just going to send info.
He knows.
And then they're going to rotate.
He knows it's a fake. Just push up pretty close with his pistol.
Wow. Well played from RRQ. Hard read.
No to accelerate. This is going to be a free plant. Cushy has the spike. Going to get the Hunter's Fury to have that for the next buy round. Things are looking
How does that flex? Which flex was it? I never use my flex, so I don't know.
In this situation at all either.
I mean, the level of meticulous that RRQ have taken into this basically full anti-eco round is pretty astounding.
Well, I mean, I think obviously not every single Jing fan or like Paper X fan, you know, was hating on Monyet. It's just that there was a very big, like, vocal part of the community. And sure, it originates from missing Jing, but again, they're taking it out the wrong way. Not that everyone was doing it, but there was like a sizable amount.
Instilled the fear of God in them, and now they are waiting out the potential for a play like that again. And even what was around 2 or 3, Juicy just kind of ran it down B main.
Okay, crazy guy. I know we saw that.
YU Sheriff will detain, and then he will perish to the blast. So Wolves really only
I don't know
up for air.
if Crazy Guy really needed to go for that, to be honest. But
outside of that, silence somewhat, but it will be an op now in the hands of Juicy. Big investment made. Lockdown at the ready for the defenders, and now it's time to put their heads together. Think of how they're supposed to craft a winning recipe in this round.
One enemy remaining.
Cushy will definitely be saving that Hunter's Fury though if the lockdown is used. Just the natural, easy 1-for-1 ult counter could come up. Wolves have also saved up enough cash with.
I think they calm in Mandarin, don't they? Wolves?
Go for some of those standard control plays where you have your Jet just watching over a B main. The rest.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think now everything's water under the bridge with Monyet and Paper X. Monyet has obviously, you know, grown more as a player himself as well. He's proven that he deserves his spot on any team, and he's doing well in RRQ. By the way, Chobra, and you, the final skin for the hammer, the delete key on a stick, responds to keyboard input 2. Ron, you gotta stop trying to get me to spend money on more games. I gotta hop back on it. PoE 1 League just dropped. Masters is happening. After Masters, we're gonna play Liza P, and then I'll probably get back on the finals. I'll probably actually check it out. Maybe not on stream, a bit here and there. And then I'll probably stream it. I like it for stream as well. It's just nice to hop on semi-casually. Monyet Astra Split. The DRX GE series. It was so funny because I think it was either Valdez's first VCT cast or it was his first cast with me. And we went like 40 rounds or something, losing our minds.
But he smoked these.
Yeah, no spoilers for Liza P. No spoilers.
Looking in that direction.
You will get Instaman.
Open a window for RRQ to probe the map elsewhere.
Trying to make them think that they're going for the iconic Jing play, but it's not going to happen. And even further is Jemkin trying to sell his presence on A. There are rotates being drawn over there, and now that's why you're on the open. It's not even a trade. You can't find one.
Okay, then off for Juicy. Have to find some value this round, so it does. There will still be a
They're still worried about mid, though.
Disrespects the poison orb. Doesn't quite mind if he decays down. He gets his job done.
Jemkin just has to chill. He's still got nanostorms. Still got Huntress Fury, too. They're actually going to rely on Huntress Fury, huh? To fight the lockdown? Dude, what a read from RRQ. To just fight sight and just ditch the lurk. Wolves still has to pay attention to it. Spring is away from the team because of that. What a good call. Lockdown comes down. Huntress Fury, hey, we're fighting.
RRQ team is how much they love to run fakes and choosing to go for that pretty mental fake right out of the timeout just to throw a wrench in the works of the plans laid by Wolves. Bringing the AWP into that round completely disrupts their defensive setup. It's just so bizarre to have a fake Omen TP into a smoke in spawn, the Jemkin selling it.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Only one defender there. It is a crazy round. It's just so
that does explain why Crazy Guy wanted that kill. So I respect it, because I was in my head I was thinking like, unless you've got some crazy Omen ult play,
and it's kind of conditioning
you've got no shot.
What happens next time Crazy Guy does that? Does he stick it? If he gets another ultimate on this half, I'll be very curious to see how he makes use of it. Mosh pit going to be drawn out of the defenders here on the B side. That's to stall RRQ, but they are in absolutely no hurry.
Have a good one, Tron.
It is just this patented patience. Will Wolves walk into their waiting arms? A couple of players getting back.
Jemkin's going to take contact. Paranoia at the ready. You've got trade from Cushy.
Prepped and ready. Going for it.
Paranoia comes out.
Take the fight. Easily handles YU. Goes a little bit low.
Huge dart, too.
This is more than enough for RRQ so far. Once again, respecting these
really good from RRQ. They're getting very comfy. They're getting very thorough, right? They're keeping each other covered, and then they've got their plays to execute.
30 seconds left.
Effortless play from RRQ. Jemkin just continuing to absolutely dominate in the first kill department. Sure, an anti-eco, but he has been so consistent with that throughout this attack half so far. That is what he is known for.
Honestly, RRQ also more than happy to spend ultimates in these anti-eco scenarios. They don't care. They respect Wolves' capacity on rounds like this just as much as any other, apparently. Flawless round for RRQ. The stacks are piling up.
They shouldn't have been, but the economic damage would not have mattered in the slightest anyhow, so we'll give that.
Well, after that ascent, this is a bit of a one-sided affair. Great plays from RRQ, but oof, through the wall too. I didn't realize it was through the wall.
Having to path out of the way because of Jemkin dashing in there. No opportunity to turn and break the recon. All too easy, Wolves. Again, they want to invest into this operator. Big cash being spent. Juicy not able.
All right, Juicy with the up.
Impact in the game yet. Not able to make his mark.
Got to shut him down here. The double controller makes it so hard, though.
The sight line wants to stay top.
Look at the one-way, the talk to screen. Dude, RRQ is always pressuring both angles. So you can't ever really be watching it solo. The only person who can is Jet. And then you'd have to just bail. But they have really good recons to chase through.
Lockdown off, get the free sight, wipe the wall up. Easy plan.
Okay, I like the early drone, though.
But
it's not able to check this corner. So Wolves has to work off an assumption, but they feel like they had a good early clear, so they're all going to focus on this site. Dude, Xfero's position is nat. Oh, Juicy. He was thinking about. Kind of was thinking about it. Good trade though. They didn't see Lysor coming either.
Crazy guy now, and he's gonna have to face the music. Eventually, Wolves gonna come to collect. And order that defuse gets started.
Great retake from Wolves, even after losing Juicy.
They had to deal with the lockdown on that round. They can recover the operator for use later.
RRQ just really wanted to fight forward and entrench themselves in the site. But the problem with doing that on Icebox is you just become susceptible to so many positions. I mean, look at Lysor seeing 2 players just walking up through.
They responded to Xfero's position real fast, but they didn't all tunnel vision on it. It was really good comms from Wolves.
Really overwhelming. I think they wanted to try and play forward and more aggressively against the fact that there could have been those ults coming through rather than just being forced all the way back and allowing Wolves to take the space. But difficult to play either situation regardless. That being said, it's resulted in Wolves not having to use a single.
It's always a four-man setup wherever they go.
Or slope area. Move up there from Spring.
Huge catch. Wolves is starting to get a read on it. Wolves is starting to get a read on him.
With a phantom.
So fast. Just as he rounded that corner.
Wolves really just playing back into the map.
This is looking quite disastrous for RRQ. They're trying to now just slowly creep into this A site. Spring is hungry for more, but shot down by Jemkin. Opportunity to get in.
Spring might be my most improved player for Toronto.
Wolves are not fully
Which is weird to say because there was always so much hype around him, but
it's not like they can flood in or really pressure off of this plant. So RRQ have a fair shot here.
who do I have from this match? Do I just have Xfero?
This Thrash should be able to clear out anyone close, but my eyes are on Xfero. He wants to be the X factor. He's working his way up mid on this flank.
I think I just have Xfero, and then I have Ash, Kayak,
He was hoping for. There's a Thrash. Then there's a player on 4.
and Crashes.
Jemkin in the site though, he's fighting for his life. Lysor is headshot and Cushy on the move up.
Cushy. It was so good to see Cushy doing well internationally. They heard him. Oh. He gets and the crouch from below. I don't think it's time.
Time is on their side.
0.09 seconds. 0.09. Oh my god.
09 is absolutely crazy.
Fade is just taking a sip. He's like, oh yeah, just another day in the office. Holy.
That looked doomed for Jemkin, given he was so far away. Oh my
Oof, that is a painful one. That's a painful one. That is a painful one. And the emo.
So economically ahead.
Oh man.
Spring on this round is going to opt to just use that pit immediately, control towards this A side. Standard 1 thrown down. The hope for our
Stop jinxing us. I mean, I don't know, Chad. All I'm saying is if a team like Sentinels can beat my Jinx, I don't think RRQ's got any excuse, you know? You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. If Sentinels out of all teams can overcome my Jinx, I mean, you know, you don't really have an excuse here.
I mean, mid is really the only good option map where Wolves have a bit of anxiety, and that's why they have rotated, a couple players. You do have Mad. Oh my god, dangerous. Swings into Jemkin.
XLG was awful, to be fair.
Take that risk because there's no turret to take contact.
So you are saying that my Jinx isn't as strong as a team being just better. So it sounds like maybe it's just RQ just aren't actually that much better than Wolves.
Dangerous, very dangerous. And he's just having to get out somehow. Low is YU. Mognet runs into him. Here's a burst of pace from RRQ, and Juicy in 8 health still is having to lock it down. It's Jemkin taken out of the game. Juicy knows he's going to get pushed around a corner.
Cushy's starting to come online. He's doing whatever he can to keep them in the game.
They need, and Mognet has a timing from upper. It's on Lysor.
Ooh. Oh.
Passively watching
Doable.
him for much of the round. He's got a
He
sixth sense
knows.
about that mid push, but the timing doesn't favor him. He still wins it out. 16 points of health.
The Lysor moment.
1 versus 1 against Cushy.
That is a brutal
He's got shock
whiff.
darts at Hunter's Fury, though.
Just want to swing out. Does he want to take a timing right now?
Lysor sees him coming.
Oh.
And unfortunately, he's not fast enough to stop him. 7 rounds.
Oh my
for
God.
RRQ. That one, though, very hard fought.
Got more dangerous.
Was Jemkin overrated or no?
Shots from Juicy were phenomenal. And how the hell did he get out when he was getting
On average, I
sprayed
don't.
on that
I think it's
push?
too early to say.
Attempt. That was a reality. So crazy. Wolves put back onto the eco.
Just a bit more patient. Xpharaoh needs to be told that sometimes. That's good. That's good from Crazy Guy.
This is shaping up to be a heck of a half from RRQ. Shaky map 1, but your Pacific #1 seed now brimming with confidence on Icebox.
With that being said,
Yes, your Jinx would never work against Fury or AG. Oh, well, I do like a challenge.
On-to attack go just as crazy. You can just run over these sites.
Just gonna stick it.
Straightforward early plant. Cushy not bothered by the snake bites. Juicy has to get off that line basically instantly. Away with Sheriff.
Oh my God, dude.
I have the sickle.
Fat just stood in the line of fire. Unfortunate.
Naturally on for the aces. Wolves do not want to feed another blade.
Well, Fabio, look at what you've done. You've awakened Jemkin.
So they wait.
The secret activation code for Jemkin was simply, is he overrated? Thank you for the hydrate reminder as well. Thank you. Everybody drink some water. Stay healthy. Don't be like me.
Playing with a good burst of pace.
Taking a little note out of their Pacific Brethren's playbook with Karen and Texture. Just going to steal that ace away.
Yeah, I do think people making it sound like he was like automatic #1 is crazy.
Another first kill.
I think that was overrated. But I think him and I think top 5 in general is just like all pretty close, and then it just comes down to what you're looking for and also how the team performs. But I think him being considered a top 5, like, for sure is not too crazy yet. I don't think that's overrated yet.
Has enough to get full armor as well, so why not?
Lin Vision just got eliminated from the major. No more China. Uh-oh. Wolves, the last hope? Who knew Wolverhampton would become the last hope of China FPS? What a world we live in.
And walk away with that lockdown intact. That's going to be destroyed. Monyet pushes up.
Dude, Monyet just walks in. And they get the good pit. Whoa, whoa, Jemkin, whoa. I do like that Jemkin's doing more stuff like that now, though. He used to not.
On screens, Monyet could run forward, deal with that, but now I'm looking at the double flank from Wolves. Aware, what is this element?
What? How?
The deck stacked against Wolves.
Wait, how are they watching for that, though? What?
Can't quite hold the line. It's going to be Spring.
They were just watching for the lurk, I think, and they just saw the TP happen. Dude, how did they get this?
Deck might have been stacked against them, but Wolves draw a Joker. And that's all
They're not sure they have time. They did, though. You could have traded it. I think you should have given it to YU, but they weren't sure.
Plays in that post plant, which were dealt with handily by Wolves. Getting 4 on the board.
XOG are not out yet. What are you talking about? I mean...
Get rolling from there. They can make a serious go at it.
I mean...
Showing a little bit of their prowess, though, going ahead 8-4 rounds in this first half of
You know what I'm saying.
Much more to come for this map, and hopefully see.
Oh, it was the last round of the half. Yeah, there you go. You never know. But I think they won that because they were watching for the flank, and then they had a double flank, and I think that spreads RRQ thin enough because you have to commit one guy to the pit, right? And so now you don't have extra assurance on rafters. You get traded in the flank, so now you're spread thin with the numbers. So it was just a good setup for Wolves. And then YU just wins every trade. XLG G2, what could happen? all I'm saying is that if Sideshow is arriving today, who knows what will happen to the G2 players.
He has answered the call as the star player for RRQ. And he's been leading his team from the front.
If actually win, I'll unironically be really happy. I mean, I would be very happy for them. Listen, the only team that I'm somewhat emotionally attached to in this tournament is surprisingly Fnatic, actually.
Coinbase Econ report now boasts Jemkin has an astounding 91.5. He is absolutely converting those credits into damage round after round.
Xfero as well, looking good, just hasn't had.
The real question is, will Sideshow's still smaller? Dude, I can't even imagine, man.
He was finding the really high impact kills. Obviously, some struggles over on the side of Wolves. Juicy investing in that operator.
Dude, imagine having to sit next to him on the plane. He just reeks of butter.
Clutching, yet to make his name here on Icebox, but perhaps if Wolves can rally back on attack, that's where he's going to do it. We've seen this map be so attacker-sided favor.
The last round was bad. I think it's not as bad as Wolves also played it really well.
Continue the dream run that they're on. The biggest underdog we've had in this tournament.
I do think Crazy Guy's TP here was a bit greedy, because you think you'll get free kills onto the Raptor stairs, but it's also like that's so visible if someone's just watching out for any type of flank. But I don't think that's like them being nervous or rushing. I think it's just you weren't thinking it through.
It does feel like RRQ is acclimated much more quickly to these conditions than that Sheila Gaming roster.
I was so concerned about that when we were getting into that second half of Ascent. When they lost that pistol round in the second half, it felt like we were going to get a repeat of yesterday. That
he went from 1,500 to 3K viewers after starting the butter, to be fair.
All right, a brief monitor issue has now been rectified. We are
Is that worth it?
Into the pistol in the second half. RRQ
is it worth it?
Wolves 8 rounds to 4. Let's get it started.
No, Jemkin's jump with the shorty, I think that wasn't like what lost him that round though. That's not a nervous thing. I think the reason I actually think I'm happy with Jemkin doing that, even if that wasn't like the most optimal play in that situation, is because he used to only play clean, and that would actually lose him the rounds. Because in Valorant, I don't think you can only play clean. Because they were setting up the pit, so he's checking to make sure he's preventing, as we see this round fall apart. Jemkin is making sure nobody is trying to get a timing on getting into the pit, because the pit wouldn't have vision of rafters, right? So he spams that and he drops. I mean, I don't think that's that bad of a play in a vacuum.
Off that rafter position. The pace from Wolves had them really still on the starter's mark when they had to fight.
Because the whole thing breaks down, and then it goes all the way back to that, you know, that as well, where you're like, well, you could have just like kept rafters, or you could have like kept rafters and just held it with a rifle. Like, yeah, you can think that, but how many rounds are won because someone does an unconventional play as well in Valorant? Like, I would say a majority of them.
Everybody swing right together. Win out the duels. Lysol ready to just stand.
This is unbelievably boostio coded. I'm actually here for every second of it.
Little movement, but a lot of standing. I like it. All right, Wolves. Is anyone just going towards A again early? Cushy is
all classics, full save.
For free.
Oh, you get the orb for free.
Lysol takes a Guardian this time around.
RRQ is trying to make it look like they're gonna they have A stacked. That smoke kind of.
Somewhat quieter on Wolves' defense side. Got involved in the action that pistol.
I think they heard it too. Did he see it? I don't think Lysor was outside. I think Lysor heard it though.
And up they come, inching over towards pipes because she shows a bit of leg.
So they're just kind of checking.
Know that Jemkin is here. They're checking for it.
Well, even if they're stacked, you have the numbers now. You got time too. You can wait the smoke out. No big deal. They don't have any information elsewhere anyway, so you might as well check the close corner with the alarm bot. Okay. Clear out the other corners. Now you're just worried about the left side. Dude, they have not cleared out Xfero yet. Oh no. Oh no. Unfortunate. Unfortunate that the gun doesn't draw.
Handles the killjoy. Oh, and Juicy. Nice final shot. Was worried about Sufat for a second there. Could have gotten picked off. Perhaps even that gun recovered. A little bit of damage done, but ultimately not too significant. Wolves going to be able to bring in the important rifles here.
They're just checking for that.
It's not a bad play, but if he spams with Vandal, the Sova just dies. But that's because we have X-Ray. What if the Sova wasn't standing in the line of fire, but you spammed your Vandal and you get wall banged back because they saw your tracers? You know what I mean? Like,
It's a 2-round game.
we see X-Ray,
With that pistol.
but I don't.
Now the bonus though.
I don't actually think the shorty is like a round losing play there.
See how RRQ are going to opt to play with this Jemkin Cushy duo on A this time. It begins as it has.
Like, we see the X-ray, so it's like, yeah, he would have insta-died. But if he didn't hit the first shot, or if the Sova was like slightly to the off, or if someone was not actually in the line of fire, but they see the tracers and they wall bang back, like, it's like, you know, if you had a fan, like, if you had a Phantom, I mean, maybe the argument could be made. But
He got softened up from that first engagement, so Juicy does get the one shot on him.
it's a nasty shot. Jemkin losing that is rough.
Lysor working mid. They activate that alarm bot and then they just peel back. A minute on the clock. Wolves posted up
I think,
outside of it,
like, the thing is, I'm not saying that the shorty was the best play he could have made, but to make it sound like when we have all the information and X-ray and we know the result and we have hindsight, to make it sound like it was the, like, I think viewers in Valorant are so quick to jump to the conclusion, like, well, that was a bad play because you could have done this, and it's like, yeah, but think of it in a vacuum with zero information. Was the play he made actually, like, objectively wrong? And then also, not that particular round. Dude, they are getting dismantled. And then you also have to consider, I'm not talking about that round, but in some other rounds, it's also like, I mean, did you have to go for a stupid play to try to win, to stay alive in the tournament? You know what I mean? Like, when you consider all those things, it's like, okay, well, maybe it was. My favorite thing is also, like, so many of you guys say this, and then you're like, but I hate how G2 plays. And it's like, you know?
Hit in with a 4-man swing into that A side. Lysor comes late.
Dude, I went to cook Indomie for Icebox. RRQ started winning everything. Now I finished it and we're losing everything. Guess you gotta cook more. You gotta cook 3 more packs.
Jemkin pushing a bit deeper than on those prior rounds up in Nest.
Yeah, it's the loser of Fnatic and Gen G. They face against each other. They flip in the next round. Dude, Cushy's gonna try to bait for Jemkin here. If they come A at all. And I think they will.
Patient here. This approach is Aldrone likely to reveal, yeah, some positioning.
Oh, I don't. Was Jemkin spotted by that drone in the last second? I think Cushy was late to break that. Doesn't matter. But
Converts, and now RRQ, yeah, really don't have much to work with. They are run ragged on this A side. It's just Crazy Guy. Best he can hope for here is some kind of odd timing. Juicy is not going to give him an inch, baby.
This one is as good as done. Get another plant.
I truly in my soul believe that RRQ thought they won or want to end the round fast. I don't think that's nerves, though. RRQ has always had an overheating problem. RRQ players have always had an overheating problem. That is not a new thing. They fixed it for the most part in Stage 1, but that has always been an RRQ problem. And the reason I say I'm happy with Jemkin doing plays like that is one of the biggest problems RRQ had was everybody would overheat and then Jemkin wouldn't. And so there was a big disconnect. So if you're going to overheat, you might as well all overheat together. That's my take.
Trouble so far with this slow
but that's not nerves, though. I don't think that's nerves. I think that's just a bad habit of, like, you think you have momentum. But it's also, like, again, but how many teams have we seen that, like, just have momentum and they start doing stupider and stupider things and they just steamroll? You know what I mean? It's like,
Toronto, we have an even game. How
it's not, you know, if it doesn't work once, you shouldn't keep doing it. You know, you shouldn't overheat like 5 times in a row, but, you know?
Clawing these rounds back.
I think it's hard to say that. It's hard to say that that's objectively always the wrong thing to do. It's just not a good thing to do in repetition.
Get Coach Ewok in the ears of the Pacific #1 seed.
Wolves are just trying to do what RRQ.
What does it feel like to lose to TMV? That's an incredible question. Good thing I'm not affiliated with RRQ and I don't really care. I mean, I like the team, but I'm not the only teams I'm emotionally attached to in this tournament is Fnatic, and then in general outside of that would be Nongshim, I think. Maybe a little bit of...
Unfortunately for RRQ, Jemkin has not been
No, there are
able to
other
score a
players
kill
I'm
on this
emotionally
hard game.
attached to. I don't think there's really any other team I'm emotionally attached to.
Aggro, but there hasn't really been utility behind him. It's just trying to tuck in corners, take a duel.
How about 10
dash
times in a
away.
row?
There was that
Might
very
have to go
unlucky
see a
round where
doctor.
He ran into the outlaw after taking damage from YU. Then also just playing the tuck angle on pipes a couple times. Maybe it's
Yo,
they can try
Gothu,
to sync
56
something
with a
up
gifted
for him.
sub. Thank you.
But that being said, with his comp,
Thank you so much for the
really have
gifted
the
sub.
flashes
Thanks for the
to play
support.
around
Appreciate
by.
it.
Don't have that dizzy to swing off of. You don't have a KO where you can throw
No
a
choo-choo?
top flash. Those are just not available.
I mean, I am
to
a
him.
semi-believer, but I am not... Like, I like Paper X. I like the players. I like Alex.
They're going to need to lean into
You know,
that. It
I'm
can't be
good
now,
friends with
however.
Alex, but,
Something brewing though, over on the B side of the map.
you know, I'm not, like...
This is going to be checked for and very quickly.
I'm not emotionally attached to the
Has
team.
fight. Wolves realize just
You
how
do have to
far
understand,
up
I'm
RRQ
generally
pushed.
not very emotionally attached to, like, any, like,
How long did
fandom
they afford
in
to
general.
maintain that
Like, I've never, like,
advanced footing on the defense
had, like, an
side? Now
artist that I
Wolves will go
always
elsewhere. They
listen
will
to all their
sniff
new
out
releases or,
a route to
you know,
the
went to
top.
their concerts or whatever. Same with sports.
Into B main, but
I've had, like, one or two teams, like, when I was growing up that I followed for, like, a couple years, but...
So
it's not anything against those teams. That's
No
just
longer get
how
that
I am.
free information in mid.
yeah, they want to be able to at least feign that they can pressure.
Yeah, I saw... Ooh.
Doing what he's been doing
Big
on the
trade,
try
though.
rounds.
Finally on
Dude,
the board in the second half.
Wolves are out to take Jemkin on first contact. Even if he gets first kills, he's not getting true first kills. That is rough.
Rapid trade
Wolves has a
throw as the
good
Strikers
read on what they
unlock
want to do, and then they drone right away. Dude, he is selling this, and they're quick on it. They're already grouped up.
onto A, while the rest of the team just
You drew out
slowly
another smoke.
follow the
This poison
contact
cloud's about to
remain.
end. The timing's perfect from
Cloud
Wolves.
going to drop.
They're almost guaranteed a plant here.
Yeah, now that the
30
wall
seconds left.
goes up, Crazy Guy has no opportunity to try to take an engagement from Snowman.
Yeah, the
but
toxic screen timing's a bit off, but you already had the angles anyway. Yeah, Lyster, you got to get out of the way. Ooh,
wants
good
to swing
cover
out
too.
RRQ. They're just so spread across the map that it doesn't give anyone an opportunity to get.
Like Nongshim for the noodles?
They have to go
Oh,
for
if
a
you
full
haven't
intake. Kushi
noticed,
has the
I'm
Hunter Sphere.
part
That's
of
the
Nongshim
best
Red
tool
Force.
that they've got available right
I am a
now.
Nongshim affiliated streamer. But I am not emotionally attached to the team simply because I'm paid.
Juicy in on the side. That's
I
troublesome for
really
Monet.
like the team.
There it is,
Followed them
Spring is
through
picked up. That
challengers.
also turns off the Viper Wall for later. Juicy now knows
The
he's going
flank
to get more
though.
high swung on this corner and
Ooh.
getting a little bit close.
Sufat's going back around. Doesn't matter. Juicy gets two. Sufat believed. Dude, and then he runs away. Juicy's gonna make noise, make him get off the half.
Has to fight for his life. One more tap in
Sufat.
the Sufat
Oh,
doesn't
he
keep
plays
the full
tied.
kick caboodle, though. He won't give him an inch.
He's just better.
Ice cold is Sufat.
Sufat's actually
And he
just
knows
better.
He's just delivered a back-breaking round win for Wolves.
He is actually
Absolutely
just the
worth
better
it.
player.
Just swinging out with the gun
Oh my
barrels.
god.
Devious.
Dude, that was actually a...
Fair play to Kushi.
How
He
many
made a
players have we
serious
seen? We saw
go out.
Jemkin earlier. I mean, I know it was 0.09, but like how many rounds have we seen this year where someone thinks they just have to go in and ruin one more defuse and then they lose by like 0.0, 0.05, whatever.
Investment from them, even the Hunter's Fury committed to the round.
Sufat's actually just better. That's crazy.
Crash and Bladestorm. And a lead. Heading to round 18.
Jemkin has picked up that hero Vandal, intentions of fighting all of RRQ here. They swing out together, but the weapons are good enough to shut down by Wolves.
Decent enough
Uh-oh.
for a buy of this nature. Monyet giving him hell. Attack Sparrow with only a sheriff.
Juicy.
You'll miss it. Wolves charging to the
Damn,
lead.
dude.
It's 10 to 8.
RRQ just lacking the utility required. for
Just
some
looking
of
at
these
Paper X
aggro
alone, it
plays.
could be hundreds of
It's coming down
rounds.
to having to straight up fight together, and they're at such a disadvantage there with just the one rifle.
This Spring got up and he's like, Meister, you're not going to stand up, dude?
This next round,
What the hell, man?
I wanted to see this up at some point. Finally, the economy has gotten to a place where RRQ can actually purchase it, give it to Jemkin.
Oh, chat, I don't think you should be emotionally detached. I think if you're from Pacific, you should be sad if RQ loses. I'm just saying I'm generally not that emotionally attached to teams. I mean, I'm sad for RQ, but I also think the Wolves... I also just think Wolves is playing really well. You know what I mean?
Really trying to
I just like good Valorant.
Every single
But if
corner
you're
in
a
the
Pacific fan,
condition
like,
to Jemkin
yeah, it is
playing
kind
up
of sad.
close in Nest, and a player playing low from pipes.
But dude, Wolves
Force him down to the low ground.
Wolves is so prepped to peak Jemkin and trade.
Slow things down. Take this space towards A. Then
They didn't see him here. Look at all these pings.
Does spot out Sufat.
They don't have any information on B. They have no idea where this off is.
There, and that's actually going to call a rotate from B. Look at Monyet. He's trying to get to A right now. The execute's coming through. Dizzy
Okay,
over the
they
top.
get a ping deep into the site. They have Thrash though.
For the Jet 2. Say execute's coming through.
Dude,
Wolves.
Spring got so much space.
Playing it slow. Wait for this Thrash. Here we go. Now it's on.
YU sees the Omen TP away, spots 2 players.
Yeah, spot 2 on Rafters. That's big.
Into Nest.
The paranoia kind of delays him.
Juicy appears out of nowhere in the low ground.
Juicy wins that.
Desperately trying to get this weapon in his hands. And he's put it to
Oh
use
man,
Spring,
do you
but he
give
remains
11?
on the
You have
outside
knives.
looking in. And
Oh
Juicy is
my.
done. Cutting a bloody swap.
Dude, Juicy is on a rampage.
Holy.
Holy.
Trying to win the round for his team. RRQ are going to drop a 3rd consecutive round.
Too scared
Dude.
to even attempt
As an
to
APAC
go
guy, I'm rooting
save
for
that
RRQ,
off
especially
the
because I'm
low
Indonesian, but
HP.
I'm so happy for Wolves. Can't believe TMV is
Playing
missing.
it safe,
Dude, this is
getting
actually
out with the
insane that TMV is
rifle
missing
only.
this.
Jemkin gets 1, but it's too little too late when he does.
Dude,
At this rate, Wolves are going to buy almost for the rest of the game.
the literal unfortunate timing of watch this as your teammate dies and now the round is near impossible. That is rough. And then he just has to go for the insta-peek.
You have Lysol 1 away from getting the lockdown. Juicy at some point pretty low on the scoreboard for Wolves, and now the most kills in the server at 19. He has been outrageous.
Damn.
And his story
Rough.
is just incredible. I mean, ascending years ago with Crazy Guy on his team, but being unable to play due to not being eligible with his age, forced to wait until this year. Can't get a team.
Wolves could actually, well, top 3 is very tough, but Wolves could, because if they get to upper finals, they would be top 3.
Zero expectations were written off by the community.
But I do think Fnatic and Gen G are like
and just can't stop winning. The
like whichever one
confidence
wins that, I
growing.
think is
Like Sufa said,
probably
he
the
has no
scariest
fear
team,
of being
but-
eliminated. They've defied their own expectations already, and they just want to see how far they can take it. It's unbelievable that they've got.
I want to see Gen G versus Fnatic Haven.
For as long as humanly
Kami.
possible.
Yeah, you just want Munchkin to pick Viper again and finally lose,
I
to
don't
finally
know how
pay
easy
for his
it's going to be
sins.
for them to maintain. They are toppling some incredible teams, but I've got to say RRQ would be by far the biggest, most high-profile notch in their belt ever.
The Viper at it.
And they pick Ascent against them. The audacity to choose RRQ's best map to start the series, and they take them to task. They're doing the same now on Icebox. Jemkin might not get it off back in his hands.
Is Ascent statistically their best map from stage 1?
RQ are just thrust into another tragic buy. Monyet with a hero rifle that he saved from that last round.
I mean,
Perhaps
4-1 versus 4-2, I
There
guess.
will be an opportunity to commit the ultimates that they have. Cushy is getting close to that Hunter's Fury as well.
I think, I mean, it's a narrative.
Jemkin is pushed up. He wants to take another
It is a
first
narrative.
engagement, but it looks like he's just going to be
But you
flashed
beat
off this line by
Paper Rex,
wide.
Talon, and Nongshim on
Swing out of
it.
this
Sorry,
cover,
Nongshim, but...
becomes forced to retreat.
And that was the Talon game where
Cloudburst gets him out, but Jemkin wants to
they looked like they didn't understand what their agents did.
If a player pushed up and a weapon upgrade was offered to him, he'd gladly make use of it.
These lurks from Wolves have been getting so much impact as well.
Yeah, no, they're talking about win rate, but I didn't realize, because I never rated their Ascent that high. Like, their Ascent is solid, but
Trapped as he over time. It catches Cushy at 410, dangerous, but the dark cover.
I feel like they're actually,
allowing to retreat.
Juicy
they have
doesn't really
better
wanna taste it. Despite
understandings
RRQ
of
being on a win
Haven.
to buy.
Yeah.
Spring also could try and- Bro, what? The mosh pit for
It
Crazy
is
Guy.
falling apart, chat. That
That is a
how
devastating loss. Gotcha now is going to
oh,
start hunting for something. The clock is
he
starting
must
to
have been
bleed.
in
Wolves
smoke
are
form,
really
right? He
slowing
had
the
to have
pace
been.
down.
It feels desperate. They're letting
30 seconds
RRQ
left.
He had to have been in setting up a smoke.
fear the oncoming hit. Get into bad position. Sufa ready to swing. The lockdown is coming through. What a kill for
I mean,
Tushy.
it still sucks, but like that would make it logical at the very least.
Wingman's gonna go and try and get a plant down, and Spring tries to get involved from mid. Juicy is there!
Dude, Juicy is going insane!
Again, he's forced out of it. This time,
21-14, this guy.
No choice. He's gonna deliver some pure magic for RRQ.
That was absolute chaos with the double lockdown. The wingman getting broken. Monya pressing.
Hashtag.
Dangerous
Have
to even
bleed.
offer him that opportunity.
Now they know exactly where Monyet is. Over to the sky, there's an attack, but Juicy delivers.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say something really mean, but it's too out of pocket. I'm not gonna say it.
Running over RRQ.
Wolves with multiple opportunities now to close out the match. And Juicy's at 22 and 14.
Wolves are really good.
The last few rounds.
Like, I mean, I put them at the bottom of the barrel as well coming into the tournament, but like Wolves are really good this tournament.
For all the hype that Jemkin has got.
It's not even just bandwagon. They're like actually playing. Dude, I am so curious what their calling structure is. Sufat's calls are so good.
Juicy over top again.
And it's on Jemkin. The first kill architect for RRQ.
Yeah, he gets a true first kill on Jemkin like that on the potential last round.
Nothing's going right for this.
Dude, the pace changed too, right? They go slow like 3 rounds in a row, and then Juicy just goes, nah, I'd win.
Recipe for success from Wolves. They're slowing it
Crazy good pacing, and then they slow it down again. They've got turret. Holy.
Make a mistake and then swing over the top. There's the dizzy.
They're playing numbers. They know they'd win 5v4.
Pinged down by the recon bolt and doesn't want to try and push the issue, but Cushy's already out of the picture.
He's just eating it. He's just eating it. Oh my god.
Why are you coming forward and now it's getting a little bit sloppy.
The calls are too good. The calls are too good.
And it's all on Xfero to keep RRQ in the upper bracket.
Damn, dude.
They don't always hear Sufat down on a timing. This will have Lysor's head on a swivel though.
Wait, Xfero, I need you to get at least one more kill. I need you to get 15 kills for my VFL.
All of his util at his disposal.
Get at least one more, and then you can figure out your own destiny after that.
Around the corner, Lysor and Juicy doubled up. Juicy in a position.
Dude, their positions are so good. Oh, this is so, it's a tough angle.
And RRQ trying to run with the Wolves.
Damn, dude. Dude, Sufat's so fun to watch. Sufat's so fun to watch.
The dream run continues for the team that no one thought would even make it out.
You would chocolate water 1 to 4 ranking for our potential opponents was, spoiler, we respected Wolves. I mean, I think that's fair, especially after how they played.
And it's undisputed. What Juicy just did to his ex-teammate in Crazy
I mean,
shutting down Jemkin.
But it would have been what? Sen, PRX, Wolves, Gen? I mean, I gotta imagine your order was actually exactly like this. I don't... Well, it depends on what you think about Genji's map pool. You could have put Wolves last, actually, if you disrespected Genji's map pool.
And it just seems like there's some magic about this Wolves roster. Almost like it's meant to be. Who will stand in there?
But damn, dude, what a win. Very well played. Very well played from Wolves. RRQ, it's only the first couple rounds of Ascent where they started a little slow. But other than that, this is all Wolves. This is all Wolves.
Lysor, Poppy, come over here, buddy. Hold on. Let me get you. You guys go ahead, meet the adoring audience.
Dude, Sufat has a ton of aura. He is oozing aura. This guy's got his own aura too. I love it.
About not having confidence coming in to this game, to this event, but you just ended that match with 4 kills, and it looked beautiful. How do you feel right now, buddy?
因为其实你之前也有提到过，在来到这回多伦多大师赛的时候，可能确实有的时候没有那么自信。但是刚才在这场比赛里，也是以一个你的4杀结束了战局。那现在感觉如何呢？现在觉得自信吗？
我现在感觉非常开心。然后刚来到这个舞台的时候，怎么说呢？心里头确实怎么说，感觉不够自信。后面我的教练告诉我相信自己，然后我兄弟们也告诉我，他们也听我，我真的很开心。 我现在感觉很自信，我很相信我团队，我也相信自己，我觉得我们会继续赢下去。
Why does she look so shocked?
I think I'm really happy right now. I remember when I first stand on this stage, I was not confident at all, but my coach kept told me that you are good enough. You need to trust yourself. And also my teammates always encourage me, and we trust each other. We encourage each other.
Yeah.
And right now I'm pretty happy and pretty confident. And I'm pretty sure we are going to go forward in this tournament.
Well, I think with
Dude,
that
I love
result
that
there,
though. I'm
he
so
should be
glad
feeling
Lysor,
confident.
like,
Ain't
I'm
that
so
right,
glad the
Toronto?
team built him up to
Unbelievable.
succeed.
Now, we have to mention. Oh yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Well done. Now we have to mention RRQ.
This is what I was circling.
chose you guys. So, how I guess did you feel when you saw RRQ make that selection? Was the team like confident that this would be a victory for the Wolves?
因为其实在这场比赛里是 RRQ 先
Dude,
选择了
Spring
你
too.
们嘛，
The
所以
the
也想
glow
知道
up
在
from
RRQ
Spring
选
into
择了
this
你们之后，
tournament
你们大概是
is
什么样
crazy.
的感受？然后同时你们会觉得能赢下他们吗？
他们选我们以后，我就感觉我们能赢吧。我很自信，我也很相信我的团队，我觉得我们能力可以赢下去。
I think Fnatic should be favored, but 60-40 at best.
To be
I agree with that.
After they chose us, I think I'm really confident that we could beat them.
Yeah.
As I said before, we trust each other, and I really trust my teammates. I think we could beat RRQ in this matchup.
Hey, and you most definitely did. But the last thing I want to ask, we keep seeing you stand up after every round, every moment. How do we get you to do something else? How do we get you to like talk trash or maybe just throw some shade at the other team?
因为其实我们可以看到，在比赛里，你一直不断的在站起来，几乎每一回合你都会站起来嘛。也想知
Please
道
tell me
除去站起来以外，可能
you think
有的
it's
时候
more
会不会
intimidating.
做一些其他
I
的东
love
西，
that
比
he
如
does
说
it. He
做
does it
一些
in
拉丁
China
话或者
too.
做一
That's
些
that's
其
just
他的
his
手势的
thing.
可以带一些手势，我觉得是怎么带，我是看感觉。如果我感觉来了，我带手势；然后我感觉来了，我就站起来，因为感觉很开心嘛。
I think I could do something else maybe in the upcoming matches, and it's all depend on my feelings. Sometimes I feel like I want to stand up, and sometimes I feel like I want to do some gesture to our opponents. It depends on the feelings.
Oh, well, I look forward to seeing what you come up with, buddy. Guys, give it up one more time for Lysor.
I don't think this favors Fnatic unless they float Pearl.
Send it back over to the desk.
When there's been a Gen G map pull doubter. Dude, I love Sufat's energy though. Sufat's energy is so good. It's like not even just, it's like hard to classify it as simply like a pop off or just like aura or whatever. He just has such good energy. I'd do more if I needed to. There you go. That's the translation. That's the interpretation. All right, chat. I have Fnatic winning the next match. We're going to run some ads real quick while they run some ads. So please bear with us. Thanks for watching. We'll be right back. Chat, should I go make some ramyun? Kind of fiending for a bowl. Kind of fiending for a bowl. Ramyun plus Grant. I don't think we'll have time for that. Let me try to do it real quick. I'm going to leave this on so you guys can listen to the desk because my YouTube VODs are screwed anyway. A bowl of Nongshim, of course. I'll be right back.
An update is required. Financial system updating. System updated.
We will dance to get.
The future of money is here. Feels good.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm up the shit with my brothers. Keep lethal weapons and Glover. Push make a young nigga thugger. You know best friend is a cover. Girl on me bouncing like flubber. Boy young with money like stunner. 300 a pint pour all summer. Shoot on sight if you fuck with my come up. Your boy got a license to start this. Shoot on sight isn't right, but we gunning. Sip a Sprite pour all night at the function. Yeah, we bump 21, ain't no jumping. Through the X and the X did the dumb shit. Said I rock one-on-one how I've done shit. In your eyes, see you jump if I smoke this. Bump an X when I flex for the youngin'. Your boy got a license to start this. Shoot on sight isn't right, but we gunning. Sip a the spike all night at the fight at the phone. Pull up to the club. Pop that.
I can't do this right now.
Your boy got a license to start this. She don't fight as a rifle, we gun it. That's for the spike all night at the fight at the phone.
None of the #1 seeds have managed to pick up a single map win so far at playoffs, and it's time to see if EMEA's only hope, Fnatic, can break that curse against Genji. I am your host, Yingsun, and I'm back here with Mimi and Kakuka. It feels weird to say that sentence out loud, but this is probably the most difficult matchup a #1 seed has had to face so far this tournament.
If you were to tell me this is seed 1 versus seed 1, after they've won and finding out that each other in the upper bracket, I would 100% believe you, because the form that we've seen from Genji is not of a second seed, is not anything but first seed.
Yeah, and you almost got a feel for Fnatic, because this is now the second time that, everyone gets to pick their matchup. They're going to be so happy. And Fnatic is forced to pick Genji. They have no choice for another tournament, Yinsu.
They need to send Ben next time, because Kojo failed, Milan failed. I think Ben with the Irish luck could maybe help them. But you've heard it from Munchkin as well in that daily teaser. It's because everyone else is too scared to pick them. They're cowards.
That was absolutely cold from him. But you have to agree, most of the teams would looking at Genji and their run that they had through the Swiss stage, and you would think, I do not want to go up against them, especially since they have warmed up and we haven't. And this picture sums it up. Koju, back in time, what was it, in Shanghai?
It was, yeah, it was.
And then Milan the other day just, left with that.
Just the 1,000-yard stare holding on to the Genji logo there. It is a very tough matchup to draw. Genji only lost 20 rounds across their Swiss stage run. In my opinion, they look like the strongest team coming out of Switch. They had to switch into some new compositions, but they just went right into double smokes, a lot of solo Sova, and I feel like Texture, as a player, he's so good in that kind of meta. When he's been at his best, he doesn't need a ton of initiator utility. He's so self-sufficient. One Sova dart and that can just win it.
For most people that don't remember this, Breeze, Fnatic had the chance. They were ahead. They could have won that 2-1. Kakuka, they ended up bombing out of the tournament, and you remember how much that got to Boaster. He cried at the press conference, and he even said that this is one of the lowest points of his entire career.
It's getting so close, especially once you've had a good year and then you're put at stake. Everybody's thinking if you are still the team that you once were in 2023, and if you can keep that up. But today, they have a chance to change history, to redeem themselves and do it against the same team.
And I think these teams respectively represent for Fnatic the best squad of 2023, if you look across the whole year. And it's like the same here for Genji last year with the performance they had in 2024. But the history, that relationship between these guys is very much there, Yinsu.
For the people that don't know this is one of the probably biggest curses in Valorant. The X team are expected to win this event, and Kakuka, it has worked.
It so many times.
It's worked for 2 out of the 4 tournaments that he's done this in.
I'd say that for every tournament you have to, trust your God. Why wouldn't you do it? Just play your luck.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to work this time. I don't think even the power of the tweet is going to give Fnatic a win.
Gonna need a little bit more than a curse to beat Gen.G in their current form.
Listen, if Achilles has missed a prediction, anything can happen today.
He actually did earlier. But let's talk about this Fnatic, because after kickoff, I don't think many people expected them to be back on the global stage with Kayak and Crashies. Crashies is back.
This is such an honestly like redemption year for Fnatic, right? After having a really tough 2024, losing out on Durka, not having Leo on the roster coming into this year. But despite all that, they have found fantastic players in Kayak and Crashies to fill that void, and they're back on top in EMEA. They're defining a lot of the meta ideas. This is the Fnatic that we were missing in 2024.
I love the balance that we're seeing. 3 made changes, at least in my head, from the Fnatic that we knew at the beginning of the year, and this one. Of course, El Mapari not being the head coach, now Milan and Scott in head coach and assistant coaches, respectively, in those positions. One, Crashies having that resurgence, I think finding himself again, how he wants to play, how he can help this team, and the way that they have led Kayak to be the great duelist that he is today. He was amazing last year in Apex, but filling in the shoes of Durka is not something that anyone could do.
Yeah, a quick turnaround from like playing Ascension to now coming here and being on a top level with Fnatic. But there were questions how well Crashies would fit in, playing not with the Optic Core for the first time, but by all accounts, he has been so good on this roster.
Yeah, and even at that arrival little slow motion walk, I've been to many events where Crashies has been there. I have never seen him slow motion walk that towards the camera with a smile. That is the only time I think on a global stage I've ever seen him.
We're like Canada, we make people smile nicer.
I don't think it's that. I think it's Boaster. Do you know what? I think it is. I'm going to give the people what they want. The Boaster Crashies bromance, the way every single time the camera goes to them, you can expect the silliness out of Boaster. But Kukuka, did you expect the whimsicalness coming out of Crashies?
And Ramyeon with rice
I think
cakes?
that since it was consistent from the beginning, I think that the fact that he was not having a good kickoff and whatnot did not affect the trust that Boaster had in him. It takes you from, I was there with you when things were not good, so now that things are good, I am so happy I'm still sharing it with you.
And you see both these guys are such accomplished players.
Yes, Crashies my goat.
Crashies is so different. Optic were always the bad guys, even before that when they were Envy, even past that when they were NRG. And now he's here with Fnatic, and
all right, let's get some Scrando going while we wait, yeah?
Having a good time, and fans are loving him for it. And
are you going to play PoE1 again after? It depends on how long this game goes, because I do have to go to church after the stream. But
back on that championship winning roster.
Well, he himself said when he won EMEA, which by the way he's never
you
won
got
a domestic trophy
tteokbokki.
before until he
That's
came
always
to EMEA,
nice.
which is the weirdest thing to say. But Mimi, he said it himself. I actually think this is my prime. And now you've also been there with the Optic, Envy, maybe even T1 Crashies back in the day. Would you agree that he's coming into this tournament at his prime?
If we're talking stage 1 form,
what are we starting with here?
I'm still yet to see if he's going to surpass that form, because I think it has to come to performing at a global
Guatemala.
level. Getting deep
Beef
into
with
playoffs
churmo
like he did
sauce,
back
sweet
on
onions,
Optic,
black beans, and a
but
tortilla
the
for
signs are
only
there.
£1.50
Been great. He's clutching again,
versus
he's cracking
sausage
again, he's
chips
smiling
and
in the server.
stuffing with
It's
great.
everything we want from Crashies.
And,
I am a
Kukuka, you
sucker
get
for
to do
stuffing,
the,
though.
Easy job of selling to a global audience who Kayak is.
Okay,
I am cooked at this point. I cried every first seed just for the meme to see how wrong I'd be.
Last year, his team
Damn,
led
Bossy.
his team to win Ascension and got to Apex, that 12th slot in EMEA. He got the offer from Fnatic, and again, filling up the shoes of Durka, one of the, if not
72.
the
It was
most
close.
popular
All right.
duelists in our region.
Chat,
and
we're
in
going for the
world,
10 out of 10
definitely
today.
the top 3. From the beginning, he has been performing, being flexible in various
Oh,
different
dude, I
heroes,
really
and
want
fit
to
it
try
into the
this.
style of Fnatic.
But
Now,
like
hear me
mac and
out.
cheese balls is
It was
OP.
not easy. It was not always easy, but time and time again, they found solutions to every single issue. And
People just know how
very
good that
on the
is.
stage. I think that having all this crowd
The
here
fried
supporting him
shrimp
is going to
dumplings
be
or whatever from Brazil,
He went
akarahe
plus 48
or
kills
whatever.
during the EMEA Grand Final.
How is
He was,
that?
like,
How does
the
that
best
win?
Statistical player of EMEA playoffs as well. But he is a really young guy. This is his first global tournament that he's going to be attending, and
How
he
does that
obviously
win?
had an outrageous
Mac and cheese ball,
showing back
mac
in
and
EMEA.
cheese balls.
So I think
I-
a lot of
you gotta emphasize the right
questions for
word
this
there.
tournament about whether Fnatic can win another trophy come down to if Kayak can show us that form he did back in EMEA. But with teammates like that, I think they can bring it out of him.
Do you think it was? Do you think it was the price?
Of course, at that grand final, he was so nervous. He choked. He underperformed. He had all these kind of rumors and labels of him being an onliner, but he's proved himself, proved everybody wrong already, like you spoke about. But the question is, though, Kakuka, is he gonna be able to do that to Genji?
Damn.
And especially the head-to-head that we're speaking
Looks kind of good, not gonna lie. Never had Duck Heart though.
Think about the MVP
£7
that bracelet that
versus
we're going
a
to give at the end of the
okay-looking double
tournament.
cheeseburger with cheesy chips for $5.
Having some rookies, some
Easy
new faces,
win.
players like Kaya coming into today into the match and into the tournament as the first seed, can they make
Brazilian currency
the same
conversion coming in
impression that
clutch.
some other teams have been doing? Because
A long
Genji
meatball
had
from
an
Indonesia.
absolute wonder
How
of
good
the
is this?
time during the Swiss stage. They
Actually, I'm sorry, Indonesian fans. I don't care how good this is. This looks like a whopping burger. 3 burgers, 3 bacon,
Yeah, he
3
was just so
sausages,
good
and 3.
throughout the
Dude, this
Swiss
is
stage. It
unbeatable.
was honestly just such a clean run for them. Genji is one of those teams where you watch them and you feel like they could almost just like slow the rounds down super
I mean, this
well.
is this
You
is
never
just
see
too
them
strong.
get clustered.
86%.
It's very rare for players to actually
Wait, hold
go
on.
and overheat.
Chocolate
They're
and
just
nut-covered
on point
bananas
with
are
all of the
actually
basics,
dope.
And then you add in
It's
some
also
of the
only
best
50
individual
pence.
aimers in Valorant to
But
that
this
mix,
is rice,
and a great
beans,
meta read,
pork loin,
and you
fried
get a
egg,
team
collard
who
greens.
looks willing to go deep.
Yeah, and Mimi, so far the teams
No,
that
you
have
gotta go
gone
for
up against
this.
Genji have
This is
somehow
also only 3
forgotten
pounds.
that texture can op.
Yeah.
They just ignore that for some reason.
I love him opping on Neon.
Yeah, but
He's
it's
one of,
close.
like,
This
the
is
only
75 as
players that
well.
consistently does that past, like,
No, the chocolate bananas are so
when he
good.
was on-
Oh, wow.
It's a rare one.
I did not expect that one.
Anders loves the scramble.
But yeah, texture was just
Dirty
a
burger,
beast
beef,
with the
chicken,
offense.
bacon,
Right
cheese,
wing
and
looked
onions
good.
with chips.
And honestly, I just love his
Wait, beef,
reaction.
chicken,
Every
bacon,
time his ace
cheese,
gets
and
stolen, he's
onions.
popping off, he's making a show on that
Yeah,
stage.
I guess
Look at
the
this
bun's
number.
like
Dexter got a kill
weird.
in 70%
The bun's so
of the
thick.
76% of the rounds that he played with the
Versus
operator.
a bacon
For you to
cheeseburger.
give you some more of the numbers.
with
He
cheesy
played
chips?
operator out of the
I go for
72
this.
rounds that he needed to qualify to this on 25. That is a
Okay.
35 almost % of the rounds being played with the operator.
If Genji win this, do we need a better advantage for first
They
seeds?
know that that is going to be a winning
I just-
condition. for
I
the
don't
side of
know. I
Genji.
think-
How are you going to deal with that?
Like,
but on the other
it's
side,
not
if
that there's
things are
no
very even
impact
down
for
and the
people
economy
playing
is
on
not good for it,
stage
he will
and like
likely
ramping
not
up,
have the weapon to
but also like
Been a
on
few
a new
days since we've
patch,
seen
like
Genji on this
come
stage, so
on.
let's hear from one of their players. Here is Foxy Nye with Golden Boy.
Wait, what is this cheese?
Everyone, GB here alongside Foxy.
Hold on, we gotta listen to our
Genji, and of course,
goat.
the incomparable Jen Lee as we talk about this upcoming matchup.
Dude,
here.
what is going on with this cheese? But this
Foxy,
is so
you've
expensive.
been in this
$11.60
situation
for fish and
before,
chips.
but with a different team. What's the difference between your experience with DRX
That's
versus
tough.
your
What do you
experience
think?
now
Oh,
with
that's from
Genji?
Australia.
이제 작년에는 제가 팀한테 맞춰준다는 마인드로 플레이했더라면 지금은 이제 자유롭게 내가 누구인지 보여주는 것
That's
같습니다.
cheese adjacent
하고 싶은 것
plastic.
같습니다.
I would say a huge thing would be a change of mindset. Last year with DRX, I was more of doing something that would help my team, something that would really help the team in a
Oh, this
whole,
comes with a pint.
situation, right? But this coming in
Chad,
this
it's
year, I'm
GG.
just here to
It comes
prove
with a pint.
myself, trying to shine, and I have more freedom to do whatever I want to do. So I think it was that mindset change.
Yeah, well, I think the results certainly speak for itself, Foxy and I. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you on the stage. Back to you guys at the desk.
It's so nice to hear that from Foxy Nye.
I would pay
because Mimi,
6 pence
he's
to
been
not ingest radioactive mouth.
Yeah, I mean, his
Chat, you know what
entire
is funny
time
about that?
with DRX,
It's not that he
he's been in
necessarily
this
called
position
DRX
of,
too
like,
heavy,
getting
but basically
benched, getting
it says a
put back
lot
on the
about
main
the
roster,
structure of the two teams.
underperforming At global events. It
Foxy
seems
like had to
Foxy
fit the
is
team on
player from
DRX, and
Pacific that
he's
we've always been
there
waiting
now
to
fitting
see
him in
fulfill his
Genji. I'm
potential,
just
and
saying.
he never really has. But
I
at
think
this event, he's
he.
really
I don't think he
let
like
go of-
means it
of some of those
intentionally
mental
against
blocks.
DRX,
It's
but I think he
playing
feels
so well
it.
individually. He's having
I think he
fun
feels it.
on the stage.
The
It
pint
seems
is
like
too strong,
Pacific
chat.
Foxy is finally at a global
You could have a
level.
pint for 20 pounds
do
and
not
people would
forget
pick the
the
pint.
Seeing
Okay,
any
it's back.
player playing the deadlock, the way that
The
Foxy
shrimp
Nye was
dumpling,
doing
it's
it,
back
very
in a
weird
different
because,
stadium.
You see yes, they put the utility down. They have so
Versus
many
the
things to do during
Avro
the round,
bomber
and Foxy Nye
box.
still managed to find the kills, to find the
This is-
impact in every
oh, this one's
single
tough,
one of the
chat.
senses in the round. So really looking forward to
Fried
see what Genji is
chicken
going to do in the
wings,
playoffs now.
Yeah, and it's
plus
been such
fries,
a long
plus
time,
like a
since
double
we've
bacon
been able to
cheeseburger.
call players like Foxy Nye one of the best in the world, somebody that look like
Oh,
they
but
could
this
lift
is a pound
trophy. So
60.
it's going to be interesting to see how some of the players on the side of Fnatic, particularly Kayak, back who's never played
Anders, can you give a
against
small
any
insight of
these
what went
players
wrong
before,
yesterday with
handle
G2?
that?
We hard into the 3v1 on
absolutely.
split that
There's a
functionally
lot of
flipped the
pressure
one map to a
on
lost
Kayak
one.
especially
Ooh,
going into
I know
this
exactly
last
which one you're
gen. He
talking
is
about.
Such a a good opponent.
You gotta love Texture.
But I
On
think
Lotus
Fnatic are
can't
gonna have
speak
that
on it
chip their
much.
shoulder. They lost this last time. They
I think
want
that's
the
fair.
revenge.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that.
Okay,
because if you
Andrews,
wanna
have you
talk
had
about
this? Is this good? Like, I
rematches,
want
it
to try it.
doesn't
I think it would be good,
more
but it's like crazy to me that so many
exciting
people are
than
so
this one.
confident in
We
this.
finally get to see what Fnatic can bring against probably the best team right now in this tournament. So
How
let's
does
send this
this
down
lose
to, the
to
stage
10
and bring out the
pounds
teams.
and the earlier one? Oh, I don't understand. Bratwurst versus hot dog and loaded chips? Bratwurst. Dude, I don't understand, man. I don't understand the people. Slice of Domino's pizza versus nachos, but this is only $2.50. No shot, man. $2.50? Domino's is okay now.
Versus
Scrandle is rigged, chat. Scrandle's rigged. Scrandle is rigged. You thought Valorant was rigged? Scrandle is rigged. Call Sean Garris. Never trust the hive mind. Exactly.
It's EMEA's only hope versus the team that none of the first seeds wanted to pick. This is a true heavyweight head-to-head.
And with so many teams from Pacific fighting for that trophy, Gen.G are looking for their second one. Now that they've made it out of the groups, they go up against the very best of EMEA.
Well, the only team of EMEA.
Yeah, everyone else had a pretty disappointing showing.
I just bought a 33 centimeter tall mattress. That Domino's pizza looks comparable.
I think Gen.G had kind of a tough question. Do you want to play on Split or do you want to play on Icebox? Both those maps are incredible for Fnatic, and they chose to leave the Split in, banning away Icebox.
Yeah, if you are not
Gen.G
and you're not aware
picked
of this is
the
something
Viper
that we see
Haven
in EMEA
into
constantly.
Fnatic.
Banning Pearl, picking the Split. This tell is something that Gen.G is also going to have. If they decide
You're
not to go
kidding
for
me.
the Icebox, they know that the Split is almost going to be a guarantee.
I also love the sides as well. If you guys
Holy.
didn't see that, Gen.G picked Haven and Fnatic.
No, I imagine
on
Sunset would
defense.
actually be map 3
Fnatic
between
picked
these two
Split,
teams,
and
but
Gen.G chose to start on attack. There's so many layers of mind games going in already, but you gotta feel, you know, a bit
Damn.
of copium for EMEA because Fnatic getting Split.
you would
and
do that
Haven
too?
at
Well, I
maps
mean,
1 and 2.
I don't like
You
Gen.G's
can't be sad
Haven.
about that.
I don't think it's punished
I
enough.
think those are just two of their best.
I'm not saying it's
maps
necessarily
in this
easy to punish,
pool.
but I don't think
And
it's punished
if
enough.
Gen.G is going to beat them, doing it on those maps would be a real testament to how good this team is.
Yeah, if we think about the way that Fnatic have been interpreting this meta, yes, they've played some Tejo, but not a lot of it. It's not going to be as taxing as for most of the teams that we had in the tournament that were swapped into a complete Tejo meta. But if you think about Fnatic and the Haven, you think about that Yoru, that Yet, that double duelist, that has been a characteristic of them, and Gen.G has a read on that.
Yeah, both these first two maps, they're playing comps where Fnatic never had the Teo in the mix. But, in my opinion, now that the Swiss stage, Gen.G was probably the best team.
They're killing me
adapting
here.
away from the Teo. They played double smokes, they had Texture playing super well on the duels, even with less initiator support. It was no problem for Gen.G.
And I want to quickly
Where's
mention
HSK?
Alpha here because this is the first time we're going to see him
What happened to Solo's
play
bro?
on stage, no longer as a teenager. He's had his 20th birthday
That's the tale of
last
Viper
week,
comps. It should
and
always
he's going to
be
be
easier
able
to
play
punish than
duelist for the first
True,
match
true,
if they don't change
And Munchkin's very
anything
good
in
at it.
terms
I
of
do
comms.
respect
Again,
it.
if you're not familiar
I think
with them
Munchkin's
two
one of the
comps,
best at
It
it.
is not weird to see them
I
not
just-
change their comps.
I don't like it.
Absolutely. We're speaking about a team that likes to play it safe, and also because they've ridden the meta in so many maps. They find the key to what makes a composition very, very strong in any of the maps that we have in the game, and they stick to that. They make it work time and time again. And if it doesn't, they find a very, very quick fix. Now, on the side of Gen.G, do not forget, we're speaking about Fnatic and the Haven and whatnot. Gen.G obliterated MIBR on this map. It wasn't even funny, Mimi.
Yeah, 13-1. MIBR got smoked. And a lot of that came down to Texture on the Neon. The thing I'm watching out for, on defense especially, is how he plays with the off. He's a player who loves taking any space you give him. Walking down C,
Dude.
walking down A, getting forward lines
Also,
posted
Fnatic still bans
with
Pearl.
that operator.
Sad.
But because he's Neon, he's still going to have super fast
I need Fnatic
rotates,
to
can switch it right
crush
with the
Foxy 9
teammate,
on
and use
C
that
site.
stun and
That's
that
what I
slide
need. It's
to
not
be
even about the
effective in
Viper.
retake as well.
And I just wonder how they can deal with the Viper Omen. Fnatic, this is the combo Viper Omen. You don't see that in EMEA, so they wouldn't have had a lot of practice on it, and they're not going to change anything.
Oh, pretends to be shocked, meme.
Yeah, no
What
surprises.
are we going to say? No surprises. No, absolutely. But we need to look at Alpha here as well. He is a great Sentinel, but even a better
Yes,
duelist.
exactly, Anderson. No, it's not even. Yeah, it's not even that they run the Viper. It's that they cater the Viper comp to
I want
Foxy
to see
9.
Fnatic playing forward on their sights.
They
Not
cater
to
the
retake
Viper Crump
quite
to
as often
Foxy 9 so
fighting up.
he
But
can
that's
be
exactly
safe.
what Double Duelist is great at. The pitfall of playing against Viper is
Watch your
falling back
language.
into these post fights, trying to flood through
And that's
that
what
orb. It's
and
a
I think that
recipe
doesn't get
for
punished enough.
disaster.
I don't think
But when you
Foxy
have
9 gets
Kayak
punished
and
enough.
Alpha as the point men to fight into your opponent's space, I think that's a really good matchup for Fnatic.
Yeah, and I'm very excited to get into this game, and I bet you our casters will be very excited as well. One of them, you know him, he's been almost flawless in his predictions. We've definitely heard
Haven't
about
lost
it
his mice?
quite a
Wait,
few
that's
times.
actually terrible.
And the other guy who's standing next to him in just a moment is probably going to be sick of hearing how flawless his predictions has been. Of course, I'm talking about Achilles and Paperton.
He has been sick of it. He's very glad to see me finally falter in the Preds. But here we go. We have a
All right, here we go.
matchup here in theory between Gen G and Fnatic.
Andrew's hating on Fnatic's comp more than the Foxy 9C setup.
That one time prior back in
We'll see.
Shanghai,
We'll see who
where
wins.
Gen G was able to get the better of them.
Exactly. It's crazy how similar the storyline is between these two teams. Both teams have won a
He loves one and dunning and he gets away with it 90% of the time. Exactly. He always gets a 2 and done. And then they don't punish him still.
In a couple new players and looking to get another Masters trophy.
Fnatic starting on the defense.
Toronto, are you ready
Interesting.
to kick off this series?
All right, let's see.
Just a slow creep up B here for Gen G. Not really trying to make
You think
much
Achilles' the
noise
saddest streak is
out
over?
here in the
Chat,
back.
if you don't think...
Shock dart forward, try to clear any
Hold on.
util. Guard over the top, not gonna get a spot.
Genji does this a lot. They push through. Oh, Alfair was just a second late.
Immense amount of damage. Crashes, however, on the peak. In towards the
They're ready for this.
Finds Foxy 9, both are dragging.
Crashy's my goat. Booster my goat. Oh, what? Hold on. Alfair?
On the follow-up, as Alfier cleans up the kill. Spike in hand, texture sliding back.
You have no idea.
Needs to be able to try to escape here. There's the peak. Shield, however, gets the 2 taps.
How?
And leaves Kayak now all alone. Try to clutch this out.
That early maneuver by Texture to slip the net in towards A link. Crucial here for Gen G. Some patience being shown by Munchkin, the IGL as well.
Staying tucked here inside of window.
I don't...
Kayak with no util
I
to
don't...
speak of.
I don't
And
think,
Munchkin
yeah.
find the timing on the swing. Gen G striking first. They find the opening pistol on their map pick of Haven.
Texture not letting go of what he was doing during the Swiss group stage. He was absolutely fearsome. And a 3K to start the pistol. He drops down from heaven.
He
and
slips
then just
by,
lays it
dude.
out.
I mean,
Outguesses Fnatic
just
there.
really good call from Gen G.
This is a comp
Not
that
much more you can
Gen
say
G
than
is
that.
experienced against. They played T1 in kickoff. They beat
I am
them on
eating
this
Shin
map
Ramyun with
13-5.
rice cakes.
So they understand this double
I'm eating it on this side because it's easier with my right arm. But
And the desk was talking about it, how this is something that Fnatic's not going to be the most familiar with.
Correct.
We'll see. That does continue. It's
Oh,
a bit of
spice.
damage out onto Crashies to start.
making me sweat a little bit. Just like Fnatic.
Some forward space in mid. We'll just end up gate crashing away as Crashies has to further evacuate this space at A long. Munchkin is just fearlessly storming forward.
They should still be undefeated pistols, yeah.
Come over, try to help out Sova.
Does he sense that he's already this far forward into the site, missing each other now, spotting it?
Okay.
Alfier does manage to find a
They
headshot.
do know that
He's
Munchkin
freed up
loves to
from
do it.
Foxy 9.
Crashies.
Catches the tuck
Come on, man.
Sova. Cleans up the kill to bring it into a 4v4. Nano into the corner. Alfier needing the backpedal. Will be able to avoid that paranoia. It's even more damage to the smoke.
Dude, I mean,
eventually.
you weren't getting out of that alive.
Is able to find him. Flushing him into the open. Still the sheriff in hand here for Foxy 9. Can afford to lose another player, can Gen G. We'll see what the game plan is going to be for Fnatic as they slowly creep forward. The 80 is in. Oh my god, the second shot is absolutely disgusting.
All good, all good.
As Gen G get the anti-eco.
All good,
Yep.
chat.
And this is kind of a lot
Pistols
of
don't
what
matter.
Gen
What
G
do I
wants
always
to do
say,
on the
chat?
map.
Pistols
Let
don't matter.
Munchkin roam around a bit, try to find that open space, try to find the weaknesses in the opponent's defense and make calls off the back of that. So even though he loses the fight, he knows there's only the ISO still on A. Calls the reinforcements over after Foxy gets the kill on the Crashies.
Nah, pistols, anti-ghost.
Rifle
Chat,
round here
overrated.
for Fnatic. The bonus for Gen G pretty fearsome.
To RRQ ascent.
A couple players going to be one shot to that. Guardians, always scary in the hands of Gen G players.
See, this is tough if you didn't win the pistol, because now you
Sova stuff here on long
have
range,
more to lose,
checking.
but you have to play around that toxic screen.
Spot out there from Crashies, this time able to slide away without suffering any damage. That's Kayak, tucked in Cubby, staring down.
They were looking for something in mid, and then they just go for the early stack.
Coming through.
C will just be an info play. B is completely empty, though. At this point, surely Chronicle goes and checks B. Yeah.
From wanting to scale into the site, at least initially. Take a little bit of time here to wait for Foxy. Kind of figure out what's going on over
Alpha is trying to decide if he needs to rotate fast or not, because they put out a lot of retaliation on A.
That's going to be the plan here.
I like that he doesn't full commit back to A either. I like that he just holds, just in case, but
All quiet on the seaside front, and Gen G, they do like to pump fakes of Fnatic.
I guess they're also not sure if he would have gotten through. It looks like it. Looks like he's just watching Ling.
Position here at Garage as well as Long. Clear the trip, get ready to go. Smoke's now coming through. Tells Fnatic everything they need to know. Bit of a gap here on that smoke and texture.
The bait, and that smoke was poor. Karen's gonna be punching himself in that one a little bit.
Turret set up, and texture being on the floor, always going to be positive here on the opposite side of the lobby.
They're both gonna wait until the full wraparound.
A bit of time, but Fnatic going to be coming from a lot of different angles.
Camera's still situated. Go for the toggle, try to get a dart out, does so. Still not being cleared, but does actually get the spot on a Foxy 9, so they know that he's going to be playing forward in towards the smoke.
How do they check this? Okay, good trade. Trades on both sides. Numbers advantage. Well played.
B felled. That's going to be 3 players surviving as Fnatic deny the bonus conversion.
Boaster just sending a little love over to the other side of the stage, but this is really good stuff from Fnatic. Good patience, good retake, not really giving much up. I mean, I think here for Gen G, I don't suspect that smoke was intended to leave that extra little gap. A little bit of a mistake from Karan.
Yeah, Kron holding the site and taking care of texture was big.
Fnatic, just a nice flood there. You know, it's going to be pretty typical. Let the ISO go first. Pops the double tap. Throw some flashes. Use the Sova util, and then just flood on in there.
Wait, why can't he fist bump? What did he say?
Of not being able to fist bump. Seems like high fives though, still on the cards. As Alarm Bot going to be situated here in window. Gen G wanting to keep tabs on these forward pushes from Kayak.
I think they're aware. They're trying to spam it down.
Uh-oh. Kayak. Okay.
Does catch the enemy IGL.
They're punishing Munchkin hard, though, right? Fnatic's like defense plan is basically do not let Munchkin play his game. The rest we can worry about after. The rest is, it goes back to normal Haven. Alpha, what? Where did you think you were going to be able to go? What? I guess he didn't know that they had already crept in.
Fury going to be online. Question is, can Ash get to a disconnected position to try to actually
That was
utilize this?
Foxy
You already have
Nanoswarm.
Foxy 9 watching long. Seems like Ash is going to have to stay put.
No smokes either.
Slow creep in. Texture.
They still got the job done.
Able to find one. Recon at the ready. And it's going to be the triple approach here from Garage. Being able to note 2. Couple shots in. Spot out here in the Chronicle, but not too much damage taken.
Paranoia. Oh, it doesn't hit. It doesn't hit.
Ash pushed out. Fights for one. Swing. Texture.
Boaster?
Boaster gets the better of it now. It's down to Foxy 9. Tap on the diffuse. Some spray to come through. And Chronicle
Oh, baby.
My ultimate is ready. They tied things up 2-2 very quickly.
Yeah, a little bit of shakiness here from Gen G in some of their individual plays. Munchkin losing
That is a
against
massive
Boaster.
whiff
That's
from
gonna be
Texture.
actually
I think
really
Texture
crucial
expected the
battle
full swing,
across this
and
map.
Boaster just stops right at the corner.
Of Munchkin's position, and
If
it's a
Texture
setup
wins that, Gen
from
G wins
Crashies
for
with
sure.
the recon dart.
Because up to
Very
that
nicely
point, it was
done,
kind of rough
winning
for
against
Fnatic.
Texture. No easy feat, as we have seen throughout this tournament. And that's huge for Fnatic. You know, Boaster's really starting to pick it up in the fragging department. That was a great round for him. Just some big individual plays. And now Alfier has the ISO ult. And that is very scary. He is, of course, one of the best riflers out there.
It's funny because RRQ's answer to Gen G was just the trip here and then always heavy stack after the initial recon onto B and C. Fnatic are just committing to punishing this hard on A.
evacuate the area. Slide back
I'm very
through
curious
window.
if halfway
Now you've got
through the half,
Kayaks
Fnatic
and
changes
Trevor
the Cypher
here, both gonna
setup.
be coming through.
Ooh, that's big.
In the meantime, this
That's
Euro
big, dude. That
strike
distracts
Kayak
him.
gonna be good for 2 months.
It
He's gonna be
slows him
taken down
down.
inside of the ultimate. Crashies on the peak from Sewer.
Oh, man.
Now it all just comes down to counter position. No,
Okay,
fights
okay,
back for one.
Crashies. Listen, I got you in my top 10, but little unnecessary.
Has it from the shadows, but
Little unnecessary on that one.
try to commit for that.
It'd be a big gamble. Sights are open on the other side of the map, but Chronicle's waiting.
Ooh, I'm a little scared for Fnatic, chat.
Ever closer to it. Gun barrel gonna be spotted.
JK.
And Chronicles lurk. Pays dividends. That's gonna be Fnatic now taking the lead 3-2. I think we're starting to see why they elected to go to that defending side first.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal setup here in terms of using the ISO utility. First, you use the vulnerable to back them off of B, and then you use the ult to help keep Kayak's position hidden. That is a really smart setup from Fnatic, and Gen.G completely bamboozled by it.
That's what I like to see on the stage, baby.
Nice, boy. Absolutely.
Good,
We've seen how
They're keeping Kayak's mental.
get to hear it
I
twice.
just love that. I love that from
How
Fnatic.
important these emotional leaders can be and have been for the teams thus far here at the tournament. He's going to be left wide open, though. His fast line going to be set, but Fnatic with to try to rotate over and get into position.
They're just keeping the cam for the retake.
Been identified for Gen.G.
The player there on the floor does get cleared, and Kayak again coming away with the goods, but Munchkin's going to be dead. Crashy sends out the Hunter's Fury. He's looking for the double pump, and he will have it.
That he gets 2 on that?
As Texture
Dude, the
falls.
cam with it too?
Praying and praying, trying to get the enemy Yoros full flashed out. The wide swing.
Damn,
is not gonna
dude.
bear fruit this time. 4 rounds in a row. Fnatic starting to run away.
Crashy's
with
the GOAT.
defending half.
Should have just put him in top 1, honestly.
Combinations are really, really strong for Fnatic right now. The Hunter's Fury there, brilliant.
You know how I can tell that I actually am really a fan of Fnatic?
They knew something
Is that
was coming
like,
their way.
in the back of my head, I'm thinking like, dude, if any Korean tunes into the stream right now, I am getting so blasted. But like, I don't care. I don't care, man.
Very difficult to deal with. He's very tricky, very wily.
Fnatic, my
His
goats.
movement and his aim is incredible, but so far Fnatic has done a great job handling him.
Kayak, what is the second
Kayak, my goat.
Instantaneous
Dude, they
with the
didn't need
readjustment,
this. This was
and
like
that
the
leaves
biggest
Texture
concern
Collins
for
on the
Fnatic
floor.
was, can Kayak start off hot?
And any hope of pulling off a thrifty here is very quickly been shut
But that's, I mean, no concern there now.
I mean, we've seen
Now,
it in
to be
the
fair,
NBA,
I don't think this is
how
going to be a
electric
one-sided affair. I think
Kayak is.
Gen.G's really good.
That right there.
I think this is.
Just a microcosm.
I'd be very surprised if this was a 2-0 either way for
phenomenal.
Gen.G or Fnatic, to be honest.
Munchkin's been given some space to try to push up, but
Already 4 on defense is going to be a yikes for me. Yeah, I mean, they're feeling comfy, man. Fnatic is feeling comfy.
That's going to be really tough. Even thinking a 3v5. Much hope here for Gen.G.
spotted there. Munchkin does manage to push forward, finding one. Snakebite not getting the connection here, and
Ooh,
Crashies does.
Crashy's my goat.
And shot flies through.
Top 10 player, am I right, chat?
Realistically, unable to be planted here for the moment. Ash able to find a little bit more impact. Alvier with the shield to go ahead and
Damn.
lead the charge. Continuing to shove them back. 5-2 now. Gen
Yeah,
G
because with the freaking
contemplating
Euro
a potential
ISO on
timeout.
defense, like the Vipers should have been a nightmare, but
At least just to give the players a little bit of a breather here. Kind of cool.
I think Gen.G hasn't really adapted much yet. That's where the Gen.G really kicks in, and Gen.G solo also only times out like solo plays meta quite a bit. He like times out
Lock it down with just one.
when you think you can get the rounds you need, and they wouldn't have a good round to time out on, which I think would have been this round, but I'm surprised they're not.
Might come into play. Texture sitting on.
Must be that the comms are course correcting, but
TP and okay, Munchkin getting the
ooh,
read
good
was pushed out.
punish.
Able to find
What a
Kayak.
read,
Lobs
actually.
into Poison Orb as
That
Shock
this
Dart
is the round that he's gonna
trying
creep
to
out
clear
on.
Some of this util, still a trip set up, and here in the front, but help is gonna be pre-fired. Foxy 9.
Uh-oh, Fnatic's kinda going in one by one just to fill the site.
Jump up over the top here.
Okay.
Both through the upper is trying to get something going. Dexter does manage to deny him. Smoke dissipating at garage. And it's just a firing squad waiting on the opposite side.
Okay, what did I say? Gen.G needed to adapt, and they do.
Himself a 3K. Gen.G break the win streak, close the gap. Now just 2 rounds.
Yeah, a much needed round here for Munchkin and Gen.G. Able to just outguess his opponents. Just kind of understanding their tendencies where they've got a big lead, so they might try to get aggressive.
I can't believe Boaster jumped up on
just gonna hold the angle. Quick spam early.
I mean, listen.
The operator couldn't find any value from the back.
I respect it. Boaster's been upping a lot. Boaster's actually really good with the op. He's historically been very good with the op, but it's just not like that.
Didn't even need to be used, but now you've got a neural theft for Chronicle. Kayak still with the dimensional drift.
Relay to try to persuade. Double stack setup. Looks like he's
Oh, and then they go fat. This is a good round around. Crashy's the GOAT.
Scoops up his 3K. The Crashies, the damage dealt there on the intercept is absolutely monstrous.
Kayak's so fast here on this rotation. Is Gen.G going to be ready for it?
In all likelihood, no.
Texture's watching for it, though.
Towards the angle.
Oh, my.
From the help position.
Spotted.
Now, they have it confirmed. Swing
Oh,
out.
wait, no. Yeah, what?
Chronicle,
he was ulting.
What am I doing? Cuts back just around the box. Trying to set up here on the pop flash.
Decoy.
Sends the fake, finds the first, isolated now. Fastlane going to be set, trying to fish him out.
8 rounds. He needs to hit the shot.
In the back, gets the spot out. Texture just trying to play with time. Eats a ton of damage. And he will sprint away down into the cubby.
Now he needs to stick it, dude. Texture is so smart. Oh my God.
Number 9. It's Gen.G.
Oh my
Here we have the
God.
rug swept from beneath them, but they're able to find their footing.
Dude, Texture. Oh my God.
All over it, and then Crashies catches 3 players.
Actual peak cringe gameplay goated.
And then Texture had added
Oh my God.
using that neon movement to buy the extra time he needed to make
Damn.
sure that the fuse had to be stuck.
Dude, I don't think I've ever actually seen Texture like
That's what I'm talking
stand
about.
up after a clutch to taunt the opponent. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Kayak's Vental too strong. He's been forged in the servers of EMEA. You can't beat that.
Gonna have to throw some util his way. Can't just outduel him there. Oh my.
What's that mid to box aim labs session that he's got set up? Unbelievable. Just like that, might have taken away any momentum. The Gen.G were starting to build up. Blinding. Boaster sends the paranoia. Quick tuck in. Crashes to reposition. Continue going for the peaks.
Saw one. Saw two.
Smoke. He's able to still get a glimpse of them both.
Did Foxy see him? Doesn't look like it.
Able to still go ahead and further confirm the presence of that Omen up over top of the box.
No aggressive maneuvers from the rest of Fnatic. Both Alpha and Kayak still sitting.
Now they have. You know they're coming back.
Gen.G. Trying to get the pre-fire there as Munchkin.
Ooh, aggressive smoke. Kind of risky, but you got the backup.
Quickly does shut it down. You've got the 4 players from Fnatic, so basically here on site and standing tall. Karen forced to run away, and with just 20 seconds remaining, not much of a go to be made here. We'll just stay tucked and try to see if he can pick off anybody, keep his life intact, but otherwise Fnatic maintaining the lead.
My op asterisk for Kayak already erased him on map. True. Because in EMEA, he was very reliant on the op up until the finals.
As the clone goes through, Karen well aware of this position, but is very quickly going to get overwhelmed.
Chat, Crashies isn't on one. He's just good. He's just better, chat. I'm telling you, everybody. Dude, I gotta go screenshot all the comments in my top 10 video that were calling me out for Crashies.
A lot of money sitting behind Texture.
My eyes. Disgusting.
Absolutely ridiculous, Kayak. If you're going to challenge that angle, you're going to have to come up with some other answers for it for Gen.G. Because he just is too darn good. And
It doesn't matter because I had Osboss in #1, so my entire list is actually just fraudulent, but, you know.
A lot of it's just, I think,
we don't need to focus on that part.
From Gen.G trying to take some of these early fights that they were winning handily throughout the Swiss stage. You know, they were so dominant in so many different aspects of the game that now you need to kind of tighten up the screws a little bit. Let's get back to some basics. Let's start making sure that we're
Gen.G, either the comms have to be good or Gen.G must believe a lot in their defense, because I really believe that Solo only times out when he thinks he can win the remaining of the rounds and they can't adjust back.
Gen G.
So he must think
Put the
6 is
Run
enough.
Swiss into perspective a bit. They've already lost a fifth of the rounds.
Solo has a real bad habit, or real, I mean, in some ways, good habit, where like it always feels like he calls the timeout like 1 or 2 rounds late. But if you look, it always doesn't leave room for the opponent to time out back unless they do it right away.
So far, timeout call has to be used because Gen G know how important getting the remainder of these rounds on the attacking half is going to be, and they know that they are facing
Plus, this tournament was an anomaly, so it wasn't your fault, that's per se. I mean, yeah, I mean, you know, that makes me feel slightly better, but texture ace or alpha standing up. Chat, the true test is texture aces and alpha stands up to celebrate. Who wins?
That ISO ult, that's obviously kind of one of your main goals. Alpha playing so far forward there. They're going to challenge this angle again.
Here comes Kayak. There to try to back him up, and they're just lining up. Picking targets, finding value. Karen does manage to trade once.
He's
the
out.
ISO ult not going to be a concern here in the round, but let's save that for the final to half.
Prawn knows that no one's in yet.
At the ready. Slides forward.
Heard him.
There's a spot on it, Chronicle, and
Uh-oh.
a ton of damage.
Ooh, goated paranoia, but they don't know. He doesn't know. Foxy 9's here.
Out of this position.
He doesn't know.
Not quite going to be able to fight back for any more than that.
Oh man, Foxy 9. Huge wraparound from Foxy 9.
So much util being thrown their way. And there's a wide wrap from Crashies.
Seems like they want to try to fight their way out of this position, but now Gun Barrel has been spotted, and Foxy 9 is tripping right into the crosshair.
He's just too good.
Just tears them limb from limb, round after round. Karen now.
I'm so happy Gen G's getting competition, otherwise people would be so much over.
To do to try to make this
Yeah, that's true.
Value, but Crashies on this
I mean, even if Gen G wins, like you kind of want this from Gen G because otherwise the narrative would go crazy.
Fnatic guarantee a lead at the half as they hit 7.
Round in the half.
And even more devastating here for Gen G. Their economy was shattered. They are only going to be able to buy a couple rifles coming into this. Do not have a ton of cash in the bank there. And Fnatic has done a phenomenal job here to start, and they're coming in with all ultimates
all
to bear.
ults? Let's freaking go.
Everything you could ever want here for
Okay, we do
Fnatic.
have to be a little bit worried.
And Gen G is a real uphill battle.
And this
coming
is
into
this is a
round.
munchkin
Couple in a
round
row.
incoming.
They gotta get there. They gotta get to the plants. They can't keep challenging this mid position.
Deck is certainly stacked against him, and already Foxy 9 eating damage on entry. Kayak once again.
Are you
feeling
paper
good
extra
about
Sen
his
tomorrow?
position, and he is finding value once more.
That is
Ash
tough because
clipped to the side of
Sen
the
did
head,
wake
7
up,
health here on
but
the
it
solo.
was against XOG with, you know, the new roster.
Quick peek.
Hello.
Sin
Only the Killjoy spotted, but
has managed to
if
catch
you know
Flex.
Munchkin, you know he has pit.
Time a bit of a fake entry, fast lane, drone over
Look
the
at that
top.
trip too, so they can punish it through the smoke. They know they've been smoking that first because of the toxic screen here.
But no closer to getting on plant here, RGG.
It's got the better angle anyway.
Oh boy.
Alpha Kayak now stacked up into the garage.
Oh my.
Swing.
Okay, hold on.
Be spotted into the dimensional grip. Goes Kayak, he's able to
Yeah, I
escape.
mean he's escaping, but
Houdini himself does end up costing Alfia's life as 100
The ult?
now coming through, just trying to guide them here towards success. Tucks in the cubby over at long. Karen going to be taken down.
He's stuck.
Crashies is able to find that kill.
needs to watch the flank. Kayak, you have to win this.
So clean. The headshot, instantaneous Chronicle here in backside. They have no idea.
Spike down, C.
It's Foxy 9.
Why was I even
locked
worried?
up, committed. The gate crash at the ready. A fake into the smoke. It reads it well that it's not for real. And now it's going to be pinged down.
Oh, and Crashies for the last kill.
8-4, Fnatic.
Oh man,
Looking like the savior of the first seeds thus far here on
we are
Haven.
feasting, chat.
Masterclass in mechanics and a masterclass in util usage.
Gen G's map pick. Gonna need to do some heavy lifting as they swap over to the defending side. But for now, Fnatic look electric. We'll see you guys on the other side of halftime.
We are feasting, chat. You feel so vindicated right now? I do. I do. I did make a VFL team, chat. Let me show it to you. Oh, look at who my IGL is. Oh, baby. Look at my IGL killing it. Oh, look at my wild card. Killing it. Xpharaoh, it's fine. He'll wake up. He'll wake up. Oh, baby. Don't get baited by Div YouTube chat. Div's just been a hater. I'm more of a Boaster. I mean, Boaster's great too. Boaster's great too. No, I really think this Fnatic roster is nice. It's nice. It's coming together.
Fantastic on Gen G's map pick of Haven, clearly doing their homework. More importantly, looking to avoid the fate that
Tomorrow Paper X sent. I mean, I think on paper you have to still go for Paper X,
this
but
was just a tremendous half as we take a look at the Coinbase Econ report.
dude, Crashy's having a 90 econ on Sova is actually impressive. And Kayak 80 on Yoru?
Skill displayed there, in particular with their rifling. Those Vandals were screaming. And Gen G just had no response, it felt like. I mean, a couple rounds there, yeah, Texture gets his, but outside of that, this was a dominant half from Fnatic.
Tomorrow,
and if they could take this
tomorrow's
pistol
G2
here,
XOG?
looks like they may be able to sweep Gen G's map pick away from them.
Oh, yeah. That. Wait, no. Aren't we doing upper bracket first so they don't have to drop and immediately play after?
Let's see what happens though as we get ready to dive back into the action. Kayak and Crashy's very much leading the charge. 16 and 15 with just 7 deaths on each.
We're doing lower first?
Push out for Gen G. 4 players strong. They are just going to slow walk it down.
I don't like it.
Boaster alone watching on this side. Does get the headshot on the Munchkin.
Yeah, only Pacific does it correctly, you mean.
Survives with 22. That's going to be everybody
Doing
else
low.
pretty much sprinting forward into this A site.
I mean, it's not as bad in a full double elim bracket. It's only really bad when you have that like weird extra round. But
Here from Foxy 9. Now we'll go ahead and cut sound.
I mean, honestly, I didn't look at the times, so I just believed what you said.
Fnatic can pretty easily rely on the assumption that they've gotten the rotate out.
Yeah, no. This is very good stuff from Fnatic. This is how they like to play a lot of their rounds, not just pistols, but in general. They're looking to bait some utility out of you. They're looking to get a little bit more
it's
info.
lowers first.
And they got that. They got that KJ util out of the way.
I hate that. I hate that they do it. I know why they do it. I hate that they do it. I think it's so fraudulent.
Kayak can take it down, and Texture finds Alphier. Paranoia, since Crashy's reeling back. Wrapping around in towards Garage. Slow walk up from Chronicle. Just trying to see that they haven't skipped any beats.
Today's losers will feel real bad. You think today's losers will feel real bad? How do you think the losers of the next upper bracket will feel? Because the lower bracket people get to wait for them with a day of watching their VODs. You know what I mean? Like that's what I like. That's the real problem with doing lowers first.
Take another pistol win.
It's crazy to think how important that pistol round win is for Gen G after winning their first, but this one, a nice call by Munchkin. This is just really good understanding of their opponent's tendencies. And you'll see this all the time in EMEA with Fnatic.
Dude, Gen G is 6-0 on pistols.
Advantage one side of the map, go back to the other side, see what's going on there. Gen G's Munchkin reading that a lot of the way. They even get the first kill on the Boaster there, sending that 4-player push out.
Speaking of Boaster, might be looking to get a little bit cheeky here. A Shock Dart does find an immense amount of value. 3 players going to be tagged up. A little bit answered back onto Ash, who's going to pivot around. Quick check towards Sewers, but has some reinforcements coming
Fnatic,
through.
show me what you got
Since the drone
in the coming rounds, not this round. Show me what you have against C-Site.
Does end up falling. Once again, it's going to be Chronicle.
Fnatic, you have to punish this. Why are teams not? I mean, this was an eco, but like in this next round, if we don't see,
this is where the wheels came off in the first half.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it looks very good for Gen G in terms of some crisp shooting, some good decision making. Ash not overcommitting here, and then using his util nicely. Munchkin very on point as always with the Viper. Texture good for the last 2 with the Guardian. So okay. Not the end of the world at all for Fnatic, but it's the start Gen G needed for this half.
Because if they don't get this,
bonus, couple Bulldogs, couple Guardians, and a Stinger for Munchkin. They're just.
I mean, either way, they're getting an op because of this. So there, you need Fnatic needs to win 2 rounds in a row.
Boaster, if he just comes backpedaling out of the smoke, almost certainly is going to be dead.
Like 100%. Otherwise, they actually probably lose this map.
A little bit more information. Still, he's going to be rewarded with the kill. Attempted the ADS. Boaster does manage to climb on top. Not eliminated, but that's one of the dual-pronged tips of the spear. It does get taken down, but Texture similarly causing the fall.
Oh.
Has come across. Munchkin able to go ahead.
Munchkin's so good on these timings.
The weapon. Backpedals through the wall to safety here on the B site, keeps it down to a 3v3.
Great read by Munchkin, understanding that more often than not, Chronicle's going to be on his own, and on a bonus, it's well worth the risk to go for that gun. Very nice play. Helps even up the weaponry advantage.
Yes.
Foxy 9.
We already cleared all of this. Yes.
Doing a lot here, but a little bit of a misguess by Fnatic on where the KJ util would be. And that's bought them a little bit of extra time and even got the drone committed by Fnatic.
Catch Foxy on this angle. Out the air, then gets caught off guard.
Guys, he's always in a one-and-done angle, my guys.
Coming out of the garage, Munchkin swooping in from behind. Paranoia going to be avoided with the dark. He's able to find that ping, but it doesn't matter. It seems as Munchkin.
How is he getting away with this?
Place at the perfect time, and Gen G this
How
time
does Foxy 9 get away with this?
The game sense on Munchkin is incredible. He had a little bit to say there to Fnatic at the end of it, but Karan, at least good for the one and done. But that play right there.
It's not even Fnatic. It's just like at this point, how is no team punishing Foxy 9 harder?
Flank angle as well. Foxy 9, just great positioning there.
I know they didn't see him on the drone, but my point is he's either playing. He plays one of 3 corners. Foxy 9 literally plays one of 3 corners on C site. He either plays this corner, he plays this corner, or he plays this corner. That is literally the only 3 places Foxy 9 sits on C site. Every time.
It looks like Gen G's
so
got a phenomenal read.
How are you not?
Coming alive, and I mean, we knew
how do you not have plans to punish that whenever you go see?
Boaster trying to get the read, trying to get the download on each other's tendencies.
Absolutely.
Seems like so far, Reed's
he sits in these corners and then he just peeks out, gets 1 kill, and he hides away. That's all he does every time.
Would have some good util combos like we saw on that defender side. That
he won't be in the open again, will he?
Step with the ISO and the Yoru to really break open some sites, get some picks.
So far.
I'm not saying Foxy 9 is bad. I think he would still probably get 1 if they had a double peek. But
having kind of that extra
just I think he's good. But how is he not ever traded by any team instantly?
So far has been very impactful. It's going to be a Guardian for Ash. Everybody else has rifles.
It bothers me.
Yeah, some reconsiderations here.
Because every time I watch Gen G, I'm like, oh, their C side is weak. They rely on Foxy 9 getting more than 1 kill, or getting a kill and staying alive forever. That's like their C side plan. Okay, they have learned that he goes for the aggressive alarm bot. Foxy 9 likes the Chobra alarm bot on C. Chronicle got rid of that right away.
See if they want to try to
so Fnatic clearly did their prep. They clearly did.
Be a smoke put down by Karan, pinged out by Fnatic, a little bit wary. Maybe somebody's trying to tuck behind these smokes. That's something Munchkin would 100% do, especially with his toxic
Fnatic clearly has studied their Haven. The question is can they punish it? If they come up with a really foolproof plan and Foxy still gets 2 or 3, I'll just say Foxy 9's the GOAT. You know what I mean? But
players about to cut their way out through window here. There's a kayak. Eating the dart. Gate crash now going to be sent forward as Alfier sent on solo exploration up towards this B site. Wall going to be raised once again.
Yeah, their TP gets destroyed. The recon comes out, so they know they don't have much time. Toxic screen. Buying a lot of time.
Fnatic are reading this well.
30 seconds left.
Up to be cycled. Bam.
TP in is kind of big.
Widely found. Picture has to back away. To think that maybe it's going to be repositioned, but Munchkin does still manage to find Boaster. Outdoing him here, and now that pivot is going to be coming through. Just 13 seconds remaining here on the clock. Foxy 9 still going to be situated on the side. Texture here inside of the window, and Foxy 9 looks to try to cut them down to size. Finds another to swing out. Chronicle able
no
to
time.
The round is already over. The time is gone, and Munchkin grind them into a fine
I
pulse
just
as Gen G continue.
why
now tying things at 8-8.
Okay, you're
Yeah, I
on
mean,
a
you can see the layers in this round for
a
Gen
half
G.
buy.
Getting a good read here that this was going to be beat.
Why are we
Extra played this
committing
really
to
nicely.
be with a half buy if we're not going to commit without a double TP out? Like
Using
what?
that smoke from Karan to set up the spam angle for him and Munchkin, and then the quick pivot over through Garage when time is so limited. They know that even if they get identified by the Sova util or the Cypher util, they can just keep
No, chat.
challenging them,
I
just keep
believe
delaying them.
it's a
And that's all
master
that
plan
matters.
from Fnatic,
Now Texture has the op. Desk was
and they're going to
highlighting
do it
how
again next
important
time.
that has been.
But they're going to do it earlier, and Gen G
Texture
won't see
has
it coming.
individually been with this
That's
with
the only
this
reason
weapon.
you would do that.
Peeking out from Kayak.
It's
not
the
gonna be
only
spotting
reason.
Anything. Texture though, in deep, and there's going to be multiple players on the opposite side of this one. Still just a beat in. Kayak has the shot.
Dude, how does Kayak? What?
What an opener.
Holy.
Neon down on the floor. Gen G now.
Ahead.
Be scrambling a bit. Recon around the back does get multi-person ping out.
No, but even if you
Drone chasing
no, I
forward.
don't think it's that. I don't think they were intending to insert him because like he was trying to get back out. If the only reason he was trying to get back out was because he realized he had the spike, then they should have just committed. You know what I mean? Either way, it's a bad call. I don't think there's a good excuse for that previous round. This one though.
Nothing more to be done but die. It's taken down. It's on Foxy9 and Karan to try to see if they can turn the tides of this somehow in a 2v5. But Fnatic are absolutely entrenched. It seems like there is no displacing and no chance, no willingness to try to go for this. Fnatic in flawless fashion, barring a hunt and a kill.
Okay.
Go
Good
ahead and
adjustment.
regain the lead by 1.
Yeah, and Fnatic.
But this
finding
all
success
starts because of
off the back of
the pick on the
another
op.
Just unbelievable opener from
If you don't get that kill, if you don't find
He
him,
is so
you
sharp.
don't get it this
Unbelievable
easy.
find for this Fnatic team.
Because they got to basically
And they
peek
just had a
every
good
corner
read on
as
where
4
Texture
people.
might be. And they just caught him off guard. And that's not easy to do. Very, very nicely handled by Fnatic. And I mean,
Why
it
are
just
we
feels like in this
saving?
matchup that
So even though you have
first kill
creds,
is
it's
so
like
important
if the
because
chances of
fundamentals
you
on both these
retaking
teams
this
are so
without the
good that
paranoia
they're not
with
gonna
and
make
just with
any
another
more
killjoy
mistakes after that.
is so
You
low.
can see there with Fnatic, it was the util to follow up there. Once
Yeah,
they
you
got
could maybe
revealed by the
take out some
recon
weapon.
drone,
You could have
it's a
maybe
drone
waited
and
for
a
exit
recon
frags, but
guard, a
other
drone
than
of
that,
their
it's like
And it is going to be
there's not a point in just Hail
investment
marrying it
into the
when it's
operator
close,
here.
you know,
Yeah, enough cash to be able to
and
afford
potentially
it.
get them more
Texture does
ult
manage to get
points,
another.
etc. Because if
So
it
retake
doesn't
the
matter
overlap
either
still
way
going
for
to be
you,
there. Gen G
unless you're taking away
ahead when
like
it comes down to this
3
full
weapons,
cycle.
right?
They
Unless
have
you're
2
out
at the
trading
ready.
them.
Still a ways to go for some of the more critical ones here for Fnatic.
I think the chances of that
Put
is.
him at C this time.
I think they just figured the chance was so low. Like if you already had like 1 pick or whatever, but like they already had positions, you didn't have any way to go through. It's a 2v5.
See if Karan's got the read on
I
both
think
those
the
positions,
only
and he smokes. He can
reasonable
win this
thing
almost
to
every
me would have
round.
been exit frags, but
From the flash, and this time they're not quite prepared for it. Bosu does manage to get a bit of damage in.
he's trapped. Thank you.
Karan needing to fight his way out. A bad situation is unable to do so as the pit is going to be invested from Munchkin, blocking off this long position. Double tap shield expiring. Alpha trying to chase forward, trying to find that. As Chronicle needs the entry into Garage, but Foxy9's got the close angle held. That gives
Can we
players
just
and cheer
ever?
inside of
Can we
Gen
just
G.
ever dump util onto C and just punish Foxy9? I literally say this for Foxy9.
Close.
He's gonna think he's literally unkillable on C-side on Haven, and one day he's just gonna pay for it in the grand finals.
No, doesn't go deep enough to actually get the pings here. It's their own recon ping. Next on the ash to the wall, helps keep it protected, and Munchkin's got the crossfire. Just peeking out of the pit.
Like,
9 to 9. We remain tied up here between these 2 teams.
You can see that Fnatic had an idea that maybe somebody was pushed up at long A again. Kayak just not quite ready for it. Both are able to finish the job, but
It's also like there was a pit here. Like what was Chronicle? Like what? You know Foxy9 is somewhere on C. Like what was the plan here?
Foxy9, one of those guys you think about, aggressive play, good mechanics, but with his new role on Gen G, he has really shown tremendous ability to just wait things out and make the right plays at the right time.
I don't know. Like maybe we could use an agent that can take away Killjoy's utility,
A little bit of a different look
and
here
then we
for
can peek
Fnatic,
him for
trying to
free
contest
2v1. I don't
long
know.
A space, so a deeper smoke.
Crazy idea. I mean that last time all his util was already cleared, but
And they are just really curious if and when Gen G's going to start to get aggressive. Drone to set up Texture.
This is the flick. Falls down to 10. He's able to slide out.
No, the point is to open up the map, but my point is if you the only reason your Chronicle is pushing that on that timer solo is because you expected as soon as Chronicle wins this to like insta push pit. Otherwise, you should have had 3 here and 1 here to see if anyone peeks back out, and then you can rotate back as an emergency. Right, like the pit's blocking you. So unless you had some crazy execute on the pit with 3 people. Schrodinger's Foxy. Actually true.
You've seen Foxy and Karan. This is what you're going to try to challenge.
30 seconds left. For the moment.
Huge paranoia.
Onto the side. Karan going to be blinded out. Foxy, however, top of Lumber, finding one. Spotting at the gun barrel, but cannot find the kill.
You guys got to get on site.
Karan gets flushed out. Munchkin again arriving. Looking to be the hero.
Huge win from Munchkin. Big win from Munchkin.
From the captain of Gen G. As they take the lead 10-9.
The Munchkin just complete confidence to swing into the site here.
He's top fragging the lobby.
Yeah, no. He's
Munchkin on international does hit different.
Knows he's got to bail out Foxy. Oh, the transfer on that second one onto Boaster. A little bit of patience there to readjust on the Chronicle. And that is huge for Gen G. You're going to keep the operator. You're going to have a couple ults, but more importantly, it's going to be an eco for Fnatic.
Okay, you can't stop clearing this. Just clear this. So now you know that Karon's helping him. So clear all of this like you did. There you go. There you go. Clear everything. Force Karon to help. And then work a different site if you want.
Turret's in a bit of a different spot there for Foxy. Thought about trying to play aggressive off of it, but...
Okay, you spammed the wall. This time they thoroughly check. He's still going to peek it. You have to assume. Okay, he's out in the open. All right, you got literally all the information about Foxy9 you could ever need. Now the question is, would they have rotated? You're on an eco. You got to make your choice here. You did give up all information here, so you kind of just have to go.
From Fnatic. It's just a matter of when do they pull the trigger on the attack.
Just trying to test the patience of Gen G here a bit.
Ah, yes. Fnatic's surely going to come through the same bottleneck they do every time. Munchkin with the God read.
It's the readjust to find the headshot on the kayak. Looking to try to push their way forward here on the side. Munchkin once again looking to cut them.
Okay, those were clean shots though.
Gen G managed to shrug off the attempts of the Thrifty. Now 1 away from map point.
Dude, Munchkin on international.
He is on a mission here on this second half. Just
oh my gosh.
What he's accomplishing on this Viper. And his timings with his smokes are so good. The snake bites.
Okay, but the read was correct. Well, the read was correct other than the fact that they're like...
Understands that Fnatic has to make a move. And that allows some
I wish Fnatic would use main more with it. With the util clearing on Garage.
With Kayak up there. Then him and Foxy9 again on that C site. It's a lot of him, let's be honest. It's a lot of
The Wolves match was it was quite good.
Oh, absolutely. And not only does he have 21 kills, he also does have
the Wolves match was quite good.
To play off of this Viper
it wasn't a giga banger, but it was a banger.
Double for Munchkin.
Texture probably wondering when he gets the opportunity to try to get back into this one. They've been avoiding him successfully, so kills haven't been found.
And I'm sure that's part of the game plan for Fnatic, right? Sure. Like, don't go at his operator. He wins a very, very high percentage of
okay,
rounds
after the timeout, I'm going to bet that
different.
Texture is going to post up on C with Foxy9.
Last time these two teams faced at Shanghai, it was actually Munchkin who had the best KD ratio against Fnatic. So he really understands how to play against Boaster in this team.
Well, 4 ultimates still at the
but not with Foxy9. They're actually just going to go straight up only Texture. Either way, they're going to try to punish Fnatic trying to fish for Killjoy util. Because, you know why? Because Gen G does this. Every time there's like a timeout and it's like, ooh, the opponents are going to adjust. All right, Texture, it's time to switch it up. They do this.
For myself and
they do this.
Who normally are a little bit cursed. But it should be a quick fix so we can get ready to get back. And this gives us some time to interact with you guys, though, here in Toronto. You having fun so far?
Hell yeah. Let's go.
That dude's having fun.
If I can get some votes by cheer, how many are going for Fnatic in this series? All And how many are going for Gen G?
Pretty even. Banger of a series.
You know, pretty close. We're a little bit older. Our ears are waning, but I'm pretty sure that I heard the rounds going a little bit more for Gen G there.
IC9 is getting so much value from his one and done garage angles because he doesn't need to worry about any long trades from the Viper orb.
Yeah, please, yeah.
But that's no, but like why? Really that's what I mean. Why are we not? Why is Fnatic just like funneling through garage every single time?
Fnatic, like you mentioned, ult's coming into cycle. They have everything but the neural theft.
Literally,
So
that orb is literally just built for Foxy9. So like punish it somehow. Go deep into Link. Go through B to C. Go C main and garage. Like there are options.
If they don't win this round, so
correct.
Yeah, you're kind of, as Boaster would say, squeaky bum time for Fnatic.
And even if they can get it, it needs to be pretty clean and not.
Texture is my goat. Hashtag goat in Korean.
Space those out. Try to get the maximum amount of value and spread them across the remaining rounds on this map.
But if they do that now, they wouldn't find Foxy. Checkmate Atheist. Exactly. You can't do it on the timeout. They have to suspect Texture's gonna. Dude, if I can tell you Texture's gonna rotate to C, I mean after the tech pause, who knows? But if I can tell you that Texture's gonna rotate to C, they had to have thought about the fact that Texture's gonna rotate to C.
I mean, there's any team that can do it.
Like,
it's Fnatic, for
literally.
Sure. They are very battle tested, very seasoned across the board.
All right, well, it seems like we might need a little bit more time. We, of course, got to hear from Munchkin, though, on Genji's road to playoffs in this Omen player moment. Check it out.
사실 모든 페이퍼엑스를 상대본 팀 IGL들은 알겠지만 정말 일단 상대를 하게 되면 너무 스트레스 받거든요. 사실 페이퍼엑스라는 팀이 분석을 해서 되는 팀은 아니라서
talk about our build, shall we, chat?
중요시하게 여기는 팀이거든요. 너무 공격적이기도 하고.
How could I make this stronger, chat?
너무 많이 나오기 때문에 저희 팀원들 같은 경우는 이제 카론이랑 텍스처가 워낙 상대를 많이 해봐가지고.
How can I make my homebrew non-meta newbie build stronger?
네, 팀원들이 있기 때문에 저는 그래도 괜찮은 편이 아닌가 싶습니다. 솔직히 1세트 때는 제가 좀 많이 절어가지고 경기력이 많이
Riot Production is actually nerfing how huge the crowd is. Actually, kind of. Because every time they do closer zoom-ins, it feels like it's much bigger. Rebuild. What are you looking at? You are looking at the Path of Exile passive skill tree. It's exciting. It's exciting times, chat. So I learned something. I was originally going to have Arcanist brand, and a brand basically attaches to the enemy and it activates all the skills that you have every like on an interval. So I was going to have it activate 2 auras at the same time, but you can't have 2 auras unless you have, or 2 curses, unless you have a passive, I think.
어떻게 하면 팀이랑 같이 융화됐는지.
Is it a mastery?
모습을 어떻게 보여줘야 되는지 현철이가 잘 느끼고 있는 것 같아가지고 너무 잘하고 있는 것 같아요.
Yeah, you need this, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4 more points, which I don't know if I can spare.
Feeling like he had a bit of a soft start, and I think the same could be said for how things began here on this Haven. But it has been incredible to see him roar back and really streak his way to the top of the scoreboard in the latter half of this
Looks
match.
like I'm looking at a motherboard schematic. This is a skill tree, yes.
Munchkin's the biggest piece of that puzzle in just about every.
I think there's a note on the bottom right that you should path towards. Yes, thank you. That seems very good. I'm sure you meant arrow dancing. Yeah, yeah. That would make me stronger. It would give me more evasion. You are correct.
And how they had some struggles early. I mean, they did have to bench Foxy9 for just a short period of time. He comes back in. Since then, Foxy9, one of the best players we had in Pacific in Stage 1.
But if I can't do that, I'm trying to... Because flammability is a curse that lowers their fire resistance. And I am doing only fire damage, chat.
So a lot here to prove for Gen G.
I kind of need this.
They want to keep just, trying to get their way to another trophy, of course, but still trying to get our little tech issue solved here.
And this will
I mean, look,
make
this is
the
what
curse
happens. We're kind of towards the
transfer.
halfway
We'll
point.
make it
We're
like a
about to
plague.
have a swap on some of the
What else
casters.
makes curses good?
Pansy's on the way.
Any
She's on
Path
her
of
way to Toronto, and then
Exilers?
suddenly tech pauses just kind of start, popping up.
Makes you a little suspicious, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does. It's not a coincidence at this point. But I mean, you guys, you excited to see Pansy and Hyde Park here in Toronto? That should be sick. Back on the international stage again.
Hell yeah.
How about Brennan Sideshow?
Ooh, impending doom?
Mr. Butterball himself.
Oh, God.
Mr. Butterball.
If you know,
This makes an explosion when the curse ends. This could be good.
I wish I had never seen that. I wish I could bleach my eyeballs. But I can't.
Well, it's one of those things, but looks like we still need a little bit of time, so thank you guys for bearing with us. Be patient. We will be back, and we will get into the rest of this map, so do not go anywhere.
Oh, supportive skills have increased area of effect. Oh, no, I don't think this works. I wonder if this works. Just makes it bigger? I don't think I really need that, though. Maybe Impending Doom. This does chaos damage as well. This could be good. What's your VFL at? My pick'ems? It's doomed. Just like this skill, Impending Doom. Maybe I'll do that. Then we got Flame Dash. We got our double golems. I'm thinking if I should get 2 golems. At which point, then I'm also wondering if I should get a 6-link. Should I go staves instead of scepters? If I do that, then I don't have room for... Ooh, then I wouldn't have room for both of these auras, which is okay. I also don't know what to do with my auras. I don't know what I want to do with my auras, actually. Supported aura skills have no reservations, but they count as blessings. Only one can be a blessing. What does that mean? Oh, it needs to be... Oh. Support both a skill that creates minions, which can be damaged, and an aura skill that creates permanent auras around you. Oh, so then they just give me the buff. Oh. Minions from support skills take their maximum life and energy shield as physical damage per second while you have an aura from a support. Oh. But then they drain their health. This RPG is insanely intricate. I'm from Pokemon, where we summon Charizard and me win. It is very complex, but it's like I bounced off of it long ago because I was intimidated. But
Well, upon their arrival in Toronto, we had Fnatic's Boaster and Crashies.
but it's not as bad as it seems to go through it. And also there's like really good guides out there that are just easy to follow. If you And I think like playing through a guide once is nice to
I'm joined here with Crashies
just to kind of learn the systems, and then you can kind of tinker around with your own.
Silly gooses before we even started this segment, but to TLDR, I have
Sliggy wearing the cursed shirt? Hopefully not.
And it's a true or false.
Have a good one,
if
Yugi
you
boy.
think it's a false city
Get some
that
good
doesn't
rest.
exist, you pull up the Silly Goose, and if you think it's a real city, you pull up the Serious Moose. All right. Good?
Yeah.
Silly Goose, Serious
All right,
Moose.
Captain, let's start with the first one. Happy Valley Goose Bay.
Oh, it's one of these games.
No, but
is
it's
it?
probably serious. It's probably serious. He's gonna start the game off with something that sounds goosey, but I'm gonna go Serious Moose.
Serious moves. I trust my brother.
That is the answer correct.
See,
It is
I know.
Damn, Crashies.
He's in your head.
Okay. Second one then. It's Guelph.
That could be real too.
It's very similar to Banff, wherever Banff was.
What is it again?
What is Banff? Guelph.
Guelph.
Yeah.
I can't remember what Banff was actually.
It's the national park or something?
National Park.
Central Canada, but that's who cares. I'm talking about Guelph here.
Okay.
Guelph.
You choose this one. I chose
Supported
the last
skills
one.
have 90%
we
increased
have to do
aura
together.
effects. They have
1,
no reservation.
2, 3.
Oh no.
Oh,
Who's
damn.
right now? No, it's Serious Moose. Guelph is actually in Ontario. It's not too far away from here.
Okay.
Damn.
Yeah, you're 2 out of 2. We'll go with his score.
Do you know what they do there?
No.
They do a different variation of golf. We call it Guelph.
Really?
No.
Nah,
So we'll go.
Got him.
He's got jokes. He's got comedian.
Yeah, that's me. That's me. Bedlington.
Bedlington. I'm putting you to Bedlington.
Goose.
That's what
Silly
it is. What is
goose.
it?
Bedlington. Serious goose.
You can only have one
sounds
aura
real,
from your
Serious
non-blessing
goose or
skills
silly
which
goose?
reserve mana are
I'm
disabled.
going this one.
Okay,
The
we don't
odds-
want
The odds
that.
are saying it's silly goose.
It is a silly goose.
Yeah.
So it doesn't
Although I
exist.
could
3 for
use
3.
only one
Bedlington,
of
it just doesn't
these.
sound
Do I
like
want
someone
zealotry, chat?
Like they get
You
to
think
the,
I want
the city and
zealotry?
they're like, I'm gonna name this Bedlington.
You and your
now. They'll be
non-minion
like,
allies
let's
have a
name it-
10%
what was the
chance
first
to
one
create
again?
consecrated ground, which would
Happy
be
Valley
me
Goose Bay.
and
Yeah,
my
like,
Merc.
This is Happy Valley Goose Bay.
And then you and
Funny
nearby
thing about
allies, but
Ontario,
I
there's
have
actually a lot of
increased.
little boroughs
I don't know
and
if I.
cities that
I'm not really building
finishes
for
with a
spell crit though.
Yeah, I thought that
But we
too.
do 15% more spell damage.
Alexander
one, though?
Hamilton.
Yeah, Hamilton.
There you
What
go.
about Timbitson?
아기님 안녕하세요.
Timbitson.
No, this is
Timbitson.
false. It's
see it?
Timbits.
Timbitson.
It's silly goose.
Let me say it in like a French accent. Timbitson.
Ça s'appelle Timbitson.
Timbitson.
Oh.
You want some French? I got you.
Maybe I don't need zealotry, chat.
What do you
Maybe
have
I
to do
make
with that
these a
voice?
blessing.
Because
That's
that's
true.
like when I talk
That's
to
his
French
French
people,
voice.
they do that.
I just spoke French to you. I didn't do that accent.
That's true as well. I'm gonna go serious
Supports
move.
I'm
our
going
skills.
silly goose.
It's actually silly goose.
Yeah, I knew it.
But
We're even.
Crashies, you tweeted out on your Instagram stories about Timbits and Tim Hortons. Have you tried that
Oh,
yet?
I have not tried Tim Hortons.
Oh, you only pick a picture? You
I only
haven't
took a
even
picture of it. That's why I thought it was real. Maybe
That's
it had something
funny.
to do with it.
tried- That's where we're
Supports
first
aura
originated.
skills that create permanent
Heard that name
auras around you, changing the reservation
Have you
to a
heard about
cost.
Uranium City?
Oh, this makes it
Uranium
temporary.
City.
No, I don't
Yeah.
want that.
How many reels?
One short day in Uranium City.
arrogance?
Is that the
Is that a
song?
kid show?
No, it's Emerald City from Wicked. But
This reserves life. Wait!
How many series? There's been what?
There's been
I wonder if
3
this
serious
works.
and
You guys
2
keep-
silly goose.
If I'm getting
Fucking
CI.
Triple
We
Wolf
are.
kind
There's
of thing, huh?
9. Uranium City. Welcome to Uranium City.
I think it
Uranium
does.
City.
We'll do the same thing.
I'm
And then-
going serious goose.
Serious goose?
No.
Or serious moose?
moose.
Serious
Alright,
moose.
I mean,
Throw
you
it
gotta pull
up.
up the sign. Yeah, throw it up. It is true.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And
Eternal
if I'm not
blessing.
mistaken, since 2021 now, there's probably only like 51 people living there. It used to be like a mining city, so it was like super popular, but now a lot less.
Makes sense.
Next one is Perry Sound.
Let me see.
Perry
Let me see what it looks
Perry
like.
Sound.
Nah. If it was P-E-R-R-I,
Yeah,
I'd
I
agree.
Silly goose.
Silly goose.
Perry
it's actually
Sound?
Serious Moose.
Wait, really?
We've been
Parry sound
If I
is
remember correctly,
serious
also,
moose?
that one is like the biggest natural docking area for like people to come through and like dock their ships and stuff,
Ah,
right?
That's
So-
crazy.
And it's also like a biggest city for like karate stuff. So because you parry, and there's like that's fake though. Well,
Crash is getting baited so
we
hard.
just watched Blue Jays.
He makes me believe him.
we'll do the last one. Chilliwack.
Let me see it.
Chilliwack.
Let me
Map
see
1
what
is
that
not
looks
over yet. We're in a tech
like.
pause.
Chilliwack. That's probably real as well, bro.
Nah,
Only wait, 2 L's. Chilliwack.
2 L's and an I now instead of
It's not a
Parry.
food city.
Parry was with a Y, and now this one's with an I. Chili whack.
What was the last one?
Just
Parry
Chilliwack.
goose or
And it was
something.
real?
Parryville.
Hmm.
Perry Sound. Perry Sound. It was serious.
Parry
Maybe
Sound.
arrogance. Yeah,
We'll do
maybe
the
I
same
get
thing.
arrogance.
Count of 3. 1,
I'm
2,
going silly.
3. Throw him up. It's actually Serious Moose.
Yeah, of course.
It's in the West Coast. It's known for like going outdoorsy, beaches, kind of stuff, cottage life.
But not
I'm
known
okay
for
with
chili.
this.
Not known for
that
chili.
be whack.
Canada's known for being chilly in the wintertime, though. But that was all the time we have, guys.
All
Thank you
the
so much for your
exile
time.
veterans will be like,
Hopefully,
well, you're only
you're
getting a
gonna make
million
Masters Toronto
DPS.
your
That's
city
that's
for
bad.
Friday.
Damn
And that's
right.
probably
I
true,
like that.
but we'll
Happy
figure
our
that out
main
as we
game
go.
is in this
I
one.
only have mostly rare items, so something I'll have to figure out later.
Good to see that those guys are having
I think
a good time.
probably the wave
Yeah,
of conviction
that's
is something I
just
don't
silly.
need.
He's not putting it up front. He's not putting it up for the cameras. That's just who he is. Dad jokes abound, and I feel horrendous being around both you and he at this event.
It is pretty
because,
brutal, and now GB's here too.
Yeah, it's just grinding my
It's a
gears
triple threat.
steadily across the last few days. As you guys see, we are still parsing through the issues. Van's talking about it there, seeing if Fnatic can make Toronto their city at the end of this event, if they are going to be able to go ahead and pick up that trophy. There are a couple rounds separated here. From
Do we know what the
GG,
tech
but
pause is
now,
for?
let's pass
I'm
it
not
back over
sure.
to the analyst desk and get their thoughts on the action so far.
Thank you very much, Achilleos. And
Your
a paper
unreserved
thin.
life
I've
is
got
below
Mimi
1.
and Kakuka with me once again.
Oh, does it
Genji
not
are
work if I
currently
have
in the
CI?
lead, and Mimi, 5
Maybe
of
not.
those rounds came
Maybe
from
not.
pistols and bonus.
Yeah, honestly, Genji had a pretty rough first
Maybe I
half,
don't
but
get
they've had
CI
great
then.
ideas on how to win both of these pistol rounds. I want
Oh, but then
start
I
by looking back
no,
at the,
then I
at
need
the first one here,
yeah, no,
because
that
I think they
doesn't
have
work.
a lot of really interesting ideas with this Neon, and Texture as a player is so good at taking those opportunistic timings of fighting deeper than a
I
lot
could
of
get
other
the Energy
people did,
Shield
and that's kind of
Mastery.
what won them the first pistol that second round, and having that
That would
plus
give
the
me
pistol
3
bonus
extra
in the second
points.
half is what kept them in the game to get this comeback going, Bea.
Yeah, absolutely. Because that first half, we saw Fnatic that was having a lot of ideas. We saw Kaya with a lot of aggression. I love to see that we're getting that from him. But as we're seeing right here, Mimi, I know that you wanted to talk about this pistol.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? Because they go into what looks
I actually think if I'm doing Incinerate, I might not need this one. Fire damage over time.
Kills the A anchor and then is running deep into CT spawn.
Oh, but it
Fnatic
gives
thinks
me
it's
the
an
Fire
A hit,
Mastery.
but he's there to backstab and get to. It was such a nice round, but Genji up after this second half comeback.
Yeah,
Might as well go to
brilliant
sleep. Data
chance for
shows
Genji
first
to
seeds are losing the
close
first match.
everything out as well. I believe the audio issue has been resolved, so it's time to get back into this game. Over to you, Seth and Clint.
Let's freaking go.
Alrighty, that is right. We're told that everything is good to go. Toronto, can I get a hell yeah as we get back into the action?
젠지 구단이 요즘 잘 나가네요. 잘하죠, 근데 젠지 팀들이.
11-9 the score as we get ready to see if Genji get themselves up to map.
All right, come on, Fnatic.
To utilize here for
참고로
Fnatic
저는 프나틱 응원 중입니다.
as they go into this buy.
Such an important
좀
round.
프나틱을
The economy
워낙
as well on a
좋아해가지고.
precipice for Fnatic. They've got to get this one to go. Alpha.
Okay, they bait out the op. They're making they're faking it. They're making it look like they're going big on C. And then they ult here. He knows it's only one.
The exit. Front side of the box does manage to get out to safety. This Hunter's Fury gonna be set up here from the side of
Huge pick from Kayak. Huge from Kayak. What a call. What a timeout call. Let's frickin' go.
Some damage across this Texture gets
What do you mean rigged if Jen loses? It was a Fnatic timeout anyway.
Trying to see what he gets spot out as the cam gets cleared. But for now, 5v3. Texture getting tagged here by the drone. Has to back away. Munchkin ends up getting dropped, and it's just Texture and Karon trying to see if they can somehow turn this on its head.
Look at Chronicle's angle right below Texture.
Ready.
Beautiful.
This is the one that you go for, Genji, after saving before? I mean, I guess because it's 11-9. If you win this, you get 12. And they're still poor. And you don't have any big ults coming up. Okay, yeah, no, I'm fine with that.
They still have 2 to go. They're able to go ahead and stabilize the economy in economically flawless fashion. What I mean to say is there we go. 1 round now separating the 2 teams.
Yeah, that's
피파 온라인도
huge. The fact that
우승했어요.
you're able to keep that ISO ult
진짜 잘
for
나가네.
this follow-up round is going to be really impactful. I'm even seeing Genji consider not going with the op. We'll see what Texture wants to stick with, but just a great dimensional drift. Ash on an island could never really stabilize the aim, so a little bit cold coming out of that.
But they sold
tech timeout.
They sold the
That's gonna be a good round to witness as a Fnatic
they
fan.
sold the C hit pretty hard too, so the rotations were a little slow from Genji. It's a good call. Ooh, so they know he was here.
Managed to escape with his life.
Look at them, go back, go back. Clear out garage, pressure it.
More risky.
Niall Ronan, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you for your support, appreciate it. Welcome,
Finding
welcome.
Some new answers for how to deal with this operator. Ash only going to see 1 player there.
No,
The
we're not
Omen,
gonna go
though,
back and clear this,
easy to believe that
guys. No movement, no map movement.
could be a
Texture actually thinks they would.
forward.
So dude, he's very quick on this. Fnatic doesn't have as much time as they think they do.
Quiet on this side of the map.
The rotations are all coming in.
Set up there at window.
Then they still have Toxic Screen. They have Snake Bite. Fnatic, please don't let this be a Melons round. Kron senses it, but you gotta imagine. You got. He did. He imagined. He tried to jiggle it. Okay. The Neon ult. Instant shot. Instant shot. Toaster's got ult. Does he fake it? No. He's just gonna play it safe.
Cancel, doesn't try to play any mind games.
Okay.
It's like it's planted. He's just gonna fly and fish for this one. He's hoping to try to find a tag.
Oh, I mean, honestly though, I actually think that was worth it from Ash. But now he knows where he's coming from. Maybe not. Maybe not worth it. Maybe not worth it. Damn, dude, Ash.
A monstrous 4K.
I do think the ult was worth it though.
Up to map point
I
here
also
on
think
Haven.
Boaster had to not hide in the corner. I think you had to be confident and hold an off angle
Scenario very well, but Ash just read it better.
so that you could see the barrels much earlier.
Yet again, saw it from him in Swiss.
Huge from Ash though.
Seems like he's still not skipping a beat.
I mean, I double back on myself just because he won it, but I think the ult, I don't think it was bad. Obviously, it's good because he won it eventually, but
By texture, keeps one extra player from the back lines of Fnatic being able to push forward.
well, Alphair had his shield.
Is able to hold tight. A lot of damage had already
Ash
been
just
done
won it.
to Kayak and Boaster
I
as
think
well.
Alpha taking the duel on Ash
Had to
was.
TP out of there.
I think Kayak peeking that was a bit iffy. I think they could have played a 2v1. But I think they weren't sure because they weren't sure that we know Ash didn't move, but I think they thought Ash might be here. So I think Boaster was just watching this while Kayak was checking this
Down to 14 health.
instead of playing together. So like that's a hindsight 2020 thing.
Out on top of that, given that they still do have Alp here, try to give them a bit of entry power.
Yeah, they've still got some great ideas on how to layer that util.
No, I said I think it's worth it. Immediately I said I think it's worth it. Then I said, oh, I guess he knows where you're coming from now.
Shield not at the ready. Likely not going to be.
But I think it's still worth the shot because that gives you match point. That's also very Gen G. They expend everything to get map point.
Telling a story here of this deep flank around the back as we go into a 3v3. Fnatic looking for 2 rounds consecutive to keep themselves afloat here in the map.
Not a ton of util to work with here. Just a couple smokes from Karan. Nano for Foxy9.
Munchkin finds one. It would give them a pit online as well.
Oh boy. Okay, good cam.
TP across the way from Karan. Boaster.
Cover going
out.
Got recon as well. Ooh, the smoke to cut it up.
At the A connector, the paranoia at the ready. The time starting to tick.
You know they're not on it.
Knows that they have them cleared off of this spike here for the moment. Looking for the hold.
Huge. You can spam that. Huge.
The firing squad as Crashies collects the final 2.
It's not over. It's not over, Boaster.
Not
Oh
over
my.
yet.
Oh my god.
One away from taking
Oh
us
my
to overtime.
god.
Man, they just do such a good job understanding that situation. That neural theft, so valuable.
I don't know what the econ was, but
Oh, what a shot on the texture through the box, too. Using that drone.
Texture being so disrespectful with the Optus event. It has. Texture's really leveled up. He's really taken it into his own hands. He freaked out too.
And there's just nothing Gen G can do. Trying to get a little tricky with some quick rotations around into the attacker's side, but
This though, big bunch of temp play at Boaster. He gets left out to dry. Paranoia now.
No, and now we're. It's always it's always a backup plan to attack Foxy. I just why couldn't we have one attack round where they just hammer it home?
Just tear them apart. Nano, however, does end up getting cleared. Snake bite.
Okay, you know there's 2 now,
Further delay.
so you know he has support now.
I'll shout that alarm bot. He does get found.
Chronicle. Just trying to clear any other util that might be there. Foxy9 still tucked into that corner. Drone doesn't see texture.
Just jiggling on the angle. This Kayak sends out a couple warning shots.
Dude, how does he get hit for exactly 25? What the heck?
Chronicle slowly backpedaling in mid.
Still enough time for another rotation, so Gen G has to keep their feet planted.
Flashes over the top. Texture on the reposition.
Okay, that gives you room. The wall. Oh, that's rough.
Shield gonna be reset.
Alphair they just need to double peek this while Alphair has shield. With Crashies. Crashies. Oh, they think there's someone else backside. Crashies was waiting for the trade.
With not much time to work with. 12 seconds remaining here on the clock.
10 seconds left.
All right, the double peek.
Should have heard Chronicle arriving here on the side. They need to push forward. They just cannot make it happen. 13-11. Gen G draw first blood. They take the win on their map pick of Haven.
A defensive masterclass from both teams here on Haven. but Gen G's just a little bit stronger. What a great start to this match.
Great start. A little bit slow in the middle.
No, that's what I'm saying, Kami. That's what I'm saying. They actually almost never use this Viper Orb because Fnatic just ignore. Which, I guess maybe that was their plan. Maybe that was their plan of like, let's just not worry about the orb. Let's just fight him. But like, it didn't seem like it the first couple times. They didn't seem ready for Foxy 9. It just seems like C was always an afterthought. He was top ranking before. It feels like they, because this screen is bad, I think a lot of teams are getting baited in.
Now I whip him up now.
Because
texture. Wait, they're not even there.
because this toxic screen is bad, I think people are so zoned in on trying to punish that instead of focusing on how do they get away with it. And it's because of the C site. Like, I think so, because they had some good A hits, but I think that's the trap. I think the moment someone just hard punishes Foxy 9 and the Viper Orb, you start to really tear it apart. But oh well. I mean, a banger of a match either way, but I think for those of us who have been watching along, it was somewhat frustrating. But we're going to play some ads. Might as well get something out of the stream, am I right, chat? We'll be right back. What if the scouting report was just Foxy is apparently a sea monster, just avoid Foxy? I mean, it could be. Honestly, I mean, that's not a bad idea either, just because it's like, don't give him the fights that he wants. Like, I get that. But just, I don't know. 아, 근데 젠지 선수들이 지금 엄청 물이 올라와 있긴 해요. 먼치킨 역시 국제 무대에서 너무나 잘하고. Oswells. F1 qualifiers. Ooh, have fun. But they kept giving him the fights. Well, exactly. That's why I think it's not that. I think they were just too focused on the toxic screen. I don't think they gave enough thought to how to destroy Foxy 9. Because it's like what, 3 or 4 times they went C, it was always through garage, through this choke point. And then once they tried to put extra pressure here, but Munchkin was already watching. It's just like, there was never pressure here. Like, I think what some team needs to do is take what you saw from Fnatic's successful things against the toxic screen, utilize that a couple of times, and then the next time, when the toxic screen runs out on A, friggin' hit C. The poison cloud can't protect Foxy 9 if there's no toxins. I don't know. I know it's not as easy as it sounds. I'm not saying it's simple, but you're not showing me anything better. You know what I mean? Like, we could at least try it and see what the reaction is. I don't know. It annoys me. I'm not saying it's easy to execute, but like, come on.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Coach Solo, thank you so much for your time here as well. Wow, what a game that was. Absolutely, just from start to finish, absolutely amazing. really, I want to focus here on, you guys came into this one, we were seeing some weaknesses early on, but there seemed to have been a pivotal timeout, and that seemed to have put Gen.G on that forward momentum. What did you say to the team during that timeout?
감독님 오늘 경기 좀 둘러보면은 아슬아슬했던 부분이 있었는데 타임아웃 이후에 점점 경기력이 정돈되면서 훨씬 더 흐름을 잘 타는 모습이었거든요. 타임아웃 때 좀 어떤 부분을 얘기하셨을까요?
상대가 어떻게 하는지 대충 많이 보였고 그 부분에 있어서 얘기를 좀 많이 했고 그리고 저희가 좀 집중하지 못한 선수들이 보여서 그 부분도 얘기를 해서 좀 잘 돼서 첫 세트를 따냈다고 생각합니다.
Well, we actually had a pretty good read on them, so we talked about their tendencies and what they're going to do next. And also, I could see that some players, their concentration level wasn't that nice. So it was just more around getting the players to focus entirely on the game.
All right, well, Coach Solo, thank you so much for your time, brother. Looking forward to the rest of the series. Back to you.
This is sick.
Gen.G are proving why nobody wanted to pick them coming out
CFAT BB, I really
of
want to
Split.
tell
They continue
Zelsis
their
this. I'm
win
so
streak.
glad that on that day, even though I was really tired after
It
watching
was a
VODs and
close
practicing, I
one,
still decided to go to the
towards
gym.
the
I'm
end,
grateful I
Gen.G
met him.
just had all of
It was
the
because of him that I
advantage.
didn't feel nervous stepping onto the stage for the first time. He gave me energy. After we lost, Zelsis told me we'll probably meet again. And I thought if I want that to happen, I have to make it to playoffs. So I seriously reviewed every mistake I made, every map call and positioning. I wanted to improve, give him my all. I really want to see him again, and I'm truly thankful. He helped me grow faster in this tournament and gave me the energy to face any opponent. That's sick. I mean, CFAT's calls have been incredible.
Reading their defensive
So,
rotations, having some really nice flood retakes,
that's
especially
great.
with that neon.
I love that. I love that for both him and
And it's
Zelsis.
time for our Verizon high-speed moment.
Great.
With a very weird round, maybe.
It was very high speed though. I mean, this one was crazy. Texture just runs into short, gets these two entries, and it looks like it's Gen.G's round, and Crashies finds this incredible
Yeah, if Gen.G wins, all the number one
to
seeds
bounce
lose.
back and find his impact on the round. Fortunately for Fnatic, it was Gen.G to take this one through. And this just goes to show that Gen.G, they're a team that plays a lot of control comps, a lot of double smokes, and slow it down a lot. This Neon just does so much to inject that pace and let them completely change the tempo back.
It's so chaotic, right?
You
Like you're in the
fat
middle of that round,
saddy.
and you do not know if you're Crashes, you do not know if you're winning, if you're losing, if Texture's in your back, if he has already planted the spike and killed the rest of your team. You cannot know.
Split and Sunset next, I'm clocking out. Fnatic is going to win. I'm reading the script. Oh, Kami, what have you done?
Definitely warmed up after that wonderful Swiss stage, and that they're here to play. Now coming on to Split, I only can get excited for what they will play.
Yeah, both sides had such nice defense halves.
Yeah.
아니 1시드가 고전하는 게 그러니까 임팩트가 없는 건 아닌데
No matter which team you were supporting, and
아 근데 저는 이번 대회는
questions about him, but Mimi, I didn't even feel like an ounce of that.
실망이라고 해도 괜찮을 것 같아요.
그러니까
울브즈가 진짜 잘한 것도 있는데 저는 RRQ도 준비가 더 잘 됐어야 된다고 생각하고 G2도 준비가 훨씬 잘 됐어야 된다고 생각해요. XLG는 뭐 그렇다 치고 이거는 사실 누가 이겨도 이상하지 않은데 저는 아직도 약간 그 시간을 잘 활용을 하는 법을 모르는 게 아닌가 싶긴 합니다. Fnatic has a reason for having less time for prep, but why are the Seed 1 teams not that well prepared?
Again, it's all about munch.
I don't think we still have a lot of teams that know how to
He was good for 3.
how to like prepare thoroughly without matches. Right? It's true, especially for FPSs. It is true that like the officials matter and like they can really change the course of a team. That's true, and like it's good that I think a lot more teams have learned how to grow from a loss, so like make lower bracket runs.
But let's hear what Coach Milan, also welcome him to the global stage, had to say ahead of Map 2.
You know.
Hey everyone, GB here with Coach Milan. You guys just came off.
It's one thing to be like, no, we're still okay with playing early because we'll use it as experience and warm up. Versus, like, there's no sport where you would be like, oh, I would actually want less prep time.
Team's feeling fine. It's obviously not the greatest, way to start your international run, but I think we're fine overall. I think we lost both pistols, a bonus round as well, so 11-13 on their map pick's not bad. So I think during the break we focused on picking guys up, giving them some stuff for the next map, and I feel confident going into that one.
What does Fnatic need to do in map 2 to get you guys to that third one?
Nothing special. Nothing special.
All right, I like to hear it. Hey, the fundamentals, that's all that matters, baby. Hey, best of luck in your matchup. We'll, of course, catch you guys a little bit later. Back to you.
I hope it's
they can prep all they want, but having a match
if
they're
they
actually having
lose
experience.
this
No, but
map,
like,
it means that
what?
not
Here's
a
what I'm saying
single
though is that
C1 team would have gotten even
being
a
able
map win
to
so far in playoffs.
activate
Yeah,
your
not a
experience
very
on stage is
couple
good.
days to begin the playoffs for
But
the first seeds. But I think that what he
There
means
can't
by
possibly
nothing
ever be a
special
competition
is
where
that
any
we
team
have
would be like,
seen
I would prefer to have less prep
deadlock
time.
coming from him. Okay, we have Genji.
Right?
Is
So, like,
still sticking to that deadlock.
I
as you're
think,
saying. I'm a sucker for it. I really look forward to what Fox is going to do. Question is,
I don't think we have really any team that.
since the nerfs, Mimi.
So
Wow,
on what's up with
bold
those nerfs.
Genji.
The drone is still pretty much
But
the same.
very
The biggest
bold.
nerf
But it
gonna
is
be
with deadlock.
not having refresh on
So,
your missiles
we'll see.
And being able to run them as 2 individual missiles.
But I do
You still
think,
can do some set plays, but you can't, for
And
example,
I don't
use
think this is that out of pocket because we've seen it before. I don't think we have a lot of teams that know how to
And how poetic we're gonna see our
prioritize their
first,
time away
table.
from
It's gonna be
matches.
given us by Genji, and it will be during
You know?
Achilles and Paper
And like, yeah, they could have had the wrong read on the meta as well, but even that is like, I mean, then that's just bad prep, right? If someone else figured it out better than you, then you just had bad prep.
To them and get us back into game.
Sure. Yeah, let's have fun with it. Had fun with the first map. Tech pauses side. How about you guys here, the audience? You have fun? Very good. Well, something I think that literally nobody
Tejo, what was it?
expected.
Neon, Tejo,
Tejo
Deadlock,
will be played
Viper,
by
Omen?
Genji on Split.
This is a bit of a head scratcher in a way. I mean, you weren't expecting the Tejo.
How are they going to play this
in
attack?
tournament. But on this map, I can still see it working.
Single
I can still see the
drone,
value.
Neon just
All
power through?
Still pretty good. So there's opportunities
Or
here for Genji.
actually, maybe they're just dumping Tail
clearly isn't
Util
the
to
same
get
Legion
in,
that
and
it
then they're
used to be.
holding with
I'm
Deadlock.
wondering how you're going to set texture up for a lot of these
Could
hits on
be,
this
but if you get
attacker
lucky,
side.
you just have a Giga post plant. Honestly, actually, kind of a goated all-in idea.
Paranoia went flying, and Texture is there to collect. Spike now going to be planted. Poison orb situated onto the rafters, I do believe. Yep.
Did they show the
Texture
Icebox
playing here
visual? Is that what it
now.
was? I didn't even see that.
Getting the fan out and reposition.
Honestly, I actually think, yeah, Deadlock post plant is already so strong on its own. And then you have Gravnet.
Checks Texture able to avoid the damage. Sees the entry power of Althea, who lands right on top of Ash, just meant to find that kill. Team, however, getting cleaned up in the meantime.
I mean, that's as close as they would have gotten ever, I think.
The reload, need to hit some nasty shots. The wide swing from Karan will put him down. Genji,
No, but I actually think on
so
Split,
I think Genji's perfect
on
in pistols
attack,
throughout
I
this
actually
event.
think it's...
They are. I'm just making
You
sure.
can either, if you're having trouble, you can use the Tejo to break in early, like gain early space, and then take contact on this site.
You know, with how impressive the wall can be and the sonic sensors, but you have so much value
And then
on the
post plant
attacker
with the
side,
Deadlock.
especially in the post plant. And this is
But
just
if you
Genji able
don't
to
see any
really
opposition,
just
you just take
gum up
contact
the
in with the
works, because you
Neon,
know when the barrier mesh
and
is
then
gonna
you get
cleared, you can turn your
and then you get
attention that
Deadlock
way.
Tejo post plant. They
That
can't
is just
retake.
Brilliant stuff from
So the
Genji.
attack is actually pretty strong. The defense.
The Sheriff.
But the defense, if they take space early with Tejo and keep it,
on a Munchkin.
it's not too bad.
This position protected. Eventually does get red though. Munchkin
It actually, I honestly, I don't think it's a meta comp, but I think it's a pretty good all-in comp.
As the A site now wide open for the taking, Genji will have the plan.
Yeah, that's theft by Munchkin. It's a pretty good setup. It's just read well. And now you can use all that util from the Deadlock to make sure they're not in screens. Alpha is going to catch Munchkin, though. Trying to re-clear the space in sewers.
A little bit of an audio beat. Thinking back. Texture. Watching here.
Just trying to create noise for Kayak. Unfortunate.
Find both Alpha and Kayak. This poster will fall.
Yeah, now it looks like Crashy's just going to try to go and die to the spike here.
I don't think it's a one and done per se.
Not a bit.
No, but the Deadlock allows you to not have to choose as badly. You know what I'm saying?
Well enough. And this is a fantastic.
You can even, now that you can use them separately, you can even take space early with one salvo with the Gravnet, then drone into sight, Neon takes space, and then you have one salvo still for the post plant, which might be all you need because you're already wasting so much time with the Deadlock. The Deadlock gives you so much extra post plant that the salvos now are free to choose.
Trying to claw their way back to the map, but we saw it on Haven.
Genji's 11-0 in pistols.
Absolutely ferocious. Good stuff there from Ash. Texture just continuously watching that ramp, putting the Guardian to good use. And the full buy up there. Couple half armors.
It is
for Fnatic, but
funny that we didn't see much more. I also love Deadlock Teo. It's funny that we didn't see it that much when Teo was OP.
Good amount of firepower here.
And we see it now.
Risky business for Fnatic if they're not able to deny away a bonus conversion. Kayak not going to be caught by the
Yeah,
net.
so they can always take early pressure with Gravnet,
On the close angle.
right?
Texture finding one. Both are going to be taken down. TP's going to be coming through, but that gate crash out is now Kayak. Teleports across.
It's strong. And then you can go fast with Neon. You can't play default against this.
completely nullifies Kayak's
You
position.
have to fight early, but with the Gravnet, it's risky, because if you get Gravneted, you're getting salvoed.
Exactly how many people trying to play from this angle sees.
And the worst part is Fnatic probably isn't expecting this at all.
Headshot there. Brings it back to a 4v4. He crashed forward. Back the pillar, the drop coming through. Foxy9 cannot stabilize fast enough, nor can Texture. Current gonna be full flash here. Back sight swings in, is able to find one.
Double. Hello?
Looks for a little bit more. Gets them lined up. And puts it down into the 1v1. Crashy's trying to follow the trail.
Oh.
Okay. And he is able to find the
Oh.
kill in the end.
Crashy's the GOAT.
Going to be denied, but Fnatic
Never doubted for a
loses 4
second.
players in the effort.
Oh my. I mean, Gen G. So fearsome in these post
No,
plays.
well, the first one, that was a 1. This second one, though, they were going to swing together. They weren't perfectly timed, but Charon's movement was also really good. He literally stops as soon as he has a good shot on Kayak, and he immediately goes back into the wall.
They're going to need a little bit extra energy, and
So-
you can see how, kind of the duality of emotions there for the Fnatic coaching staff. Happy to get the round, but not the way
It could have been a better double peak, but that one wasn't so much a 1-by-1. It was also just really good from Charon.
Now one away from having a showstopper online is Gen G just absolutely storm their way
Yeah,
forward
Gen
here.
G's just gonna, they're gonna rush every time.
Taken low.
If they face opposition, they salvo it.
A line share of that.
In fact, they just salvo it anyway.
Barrier mesh to just get
I
cleared
didn't
out.
even realize. Because then you just hold with the wall. It's honest. I'm more curious about their defense.
Make this flood retake happen.
Right at the ready here from Chronicle. Almost gets caught on timing. He's able to go ahead and avoid captures. Alfier wrapping around over towards Elbow, but Ash punches him out. Texture finds Chronicle, and in the blink of an eye, Gen G
Damn.
strike. Counteracting the flood retake.
I think Fnatic needs to call a timeout now.
Securing
The
themselves.
coaches have to give a solution about the early part of the
It's just
round.
so quick. Gen G, so happy to take the open space and just get these plants down and get into these post
No, but the
plants.
attack, but this is going to be really strong in attack.
there.
I'm not so sure how I feel about Gen G's defense.
Right on time, right on the money. You do have a showstopper here for
But
Alpha.
Gen G should want to get, I think, actually more than 6 on attack, if I'm not wrong.
Got his ult off of that 3K.
Any kind of opening pick would make it a bit easier to pull the trigger on that showstopper.
God, that deep start. That has to have
down.
alarm bells ringing.
But here's the high-low. Forsaken learned his lesson, thinking into something similar to this. We'll see if Fnatic ends up falling for a similar trap.
So they're just going to keep mid, at least here on the eco.
They've been taking some open map space. And that
See if
Fnatic
that's what they
part
stick
of
with on the
gameplay
buy
going
rounds.
forward might be to try to get a little bit more aggressive.
Always being made here on the jiggle.
But now Gen G's holding, right? It's an eco on the opponent's side. Instead of rushing in, they hold, they lurk in.
Kayak, who slowly creeps in towards the round.
They haven't needed to use anything. They'll even use the Armageddon if they need to, but I don't think they will.
Potential positions here.
You heard the jump peak.
Just got to read on the defaults.
And then they salvo. They salvo to get in.
I don't know. Crashy's going to be situated here on the side.
Crashies is spotted, but they have no idea about Munchkin. They think it's just the Omen. Ooh, Crashies the GOAT? Ah, baited by the weapon. Baited by the weapon.
We'll find that elimination spots out the head of Alfier, who comes away with the kill. Nade's going to be sent. Reminder, that showstopper still here in the
Showstopper, yeah. Oh, Alfier's got to choose, though. I think you use it, but without information?
Smoke cycled. Jumps out of Munchkin! Absolutely deletes them all! Not skipping a beat! A 4K from the IGL.
Holy. Dude, Munchkin on International just hits different.
That's a heartbreaker against the showstopper.
Holy.
Munchkin, what is that? Just disgusting. He is absolutely fired up today. Looked like Fnatic might have a way back into that round. Crashies with a brilliant play around the smokes. A good timing to get into elbow, to get away from some of that early pressure that Gen G was trying to create and completely catch them off guard.
Chronicle and Boaster are both 0 kills. Yeah, dude, no timeout? Really?
Likely to be called after this round if they're not able to find value off the rifle purchase. But
there's no corner.
Damage
oh, he survives because he gets up on the box.
Still manages to fight back. Foxy9 is going to be eliminated there. Let's get the trade.
But, I mean, it's too fast. The hits are too fast.
Player advantages here.
Yeah, you have to fight it forward, but then you're worried about the grab net. It's a really good attack comp.
For Fnatic, reroutes them towards heaven. Karon is going to be lying.
You know what you have to do? You have to hit the flanks. You have to. You have to take mid. They don't have actual passive info. They always need to have somebody watching the flanks, and you need to have a good flank hit. But you can't go like 3 or 4 on the flank because you need to be able to break the wall fast too. You need to pressure that so it's only the one watching the flank.
For Fnatic, struggling thus far here on this defending side.
Just a beautiful execute from Gen G. Finding some good value out of those salvos, keeping Boaster pinned in the back sight. And then just letting Texture do his thing. Just rush forward.
So I think that's why Fnatic needs a timeout, because I don't think they're seeing that.
Boaster dealt with, and that's round over.
The literal weakness is they go fast, but they need to have someone watching the flank. And like Gen G's, it works because Gen G's all friggin' goated aimers. But
ults, though, for Fnatic coming into this next round, they have enough for a scrappy buy. Can have a Guardian and a Judge, along with the 3 rifles, but with that cosmic
you can't think you're gonna retake with these ults traditionally. You can't.
From Crashies.
You still have to get through the wall. You still have to get through the traps.
Retake potential. Maybe find a nice early kill.
You have to find, you have to find like trap plays with judges in close range fights. You have to cut off the neon like as they're running, and or go for the flank. That's like your 2 options. The thing is if those options work, Gen G's out of options. You can't think you're gonna hold the util dump is too strong and it's too fast. Also, Texture's Neon's gotten real good. Texture's Neon's gotten real good. I mean, I've said that before, but
No, it's the double reveal into the Z's, and Crashies plays off it beautifully. Just keeping himself alive. He tries to hold down the sight. Wow. And he's doing it
nobody knows.
single-handedly.
Nobody knows about Ash. Oh, he's watching. Kayak's watching.
Kayak and Crashies.
Crashies, literally the GOAT. You're right, chat. Everybody in my YouTube comments was correct. Crashies is not a top 10 player. He's actually top 5.
He is continuing.
Get that fraud Ospas off that list. Put Crashies up there.
Paid the price.
My God.
That just got Crashies accelerated. Great use of his own util as well to stall the Gen G players behind the pillar.
Dude, Alfair is actually being so sincere right now. He's like, you're so good, bro. He wasn't even joking. You saw it in his eyes.
Still have that cosmic divide and a Judge for Boaster on the Astra. See what
Don't say it. I put him on number 1. I have the right to say it because I'm taking the heat for him. I have the right to say it.
Ooh, Chronicle spam with Chronicle, and he just ends up falling right into it.
Yeah, dude. Everyone was like, "Wow, you didn't put Chronicle above. How could you put Crashies above Chronicle and Alfair?"
Clearly, Crashies' domain.
Really? You don't think I know how to watch this game?
Can he get a punish is the question.
Nothing against Chronicle, by the way. Chronicle's amazing.
Well, it's a Judge.
Okay.
Well. Too much, and the gate crash will get Kayak out to safety back over here on the site.
Okay, but now that they know about the Judge, it'll slow them down a bit. So you think they'll probably go here.
You know the other players from Fnatic are going to be leaning in this direction. Do you try to go for ropes, or do you try to make the A site hit?
They're still assessing, still trying to make up their minds. Paranoia, stun, over towards elbow. Both are able to avoid it, spamming, and still somehow comes out top.
Jeez.
Cannot get the spray to connect. Does eventually
Do they know about him? Oh.
Looking for the ground. And he doesn't make it.
No.
Into the
And the trap.
Snatches him up, and Foxy on the reaping finds Alfier. It seems like now it's his turn to pull off the heroics for Gen G.
What was that?
Crashy's at 10-3 and 0. Got himself a 4K in the previous round. Just needs 3 this time. Pulls back, avoids the grav net. Reposition from Karan. The Haunt gets a reveal onto 1.
I just go for the save.
The call has been sounded for him to go on the retreat as Karan goes on the hunt and is rewarded with his prey. 6-2. Gen G not giving Fnatic.
Damn, dude. Where's the timeout, man? Where are the flanks, man? This round they had a flank. It was just late.
Just a spam down here
Because everyone's just dead.
Brilliant stuff.
Dude, that ult was so unlucky. Kayak had the right call, too.
I don't know what was going on with Texture against Poster's judge, but
Foxy9's Denlock has been very good. Foxy9's Denlock's been very good.
We'll find it there.
The hero there for Gen G.
That's going to be the timeout call now sent here from Fnatic.
I was about to call a tech pause because the timeout button wasn't working.
This is tough. I mean, a lot of the kind of
okay, just so we're clear, Gen G's playing very impressively.
Kind of worked at times, and they have.
I'm just emotionally invested in Fnatic because I like Fnatic. I have nothing against Gen G.
Just forget about it.
And they keep finding.
I like the Gen G players. I had Cave RRQ with Texture.
Any and all value.
You know, I like them. I want Foxy9 to succeed. Just so we're very clear. I actually always give Yissel a lot of crap because Yissel's a Foxy9 hater. But I do think his Haven needs to be punished for everyone's betterment.
The mains, like we saw in B main there with Crashies previously, to try to deny some of this early map pressure, to deny.
Hey, I prefer doubter, not a hater. That's true. You're not a hater.
Probably the biggest part of the puzzle.
Sideshow's a hater. You're a doubter.
So much important stall.
Don't forget Glaze Ash. I mean, I also believed Ash would be a lot better coming into this tournament.
So Fnatic, yes, the last time we saw them against Heretics on Split,
but
it was
I just really like
Attacker side where they
Fnatic.
did the majority of their damage. But you can't let this get out of control.
But Foxy9's Deadlock has been very good.
Full sending it.
You saw him. Where'd he go? He went Evan. Where's the comms?
But no clue what was happening. It's a spot out there.
Kayak's still hidden.
As patiently as possible.
What a read.
It may be a virtue, but it's not always the right decision.
Dude, that's the
The
second
check
time.
from Ash is just too monstrous.
Oh, that is
A bit of damage going to be taken. That does flush him out into the opening.
Okay.
Chronicle gets himself on the board at long last.
good double team.
Kill
Doable.
found.
Doable.
3v3.
You've got Haunt, you've got Seize, you got Snakebite, you got everything you would want.
Munchkin out from main. Gets a spot, but it's quickly traded back.
Where are you?
Chronicle trying to find his footing. He gets himself a third. Ash cleans it out.
Chronicle, let's go. Finally on the board, he gets a 4K.
Leads to the round win. Not the cleanest one, not necessarily the one that Fnatic were looking for, but the one that they needed. They get themselves a third.
I think they can't let Gen G get more than 7, I think.
Just a really
Because Gen G is probably going to win
really
Pistol.
nice moment from him. Alpha with that out duel. That flush out there with the paint shells. Give them another kill. Really
No, Texture's
nice.
Neon has gotten really good.
Utilization of Crash's
This
utility.
Texture's his Neon's really good now.
Different aspects of the game.
It's why they can get away with these comps. If you don't have a good Neon, you can't run this comp.
Gen G, I mean, good awareness, a little bit of
Last
trickery at
year's
the
Gen
beginning
G
of the
could
round
never
with
dream of running this comp.
Looked like maybe they were just going to cruise to their 7. Crashy's had other plans.
Might just be the floodgates open with those
What's
kills.
the answer to this, though? The early grab net pressure.
Hit does come online. Immediately gets invested here in mid.
Okay, he knows one's in garage, but he knows it's not close. Oh, actually, no, it would have tagged him right away. Okay. Ooh, good check from Crash. It's good. Basically, Crashies wants to know if he can clear this trap. He saw it being placed. But he knows there's still pressure. They know they were mid. So they're still focused on it being a potential B hit.
Exactly sure.
The thing is while there's no pinch, how do you hold this back, though? Okay, so they go for the C's. They're trying to make sure Crashies can stay against the Neon, because Fade is good against Neon. It's good so far, but now's the real question. How do you read the map?
That might give you the confidence.
You set up the one-way, so now you can't actually peek out and check.
Create a little bit of noise. Chronicle shifts positions, but
Boaster's only on a stinger. Boaster cannot hold this on his own.
I love the way Hash is.
It's not because it's Boaster. You just can't against this comp. They need to have a better plan. 2-1-2 is not it against this. You have to back out. You have to back out.
Seconds left.
Salvo's at the ready. Texture going to try to open things up here. And Ash, you're talking about the awareness.
Oh, I mean, bad angle from Kayak too.
Finds the headshot.
We see that happen actually on this box every so now and then.
Forward here within the smoke. He dodge out the paranoia at the time. Started his window, but he cannot find the elimination.
Dude, they were checking for it because they, you know why? Because they heard the stinger before. They know you have a stinger. The only thing you could be doing is blocking them on their way in. Because that's the only thing you can do against this comp other than taking the flank. Where's the flank, man? Oh my god.
How much more is there to be done?
God, you're so close to your ultimates too. But it's just so difficult. This double stack.
So Crashies wants an exit frag. Both of them want an exit frag.
Go for the exits here. They have both angles covered.
He has to wait until he hears footsteps. Then he's gonna pull the pin.
Alfier, to see what he can make happen. It's a spot up onto Ash. Foxy 9.
Alfier, calm down. He's so jittery. He's generally pretty jittery, but
at the ramp to keep himself protected. Gen G securing themselves a lead here at the half as they hit 7. They're looking for 9.
Goodness. Just unbelievable awareness from Ash. And Karan this time gets up on the Raptors. Good for another before he gets traded out, but that's basically round over. That's frustrating. You know, Alpha felt like he could have done some more damage. You get that first kill and you can really start to accelerate maybe, but
this ult's really feeling useless because you're never playing retake.
Showstopper though.
But they gotta use this to get the flank, man. They gotta put more pressure on the flank.
In the dumps for Fnatic. A weird assortment of weapons, a lot of shotguns.
Okay, so they're trying to push out with the showstopper. They're trying to get the Nightfall as well. Okay, that's 2-3 people that they saw, so it's gonna be fast. Okay, there's the judge. You need to do this. If you're gonna hold close, you have to hold with shotguns, or you have to go hit the flag. So they got step 1. It's a trade, but you'll take it.
Go ahead, back away. Not necessarily happy with the 1-for-1, but willing to part ways.
And then they ditch A, but they have mid, so they can go for the flank. They've got showstopper. It's not that bad, other than the fact that their guns are terrible. The bait. This is all for Alpha here.
Alpha
messed it up.
Karn just sprays him down. Closer now. Pushing forward, finds Karan. Somehow makes that Bucky connect to great effect.
You know what the big problem is? Yeah, now they know you're coming from the flank, so there's the wall. Guys, come on. You gotta imagine the wall's here. They know you're coming from here. There's also a sonic sensor, which they're not gonna know about. It's done.
Alongside Foxy 9.
It's done.
One of his newer trainees on the team. Finally given
Yeah, Lazy Daisy.
a real opportunity.
Careful here.
Okay, they saw they saw the sensor. What's the plan?
Noise made. Sun found. No, boy.
Can you see the player screens?
No.
Well, Boaster's dead.
A little too far away to tell what exactly is going on.
Well, Kayak won that.
But I think we're going to have a pause after this to fully assess what exactly has gone on.
I think Gen G won.
What I can tell you,
really?
assuming that we're still being heard,
I think Fnatic won.
Is it looks like Gen G are able to come away
Oh,
with
did
that
they?
round win.
Munchkin's not celebrating after he won? Weird. I guess the Gen G fans were celebrating.
Well, this is a first.
I think we, got hit with a paranoia here.
Yeah, I don't know. we're also just not going out to the house
There's
anymore.
no shot that they are doing a tech pause, though. For this, in this match,
But I don't know what's happening.
I'm not sure either.
that would suck.
Just, I can hear sound again.
No, I think the entire observer feed is down. It's not just to
We
broadcast.
just don't know. We're going to keep yapping just in case this.
Yeah, I have no idea, but
realistically, we don't know. Yeah, I'm going to try to check in online, see maybe if there's some information there.
Oh, he was spamming the crouch key. Yeah, that would do it.
I think it's just our in-house view.
Well, yeah, I mean,
that isn't.
We lost everything.
That isn't working. So, okay. So, waiting to get everything rebooted and good to go. Seems like game.
What is going on with the screen?
Adult stream is still live.
Yay.
We had a power
There we go.
in-house,
They're
so
pressing
we're
all the
waiting to go ahead and
buttons.
Get that cleaned up. So hopefully you guys can hear us. As it might take a quick sec to try to get this one
Dude,
squared away.
their production is getting cooked. What is happening?
Just, sometimes things happen, and pretty sure.
Chobra, we should be happy Fnatic made an international.
Yeah, we have a pause.
Even if we are not
just
winning.
So you know, we haven't continued on. You're not missing
What?
anything.
Oh, so they can see it, and I think
No.
that they still have shots of the
What?
players
No.
and everything like that on screen.
No,
so
no,
it's
no.
pretty much that the stream is fine, but for us here, it's not.
Have a good one, Yessel.
Which obviously, some
I'll
bit of an
I'll
issue.
pay out the gamma.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we'll take some time to try to fix this one. So we're going to go to a break, being told about 10
Oh
minutes. And hopefully
my
when we come
God.
back, we should have everything up and running. So appreciate you guys bearing with us.
No, it's got to be like the observer, collective observer feed. I think just cut. Oi, oi, oi. Damn. Fnatic's getting cooked, though. I think they should have them play the round and then do this at halftime. My guess is that they can't do this without like pausing the game, without it potentially affecting player PCs. And that's always risky because like the number of cables that are running through an esports production, like thinking like, oh, we'll just reboot this or whatever, or we'll diagnose this. It's like you never know what's going to affect something else. It is a product. Sometimes they have like if one part of the observer feed dies or like if the UI dies, they just like move on and they just have them play. But this is like you can't show anything and the casters can't see it, so the cast can't happen, you know. So we played today's Scrandal. We did do that. Just gotta move the cast. Dude, that would be funny if they just circled the stage and they were casting. I mean, we are feasting, though. Ash was doing pretty well, right? Crack and Crashies both fragging. We are feasting. Chat, I know something we can do during the break. That's right, baby. We got Path of Exile in the house. Xpharaoh will wake up. It's 2 matches per player for VFL. Don't worry about it, chat. The servers are not yet online. There's maintenance during my tech pause. Are you kidding me? You're kidding me. GGG, what are you doing? Oh, it's going down, chat. The numbers are going down. This is cooked. The double tech pause. Apparently this is Seth's last cast of this master. Dude, he pulled the plug. He doesn't want it to end. And Pansy just landed, which is crazy. The UN needs to figure out if Pansy has some crazy superpower. Okay, we're in, chat. Don't worry about it. We already played today's Scrandal. We got baited by the... What is it? Karan... What's that shrimp fried dumpling called? Wait, I don't have my cheat sheet. I need my cheat sheet if I'm gonna play, if I'm gonna play friggin' Path of Exile. I gotta know where to go for the fastest path. To the riverways we go. That's fried chicken, no? No, not karaage. It was like a Brazilian fried dumpling. Shayo tweeted... Wait, what did Shayo tweet? Did I pick up the venue with the large screens up? No, yeah, I think the entire thing just went down. Wait, that's the Western Forest. I need to go to the Southern Forest. What the hell? Oh, I think I wasn't supposed to cross the stream. Oops. Oh god. I am stuck. Get me out of here. This might not be going so well. Wait, did I come to the wrong place? What the hell? Oh no. Well, I'm gonna die first of all, so that's cool. I think... Oh, I think the list is wrong. I think I have to go to the Western Forest. Maybe they... I don't think it went down at the venue. Well, I think the Genji fans right behind can see the player screens. I think that's why. Is this... No, that's where I came from. Oh, I was going the wrong way, chat. Yeah, the fans in the standing zone can like kind of see player screens, so Even if you can't like see details, you can definitely see like who won. Holy, why does everything hurt here so bad? Oh, that's because there's a field boss. We don't want to deal with that. We do not want that. Yumi is on a mission to not get their lasso to lower bracket. We must go to the Cavern of Anger. Where'd you go? You dead? You're dead. Is it just at the end of the path? Let's listen to the stream, see if they're actually back.
Hello everyone and welcome to Compliments from the WOL.
They are definitely not actually back.
And here we are today to create an authentic, wholesome atmosphere here in the venue by having them spin the wheel and say something nice about the player that the wheel lands on. So are you guys ready? 오늘 뭘 할 거냐면 알아들으신 거예요? 착한 거 말해주시면 돼요. 칭찬. Okay, be nice. Right. Shall we?
What is the objective of this game? It's an ARPG, so you're looting gear to get stronger and stronger and fight stronger enemies and then get stronger by looting more items. It's not like a PvP game. There's not like rounds. Right now we're going through the campaign, but in the end game it's just like endless looting and fighting harder maps. Okay, wait, this dude has
he's a sweet
unique
boy and he can eat a lot, has a great appetite, and he always forces texture to buy him food, but still nice, sweet boy, and he can eat a lot. Okay, thank you for the compliment, Kara.
Yeah.
Here, let's do this so we can actually see the...
Oh, Bolster.
I like him.
I like him. The end.
되게 이 뭐라 하지 이거를?
유쾌하고
그러고 이제 모두와 이제 잘
Dex
지내려고
int
하고
life
일단 K-pop
gain one of the
좋아하고
your hits strike your hits against you are always critical strengths attacks against you always hit your damage.
좀 있지 않나?
Oh,
네, 그렇게
I don't really
Well,
want that.
Booster's really funny and he gets along with pretty much everyone here in the venue and in the Valorant community. He also loves K-pop and the K-pop idols, and he's a great dancer. So yeah, great boy. Thank you guys so
Great
much
boy.
for joining me. And good luck.
I think the word we're looking for is guy.
Welcome to an iteration of Silly Goose or Serious Moose. I'm joined here with Crashies and also.
Oh, we've already
Fnatic.
seen this one.
I'm just
They're
laughing
running out of
because you guys are
content,
already
chat.
Silly Gooses before we even started this segment. But to TLDR, I have a list of 9 Canadian cities. And it's a true or false. So if you think it's a false city that
Wait,
it
we
doesn't
need that
exist,
item
you pull
for
up the Silly
crafting.
Goose. And if you think it's a
Well,
real
not for
city,
crafting,
you
but
pull up
for
the Serious
resources.
Moose. Good?
Yeah.
Aye, Captain.
Dude, I am.
Aye, Captain. Let's start with the
We are
first
starting
one.
to get wrecked.
Happy
I need to
Valley
actually farm levels and.
Oh, it's one of these games.
No, but it's
Here.
probably serious. It's probably serious. He's gonna start the game off with something that sounds goosey, but I'm gonna go serious moves.
Serious moves. I trust my brother.
That is the answer correct.
See,
It is
I
serious.
know. He's in your head. He's in your head.
Okay. Second one then. It's Guelph.
They're not
Could
Pacific.
be real too.
It's very similar to Banff, wherever Banff was.
What is it again?
What is Banff? Guelph.
Well,
Yeah.
I can't remember what Banff was actually.
it's the national park or something.
National Park.
It's in central Canada, but that's who cares? I'm talking about Guelph here.
Okay.
Well.
You choose this one. I chose the last one.
No, we have to do it together.
1, 2, 3.
Oh no.
Are all the first seeds
Who's right
frauds?
now?
Oh, this
It's
game's not
serious.
over yet, chat.
Guelph is actually in Ontario. It's not too far away from here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, you're 2 out of 2. We'll go with his score.
Do you know what they do there?
No.
They do a different variation of golf. We call it Guelph.
Really?
No.
Nah,
So we'll go.
this guy.
Got
He's got
him.
jokes. He's got a comedian.
Yeah, that's me. That's me. Bedlington. Bedlington.
Bedlington. I'm putting you to Bedlington.
That's what it is. What is it?
Bedlington.
Bedlington. Bedlington.
Serious goose. Serious goose.
Sounds real too.
Serious moose or silly goose? Sorry.
Nah, I'm going this one. The odds are saying it's silly goose.
It is a silly goose.
Yeah.
So it doesn't
Nice.
exist.
3 for 3.
Yeah, Bedlington. It just doesn't sound
Where
like
are we
someone
going?
would,
Follow
like,
the
they get to
short. No, we have to
city
get to
and
the
they're like,
beacon
I'm gonna name
first.
this Bedlington. Nah, they'll be like, let's name it. What was the first one again?
Happy Valley Goose Bay.
Yeah, we're like, this is Happy Valley Goose Bay.
Funny,
Oh,
funny
shoot.
Thing, though, in
How many
Ontario, there's
rares is
actually a lot
that?
of
What the
little
hell?
boroughs and cities that finishes with a ton.
Yeah,
Oh,
I thought that too.
That's what I thought.
How about
Alexander
this one, though?
Hamilton.
Yeah, Hamilton.
There you
What
go.
about Timbitson?
What is it?
Timbitson.
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 I see it.
Do you see it?
Timbitson.
Let me say it in like a French accent. Timbitson.
See,
I said in a French accent.
Oh.
You want some French? I got you.
The strongest second seed got put up against the strongest first seed.
What do you have to do with that?
Yeah,
face?
I mean, I think this
Because
is the
that's
strongest
when I
of
talk
to
them
friends,
so
that's
far
Literally that.
I just spoke French to you. I didn't do that.
on both
accent.
sides.
That's true as well. I'm gonna go serious moose.
I'm going silly goose.
Okay, we
It's
need
actually silly
that.
goose.
I knew it.
But
We
don't need those.
You tweeted out on your Instagram stories about.
We
Timbits
don't need
and
any
Tim
of
Hortons. Have you tried that?
Oh, I
these.
have not tried Tim Hortons.
Oh, you only took a picture.
I only took a picture of it, but that's why I thought it was
I mean,
real.
this
Maybe it
would
had
be
something to do
nice,
with it.
but
That's where we're first originated, right?
I've heard that name
maybe.
before.
Maybe we fight them.
Have you heard about Uranium City?
Uranium City.
Yeah.
Okay, how many?
Oof,
real
okay, hold on.
Short day in Uranium
Holy.
City.
That's the song?
Wait, I didn't see what defenses you had. What the hell? Why are you so tanky? Oh, he's got a totem. That's why. Wait, we're in the game. What the hell? What the hell? There's no casters. I was like, what's going on? We're just taking player feeds, okay. So we don't know their util, but oh, 3v2. They have to get through the wall. Where's Fnatic? Ooh, this is suspenseful. No X-ray. I have no idea where they were last. Oh, they're both on site. Damn. Dude, are Seth and Paperthin just gonna get robbed of their last cast of Masters? I'll try to cast what I can, chat, but I'm still recovering from my flu, so I can't go all out. Poster, wake up. Smile. Get that energy.
Esports is a $2 billion industry now.
No, this is just their usual halftime ad roll. They have to play it during halftime. Curious if they'd make a longer break here, though. That's what I want to know. There's no timer, so maybe. Dude, why did I close my game? What is that tweet? Where are my updates, Achilleos? Where are my updates? Where are my tweets? Give me my tweets. Let's do today's connection. Father, language, soda, smoking, blast, burst, brew, crud, rocket fuel, popular, nudity, Java, curses. It's a power issue. I knew it. I knew it. They might even have to have... They might even have to, remake the lobby if it's a bad power issue. Oh, they said it was... I thought they... I thought they hadn't said it. Okay, so there's like soda brew. Java? It's not Java? Is it not rocket fuel? What's another word for a drink? No, if they remake the lobby, they have to go one by one and recreate everything as it happened. Yeah, Java's a type of, like, that's what you would call coffee, though, right? So is it not rocket fuel, then? What else would you use for, like a refreshing drink or whatever? I mean, Java could be a language as well, but... Okay, we'll come back to that. You know, curses, crud, fudge, blast. Yeah, aw heck. Replacement words for curse words. Language, action... Father. I think this is why an offsite stream production is king, like what Rad's doing in all their global tourneys. Yeah. I mean, I think there's pros and cons. Smoking rocket fuel brew father. What's the connection there? Damn, I'm at a loss. Burst. Slang for coffee. That's what I was thinking. I was like, maybe it's not soda because brew could be coffee as well, and so could rocket fuel. Okay. Now is the hard. Okay, so then we have soda. Soda and popular could both be referred to as pop. Oh, father. Do people really shorten popular as pop? Who says pop for popular? Oh, pop music. Oh, yeah. Yep. Actually, didn't think about that. Yep, that's my bad. That's like the only time it's used that way, but you are correct. So this has to be like categories of like ratings then, right? For movies? Yeah, movie ratings. If you didn't tell me about pop for popular, I don't think I would have ever gotten there. I might have gotten this one first eventually, actually. Wait, no, not Quirtle. That's not what we want to do. It's a weekend, so it should be a tough one, right? A tough Ken? Our favorite game. Wait, how is Pop father? In America, you like say like, "Hey Pop," like "Hey Ma" for mom, "Hey Pop" for father, dad. It's just another slang word. VCT account just tweeted that they're pausing the show. Oh, Pop! It's from Papa. I didn't even think about that. There you go. Fly Pansy back home. Holy dude. Hopefully they don't have to delay it like to the next day. How do you say Daddy Chobra? You just say Chobra. It stands for itself. Alright, chat. We will be turning on PoE if this goes longer, but let's do this first. Oh, I'm freaking zoomed in, that's why. Alright, chat. For those who don't know Ken, you have to... It's like Sudoku, but... Well, now it's too small for you guys, right? Sorry, sponsors of VCT. We'll just scroll down and up. You basically have to get the equation correct. So this is multiply, so all of them are multiplied to create 450. You can only have 1 through 6 in each row, but each box is not... It's just rows and columns. So that's easy. That's 3. This is 2. This is 1. That's 1. Do they have a backup generator or is it a cable problem? I mean, who knows? But even if they have a backup generator, that would mean that if everything went out, they would have to probably recreate. Depending on which parts went out, they might have to, like, you know, reset everything up and whatnot. Okay, this has to be 5 or 6. That's the only way to get 30 with 2 numbers. Which means these have to be 1 through 4. Okay, 450. That could be 5, and then it's 90, right? 3, 5, 6. Is there any other way to get this, actually? If you do 6... You got 70? No. What am I talking about? 75, right? So you need 6 and 5 no matter what. So divided by 30. It's 15. So it has to be 5, 3, 6, 5. That's the only combo. They're telling people in the venue to watch on their phones. Wow. So it has to be 5, 3, or 6 for each of these. Well, this has to be 5, though. Because you can't have a repeat of 5 in one row. So this can't be 5. That has to be 5 or 6. And this has to be 5, 3, or 6. But this can't be 5 or 6 because there's 5 or 6 here. So that has to be 3. Which means this has to be 5 and that has to be 6. Okay. So this has to be 1, 2, and 4 in here. But that can't be 1 because it's the same row. Alright, we're going to... So I don't have to scroll too much. But that would mean that we have 7 here, so this has to be 4. Which means this is 3, which means this is 4, which means this can't be 4. This has to be 2, actually. So this has to be 1, and that's 4. My brain can't comprehend this. I'll just try to understand by watching you. If you have any questions on how I solved a certain square, let me know if I'm going too fast. I love these, so I'm down to help explain. All of Gen G has left their stations. Yikes, man. This is how Fnatic wins, chat. Fnatic was born and raised in the tech pause. All jokes aside, this is rough. This has to be 2, 3, or 6. Same with this. Well, this can't be 2. Yeah, you're just trying to make these sums or multiplies, right? So like here, these 4 squares, the darker border, this has to total 16 if you add them together. But each row and column can only have 1 through 6 once each. Since I already have 1, 4, and 5 in this column filled up, this has to be 2, 3, or 6, each of these remaining squares. But this one already has a 2 here, so this has to be 3 or 6. Fnatic left too, I mean, I imagine. It's because Fnatic versus Gen G was too hype. No, I mean, they could have just let them go back to their... They probably, what they do is because if you're on the stage, like you're under the lights and stuff. So what we did during the Pacific long tech pause was you create a separate space. So back then we had to give them the caster area so they can't like discuss strategy with their coaches, etc. And then they put them there and, you know, you had refs watching them. But that way they didn't have to like sit on the stage while everything was being fixed. What happens if they can't bring it back up? They might have let the extra round run to halftime so the game is easier to remake on a later date, just a theory. I mean, I think no matter what, it's just easier to remake at that point, probably. So this has to be 1, 2, or 4. All 3 of these. Which means if all 3 of them have to be 1, 2, or 4, that means this total has to be 1, 2, and 4, which is 7. So this is 6 because 13 minus 7 is 6. Which means this can't be 6. So that has to be 2 or 3. This has to be 1, 2, or 3. This also has to be 1, 2, or 3. Okay, what are the possibilities to create 180 by multiplication? If you divide it by 6, you get 30. If you divide it by 5, you get 6. Then you get 2 and 3. That's looking very likely. But what if we had a 1 in there? Then it's 180. If you divide it by 6, you get 30. You could have 1, 6, 5, 6. If you divide it by 5 first, you get 36, yeah? No, so that's the only option. Wait, is that right? If you get 36, you divide it by 4, You could have 5 for 3-3. Wait, no, you can't. Yeah, you can. Oh, 5 for 3-3 is an option as well. So there could be a 4 in here somewhere. Except there can't be, because there's no 4. So this is not an option. Probably why Munchkin was teabagging. He thought he wouldn't be caught. What? Players teabag all the time. What are you talking about? No, I don't think they would replay the entire map. I think it would just be because I feel like it was probably a production issue. So, but once you're at the half, it's probably just an easier piece of mind to be like, we know the score, but we don't have to recreate every round, right? Because Valorant doesn't have a built-in chrono system. So when they roll back rounds, what you have to do is you have to make a new lobby, and then you have to like recreate each round. Everyone stands in a line, and you say, okay, you bought 2 blast packs, no boom bot, you used one, but it didn't damage anyone, etc. Yada, yada, yada. But if you end the half, you can be like, all right, slate's clean. Go into the... We're just going to create the score, and we go into the half. Obviously, that would still mess up the API, but it depends on how important they think that is. So it has to be 6523 or 1656. But this can't be 5, so it has to be 6523. The rules around finding are pretty overblown. Some things get warnings, but like Buzz notoriously teabags a lot at every tournament. So, yeah, it's only if it's like very maliciously done. No, I don't think it's postponed yet, chat. Yeah. The 2 box in the top of 180 area needs to be less than 4, no? Yeah. So I have 1, 2, or 3 listed here, and then 2 or 3 here because this is a 1. But we can't have a 1 here because we can't have the 1656 because this can't be a 5. Because the only way to get a 1656 is if this box is a 5, because then it would not overlap with this. So this can't be a 1. So it has to be a 6523. If these are the only ones that can be 2-3, this has to be a 5 or 6. That means this is a 1. And if this needs to be 1, 5, or 6, 1, 5, or 6, this has to be in the 1. Oh my god, it can't be. I take that back. Oh, it can be a 2. Wait. Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah. This can't be a 6, though. I mean, I think sometimes they get fined. It's not like automatically if you teabag you get fined. It's probably if you like overdo it, or if you're like literally like, you know, like people used to joke about like shooting bodies gets fined, and you don't automatically get fined. I think players have been fined, but it's not like a blanket rule. The moment you teabag, you're like fined. I don't think you should do it overtly anyway. It's just not, you know. But like if you like go on to their like, you know, the model like and like purposely like aim it and do it, like you probably get fined. You know what I mean? But the screen's back and the casters are back. All right, we gotta solve this ASAP then. What are my options for 48? 6, 2, 4, 1, 3. Wait, what? No, what am I? Oh, yes. Three, 4, 4, 1. 3, 4, 2, 2. That's a lot of options. Okay, let's see how many of these are possible, though. It can't be 3, 4, 2, 2 because I would need a 2 in both rows. So that's not it. Am I missing any if I go by 4 first? Then it's 12. No, then we just go back to these two. Okay. Can I have a 4 in both rows? In theory, yes. But I cannot have a 1 here, so the 1 has to be here. You can get the 2 in the left column. These two? These two? Oh, this can't be a 1, though. You are correct. Thank you for the catch. Oh, wait. There's no 5 here, though. So this is a 5. That's the only 1 in this column. If I'm wrong on that, if I made a mistake somewhere here, then I'm cooked, but... Six, 3, 5. So it's 1, 2, 4 everywhere. But this can't be a 2. It could still be 1, 4, 4, 3. I have to watch out. It could still be 1, 4, 4, 3. This can't be. This has to be 5. Because this can't have a 5. And this isn't a 5. Which means this now totals 11. These 3? I feel like this has to be a 2, 3, or 6. It has to be some combination of 2, 3, or 6. Top row, second column. Oh, you're right. I already have the 1 here. And this can't be a 1. You are correct. So this has to be a 4. Which means this has to be a 1. Which means this has to be a 2. So the question is it 1, 4, 4, 3 or 1, 4, 2, 6? It can't be because you can't have any 6s left in this column. So it has to be 4 and 3. Ooh, that means this has to be a 6, which means that's a 5, which means this is a 6. This has to be a 3, which means this has to be a 4, which means this has to be 1. Is that right? Yep. Total's 13. Oh, now it's just wherever I put it. There's just 2 different options, right? Easy. 17 minutes, but we took a break from it in the middle, so we did okay. I think FPS will always have trash talk, but I think it helps that a lot of Pro Val players are friends and will give each other crap. Yeah. No, I think trash talk is good to have. It's just like... I think CS, like, it's sometimes funny. I do think CS sometimes crosses the line. And, like, not crosses the line as in I'm now judging you as a bad person, like a human, but for, like, a broadcasted product, you know what I mean? And people will say, like, oh, that's so soft, but it's like, I'm not saying you have to go, like, completely sterile. You just have to, but, you know, you don't have to cross certain bounds. Like you can be wittier. You know what I mean? Like you could, to me, honestly, sometimes if you're just crossing lines and trash talk, to me, it's just like, oh, you couldn't think of something smarter to say. So like, thanks for the twirl of the puzzle. It's fun. If you like any number-based things, Ken's fun. Yeah, I think it also helps to know that they're friends, and the Valorant players are pretty good at like making that clear for everyone. We watched this. This was on stream, which is the only way they would have this footage of this angle, right? Yeah, no, we watched it. This is on stream. They showed it on the official broadcast. Yeah. Maintaining a standard of basic human decency is missed sometimes. Yeah, exactly. Like you don't have to like, you don't have to attack someone's actual character. You don't have to attack, like you don't have to make it suddenly like you know, you don't have to suddenly put in like unnecessary curse words, right? You don't have to use like inappropriate slang. You don't have to make it sexual. You know what I mean? Like you can trash talk without doing that. Like dropping the F-bomb is one thing, but like, you know, going up to, yeah. It's funny. You know, seeing some of the clips from some other games or like other sports where that happens, it's like, yeah, like as a clip, it's funny, but it's like, I don't think I would enjoy watching that every time. 근데 메이저 같은 거는 이게 다 원래 허락을 받고 해야 되는 거라서 제가 방송에서 틀 수는 없어요. Yeah, and also chat, like co-streams for any product, generally you should be getting permission. I know a lot of people like don't do that. And like obviously the line is very gray with like everyone just watching each other's YouTube videos, and like I watch people's YouTube videos if people link it and whatnot, and like we react off of it, and like that's true, but like live products are usually like, it is a product. You usually need permission unless they openly said that it's open to everyone. So like people being like, you should just check this out while we're waiting. It's like, I can't do that. I shouldn't be doing that. Some people you might get away with it, but you know, just because your friend stole a piece of gum from the store doesn't mean that makes it okay, you know? Can you bring the power back? That I can look into. I might not be able to watch the major on stream, but I could look into bringing the power back. See how I feel. The COD scene is a yikes. Oh, dude, I like COD. Like, I grew up with COD, right? I like COD. And some of the players, well, some of the older generation Call of Duty players, like pros, even on console, like I've met and I've grown to like. But it is a bit of a yikes. It's very immature, and it's very immaturely emotionally charged. Uh-oh, here we go. What's going to be on screen, chat? Is it going to be the game, or is it going to be the desk? Here we go. Oh.
Is this thing on? Can you all hear me out there?
Nice. All right, we're back.
Well, thank God for that. Appreciate you all for being patient, as we are moments away, it would seem, from getting back into this game. 9-3 at the half.
9-3 at the half. 9-3. Curse.
Let's close this one out strong.
Whoa! Bias, Achilles.
See it here in the venue, but Gen G closed out the final round of the half.
There might be a third map. What do you mean close it out strong? Whoa. Biased caster, am I right? That's not what he meant, chat. He just meant let's close the series out strong.
Really need to get this pistol to go. Might be forced into a force buy afterwards. Texture gonna use the toxic screen to reposition just a little bit. He's got a little bit of help from Karan as well. Right out in front of him towards the site. That's where the bulk of Fnatic's forces are, but this might not be a full-on hit.
Oh, they are going to try to sell a hard...
Quiet. Clone Pushing
Fake
forward
with the
over towards that B
clone
side. Does
and
get cleared.
Raze
Kara on
making
play, up
noise
close,
with
no
the paint
smoke there.
shells.
Up this gate, ends up
Dude,
getting
that
beat
is
down. Kayak will find the
that's
kill
a
that breaks
pistol.
open the A site.
The clone with the Raze paint shells peeking in, making some gunshots, and then friggin'
Spike gets planted. Prowler
just
on
taking
the check.
contact on A.
You're going to be noted. Poison orb set up. Trying to make that exit from screens. Nigh impossible as Alpha.
And he's still on the lurk.
Unawares here in mid. They're looking for the entry.
Okay, they gotta watch out.
Jiggle on the corner, crashes, gets the C's out, looks to try to take them down.
Oh, dude.
Along the wayside, it's
Texture
about to
hard
kill the
carrying
Crashes.
this.
Get rid of the enemy neon at the same time. So now a 2v2. Diffuse starting to be held. Grabwell
Locks the
coming
half.
through, wide swing out from Poster.
They know he hasn't done it. Nice ping pong.
As Fnatic
Dude, Texture sliding in after his teammates got seized, though?
delivered
That's a
Gen G
good
their
call
first
from
pistol
Texture.
loss here at
A
Masters
good call
Toronto.
from
It's just
Texture.
a great call in the timing by Fnatic. Previously, on their pistol round,
First
last
pistol
time they played
loss
this map
for Gen
against
G.
Heretics,
Chat,
they
this
set
is
up a
where it all
toxic screen and
begins.
used that as a fake to rotate back over to B.
This is where it
I
all
think with it
starts,
taking
chat.
So long, Gen G felt like it
It all
wasn't
starts
gonna
with one.
B, and maybe there was just one there.
Damn, Boaster popping off. Okay.
Instead, it was almost the full forces of Fnatic. Great reads there by Alfier. Ready for
Gen G
Munchkin,
has
trying
not
to
won a
push
single
down mid.
map where they didn't win both
Able to
pistols
get
as
into
Masters.
the A
That
habit.
is a scientific
Do some damage
fact.
in that round. Now on to
That is a fact.
the first eco of the tournament for Gen G. The only buy up, yeah, it is. The only buy up is a sheriff for Texture. Pretty wild, but they're just trying to. obscure
Achilles
their
streak broken,
positions.
Gen G pistol broken.
Fnatic
Maybe
guessing
finally
about where
Chobra's
the
pick
stack
curse
is,
can be broken.
They're pretty split up here.
Chat, does Sentinels not count?
Foxy is Ash.
Do you just not want to admit, chat, that Sentinels is the strongest team in the world? They're the only team that can beat Chobra's curse?
Prowler gets a spot onto Foxy 9, considering maybe sending out the net here. Try to get a catch. Swing around, and Kayak.
Oh, Kayak. I am
Instantaneous
happy
here.
that Kayak's like not like
Texture.
getting shaken
the
up
shoulder
by
there.
like certain
Kayak
rounds
needs a
or
little bit
whatever's
more.
happening.
Some damage exchange.
Because my biggest fear, not just for Fnatic, but for Kayak, was like if he like gets shaky again, you know, then people are gonna be like, it was just because it was like heretics.
Creep down through. Footsteps gonna
But
be noted.
30 seconds
Not
left.
riding the rope. Quite just
Kayak
yet.
seems to have
Plays it
like
out a
really
little bit
found
more
his stride
slowly.
on a
Alpha
stage.
Trying to get that shot through. Gets one to connect, but Ash finds the headshot.
Spike planted.
Okay, we can't lose any more things. I mean, you could lose the Stinger, but ideally you wouldn't.
Let's see if he can do some more damage here. Him and Ash are going to group up, try to make their way through.
Concealment.
Some salvo as a drone if they want to try to commit that. Otherwise, might just be saving the util. But Munchkin
Risky
pushes out into the open.
reposition.
Eventually,
Okay,
Chronicle's
Boaster.
gonna be the one that finds it. Sheriff changing hands multiple times. As Ash goes to the reload, but makes some noise there.
Is Boaster gonna want to go for the kill with the Stinger?
Tuck away here at the ramp. Maybe look for an exit. Slides over, a chance to try to get a catch here, but shot goes out a little bit too
Doesn't
early.
matter,
Poacher
comes
finds
to
a
him.
headshot with the Stinger. Fnatic
What's up, No Void?
close out the anti-eco, losing out on 2 players. It's going to be the one weapon lost.
Yeah, really important rounds here for Fnatic. That they're able to come through relatively cleanly on the anti-eco and get the ball rolling. It's going to be a judge for Munchkin.
Uh-oh, the Munchkin
Nice little
Viper
paranoia play,
judge.
but Chronicle ready there. Back up, Kayak. But a belter of a first shot. Gonna need more of that. But this is the attacker side for
Damn,
Fnatic.
dude,
This
Boaster's
is where
trying
they
to
should be
like
doing
get
damage with
the
this
team
comp.
fired up.
This is where they should be rolling rounds together. See if they can get a bonus to go. A lot of this
Oh, that is a
Until
nasty sonic
set up
sensor.
deep to counter the Yoru, and another for the entry.
The fact that it's above and not
Judge in hand.
just horizontal
Cycled Prowler.
is kind of dirty.
Able to distract an Alpha.
I wonder if it
Pushes
survives the deep paint shells.
Damage
I
basically not
think
even
it would still
suffered
get
here.
broken, actually.
Just flushing
That's
out.
rough. Losing Munchkin like that in mid?
Like they want to play around the map still. Not
Fnatic can now wait for the wall to drop, too, to explore a bit more. Now that they took out the Viper.
Really nice play there. Anticipating somebody could be up close. Oh my God, Texture.
It's a bit of sense off the back of that.
He
Prowler
wasn't even
catches
meaning to
Crashies.
peek it.
Swing in. Texture finds another. Come alive. Now the barrier
You have
rush
to
gonna be
go.
broken here on the B side. Karen sending out the paranoia to try to delay. Got distracted as well. Trying to find a catch, but Karan flying back pillar, finds one, tucks in the backside, looks for a little bit more, can't quite align it on the kayak, goes to the line, but finds it! And Foxy 9 cleans up Boaster.
Damn.
Bonus conversion, now they found Gen G hitting double digits. Fnatic 5 rounds behind.
Just the confidence being shown there by Texture. Reading that right off that Prowler, he's going to have the angle.
Huge, yeah, huge from Texture.
For the duel against Chronicle, wins that. And it's a nice crossfire setup there. And a good grab net to stall that execute just a little bit by Foxy 9.
Kara
having a tremendous map right now. 17 kills on the board for him.
Dude, Fnatic would have won against any of the other second seeds, I'm pretty sure.
Right side.
It just had to be Fnatic Gen G. I mean, it's not over yet. It's not over yet, but
I'd like to try to clear it out. So that's why you see Foxy trying to play a little bit of an off angle, but smokes are going to bloom. Switch on the slow. Just trying to get the catch there. Free fire on the angle. Unable to find it.
Still have that sonic sensor there. Backed off. He's actually going to replace it. Moves it a little bit further back. So that's opened up the door here for this ropes push. Karan watching for it. Spot there on the Chronicle. So Gen G, some awareness of what's going on in the map. And that's going to force out the barrier there. They want to try to force Fnatic into Gen G's strong side, where they have their 3-player stack.
This late layering of util from Gen G. Doing wonders to try to just come up the works here, slow down
the wall's all gone,
really
so
narrow their options down.
The world's Fnatic's oyster. They still have Kron as well.
30 seconds left.
Able to clear it.
Kron needs to find a timing to try to get some contact on A.
24 seconds remaining. Things are about to get a little
That's
bit
a
dicey.
lot. You've taken out everything though. That's huge.
Absolutely gorgeous with a blast pack.
They need to be ready. Uh-oh. A little bit of a poor flash. Alpha is good for it. Ash gets Kron. That's okay though.
Here at the alley.
Salvos?
Plant able to be committed to.
Too far.
Paranoia goes across. Some stuck in position. Stitcher watching for the flank. And Ash with
Ash?
fire.
Ooh, positions aren't great.
Ashy staying put.
You're hoping that they peek off of the smoke.
Just playing off the exit of this nebula. Creep forward.
Kayak and Crashies have to go big.
Smoke down, gonna be gone. Karan instantaneous with a headshot, able to find him there.
Kayak has to go big.
He doesn't have the bullets, but he's still able to stay alive. Texture, however, taken down to
Oh my god.
Classic in hand, and the right click gets it done. Gen G scrape by with a round victory.
Kayak thought Boaster was gonna die. Kayak thought Texture was gonna push
Here in
Boaster.
the upper bracket of the back
Oh my god.
What a brilliant play by Texture to use that fast lane to isolate the fights, and it catches Kayak completely off guard. Ash winning a couple big battles himself in that round, the 1v1
That
against
is-
Chronicle on the other side of the map, and then finds the opener.
He wanted to try to get a position to win a 1v1. Or like in case Texture was hiding in the fast lane.
Had some great kills along the way.
Which
A
is
great last pass to
unfortunate
displace
because the
Foxy
moment
9.
I saw him put up that wall, I was like, he wants
But
to
all for
duel
naught.
Kayak first because he knows
Now
Boaster's
Fnatic
low.
has to go into another timeout. They have to try to find
Damn.
some way back into this match.
Yeah, Kayak's feeling that one.
Yeah.
That one gets to him a little bit, I
2
think.
rounds of leeway, or else they're going down to the lower bracket. Otherwise, it just seems like Gen G is in cruise control to continue their run here at Masters Toronto. They have been unstoppable. Finally,
Yeah, I
somebody
think
did damage to
Anders
them in
has
the
his
pistol
hands
round
full for
department,
now, chat.
but outside of that, they have been almost as good as you can be.
A last reprieve for Fnatic. They've come back from such deficits in the past. Gen G at the moment,
Yep.
looking like a bit of a different
Seed
beast at
ones
this
are
tournament.
on their
Make
losses
up for
right now.
lost time and bring this to a swift conclusion on split for the 2-0. 6 rounds in a row
Ooh,
for Fnatic.
Anders' next
Tied
agent
things up.
prediction. We love those.
8 to avoid an overtime.
They're investing in this round. They've bought up as much as they can. Stingers, Guardians, showstopper for Alpha.
Another go at the judge here for Munchkin in mid.
Let's see if Fnatic can have a good read on this again. See if this is going to get the Prowler to come through. Seems like they're making sure to check ropes. Oh, Munchkin doesn't hear anything.
Slightly different angle this time. Plays back into the corner at Mail. They have to have the read. They have to have the expectation. The Boombot's not going to clear it, but Alpha.
Fnatic's being very good about clearing out Munchkin's positions. They're very good about punishing this mid being somewhat weak, because you know that. See, this is why I'm curious about the defense of Deadlock Tejo, because I was wondering how. Ideally, you want to like push a spot and take it so you can save the Deadlock util for timings, but
for the moment, it is just texture.
right now they're having to use it a little early the moment they see reactions, which means that mid has to be kind of weak unless it's a full stack on mid.
Finding the headshot.
30 seconds left.
They're on now.
Timing.
Revealed, blinded up, showstopper.
Oh my god. Okay, they still get it. They still watch for Ashe as well. They're ready for Ashe now too.
Dead, leaving texture to his own devices, which don't last much longer. Flawless round here in response to the timeout. Fnatic rally back in a big way.
Just being so good with taking their time, working their way up mid, not falling for Munchkin's trickery. Reading that position so nicely.
The problem with Fnatic is they don't have too many rounds, because so the moment that Genji makes a correction on the setups,
to make sure the texture has no hope of doing any more damage.
Together is good.
Work together.
I like it.
You know, Genji's gonna try to play some isolated positions.
Yeah, there's the
On this
adjustment.
defender side, and if you can work that apart, you're gonna have a really
You're
good
on a
shot
mixed
here to
buy
make a
as
comeback.
well. That it could be just for that, but it could just be the adjustment that if you eventually take contact on B, we're just going to trade you on B. They're focused heavily on B as well because that's where Fnatic's been going the whole time.
Be very careful. Genji in the meantime.
They're just all inning. They're just stacking.
Texture does have his ultimate to back it up.
They know that Fnatic's spending time and util to take mid, and then they go down to 30 seconds before they strike on B. But Fnatic realizes Munchkin's not here, so they have to change things up. Smoke comes out. This is a good smoke from Charon.
Alpha goes for a bit of a look-see.
And Chronicle's wondering if it's going to be a stack here. They have no idea, so they don't know if it's a push out. Fnatic, you have zero information, though.
Situated here on the rafters.
You have Euro.
Back away off stairs.
Literally, Euro could ult in, C3, and you could just rotate to A.
Just waiting for contact. Probably just going to rip that paranoia. Right as soon as anybody.
Fnatic, you think you're going to get away with this
Fnatic makes too much noise. Kayak does
4
clear.
times?
The deadlock util.
30 seconds left.
Blast back across the way. Paranoia applying the hit. Khan pushes forward off the back of that one. Does manage to find one for the nade from beyond the grave.
Huge
Comes
for
up with the kill.
Munchkin.
Munchkin, however,
Boaster's
pinching
stuck.
in, out of vent,
He needs help.
finding one, looking for a little bit more. Swaps the weapon, and Boaster, crucially, keeps himself alive. Ashe now.
What a play.
Really spammed down. Time starting to dwindle. As Texture gets noted.
Oh my god.
But Chronicle arrives when they need him the most.
Oh my god.
Fnatic continue to run it back.
Munchkin maybe just assuming that Boaster had gone towards the stairs. But he guessed incorrectly. Went for the gun.
Dude, I mean,
saw it work out for him on Haven.
Fnatic,
This time around,
they
though,
got away with the skin on their teeth on this one.
Great cover there by
Macro-wise,
Chronicle.
I mean,
Make
if
sure that
if
Texture's
Gen G
ultimate
had better guns,
can't do
they take the fights better on the site and they
Now,
win.
just about every other ult. Alpha
The
used his, and
overdrive
now he's
is
got a
huge,
bunch
though. I agree.
for Fnatic.
Getting the
So a
neon
lot
ult
of
out is
options on
massive.
the table for this round. Foxy does have the annihilation again.
And that's the critical factor.
I think Munchkin didn't see him here, and I think Munchkin assumed Boaster had gone down the stairs. Or was exploring stairs. I don't think he was thinking about the box at all.
Spot, just that annihilation, as you mentioned. Armageddon, one charge away.
Once again, it's the same setup, but
Munchkin this time
you got the
play
drone out early this
more of a
time.
disconnected position
They
around
want to
the
hit
pin.
A. They've
Tyler
got
trying to check,
Euro
free
ult.
fire. Just get a bit of damage there on the Boaster, and it makes him certainly think twice about trying to lurk forward into that vent.
That's a huge win, though. This mid part of the map has been giving Gen G fits. It's been something that
Yeah,
Fnatic
this
has
time
done
they
a
pushed
great
them
job
back.
taking advantage of. There hasn't been
But then they still
resistance.
default back to heavy
He's been
B.
allowing
That's
them
the
to
adjustment
push
that
up
Gen G made. Finally, Fnatic, they get away with the skin of their teeth in that previous round, and now they Euro ult. They still hold mid in case they need to rotate.
They're going to walk about trying to see what he could spot.
Only one in heaven.
Into heaven is Munchkin. Holds things down in mid.
Now you have to go fast on A.
Albier both going to be eliminated. Ash over the top here at Heaven.
Huge. Huge from Kayak, dude. The clone to distract the one on site so he can peek out safely against Ash.
Looking for the jump. The grab, no.
Okay.
Quite able to find it. The mini-map seemed like perhaps Chronicle was going to get caught. Able to
That
find
was
two,
the one
push
from
forward.
over, right?
Munchkin is strafing over the fight. It's Foxy 9. 10 with the smoke, but Texture pre-fires the
Dude,
swing out of elbow.
Texture. What the heck?
Is in with a chance to try to clutch this out.
Crashy's my goat. Crashy's my goat. Crashy's is my goat. Crashy's is my goat.
Him out. Wide swings, damage exchange here on both sides. 10 bullets, now 7 remaining in the mag. Clears the haunt. Down to 6, the leg. Noted. He's looking to try to flush him out. 1 bullet now, just a classic. Worked the last time, works this time as well.
Kidding me right now.
Texture on for the defuse. Trying to listen for it. Does he have it? He does! .51! It's another Red Bull clutch! As Texture breaks the momentum and takes Gen G to match point.
He got tagged too much.
He is the best player in Toronto right now.
He got tagged too much.
Are out of control from Texture.
Oh, he got tagged too much.
But Texture
played that real well, to be fair. Texture played that real well.
Just enough.
The last time he was peeking this angle and he sees the shoulder twice and he doesn't shoot, that was huge because it forces Crashy Staff to get back in so he takes another hit.
Texture here at ramp, pre-fire angle, but Kayak in response. A belter of a shot. Bullet connects the forehead. Texture. It's knocked out of the park.
I mean, Crashy's did all he could other than swinging out and taking him out, but he gave respect where respect was due because it was Texture, and Texture's been on one this tournament.
Just yet. Minor gap in the smoke. Potentially try to play around. As he goes to the peak, looks for the timing, finds it. It's a little bit whiffy, he cannot escape. Crashy's is
Okay,
there.
Crashy should not have gone away with that, but
fallen teammate, but Foxy 9 refills the space, and on the peak. He's out time Chronicle.
they don't expect another. They don't expect another to push back out. That's an incredible call from Foxy 9.
Stuck in the drone. It's a little bit of information. Seems like he may just
They
end up
push
saving
back
this for
out
the
against the
retake.
drone.
Double exploration here
I like
from Alpha
it.
and
I
Kayak.
don't mind
Pushing
it.
towards alley.
Okay.
Held across, Crashy's safe
One's just
behind
going to
the
be
box.
bait for Crashies, or watching out, rather.
Given up. Alpha spot.
Huge from Alpha Air.
Readjusts.
Kayak's got to make a choice. He's low too, though. That's why.
So low on HP.
Huge,
Persevering after the
huge.
drop down. Finds the first.
Yeah, Kayak's now going Heaven.
Goes in, looking to try to take this up to half. The reapproach out from Heaven. Does he just stick it? The shot's not connecting. Waits it out. Finds one. But Kayak plays it well.
No time?
This is not gonna
Okay.
be
Whew.
0.1 seconds off.
Very well played. Very well played from Kayak. He held on. He held on strong.
Be kidding me.
A nice try from Ash, though. He knew he had a slight chance. It's just Kayak just has that timer.
Ash doing his damnedest.
Checks in the very last second.
It isn't for that haunt.
That's.
Probably has this round potentially.
He thought he had it.
So close, Munchkin.
Oh my god.
They got to tighten the screws
That's
a little
dude.
bit
That's
here.
a crazy round.
On this round. Alpha.
Texture on the peak. Dead.
Dude, if this was 11-8, I would feel so good for Fnatic right now, actually, the way they're playing these rounds.
Absolute nail biter.
I think Gen G's actually still making better overall macro calls, but Fnatic is...
Calling them out momentarily.
They're, like, not letting a domino fall.
Spamming some right clicks. Ash as well. Similarly. Taken low. This A site heavily at risk now. Smoke's just going to be cycled. Some noise made. Try to relay that, but Munchkin.
Huge. He expects another.
He's going to send the pit.
Wow, really?
But it's only Ash on that A side of the map. They could just rotate back over.
You know there's still one
Down to
here.
30. Might just find the
Oh
timing,
my god.
It's the drop down there from Chronicle. Works his way into the sewer. Just trying to see if a rotation comes through, but Fnatic.
They're going to try... Gen G has a read. They're going to try to circle the pit.
I mean, you have to assume.
They've been liking the B site better too, but it's ecos. Surely you explore A
Weaponry. It's just
on the eco.
trying to hold the line at B. See if you can.
They are exploring. They don't have much time though.
30 seconds.
There's no one in vents. They're trying to make noise there. Okay, they get one.
Foxy catches a shot to the face.
Okay, you know the ones. You know the one by the pit. You know he's in the pit. Okay.
Ash is still a world away.
They don't know where
Munchkin
Ash
back
is.
into
They're a little
Garage.
scared, but Ash is going to take his time.
Planted. I think he might be regretting sending this pit out. Drops it to try to give them some kind
Oh,
of
I
chance.
think Munchkin
Covers the
is
weapon
tearing
previously brought
tearing
by
one
Alpha.
apart. Honestly, Munchkin on international hits different. I've been praising him this entire match up until the tech pause.
It certainly should be.
All right, you know he's having.
Attempt. Nothing spotted.
Anyone gonna think about the pit? The pit going down? Anybody?
Holding the angle, getting the headshot. And Ash at 30 with just a stinger cannot make it
Holy.
happen. Fnatic 3 rounds away from taking us to overtime. And Shenji find themselves without a pit.
Oh boy.
You've got your
A
ult.
gamble there by Munchkin. Hits a nasty shot. Alpha so ready for that swing out.
If
from
Munchkin got
Texture.
kayak,
Paranoia
doable.
misses. 2 players that Gen G dealt
Absolutely
with.
doable.
Kayak with 3 on the round.
Munchkin almost got away with freaking daylight robbery on the reclear.
Right back into another alt cycle as well. Showstopper, Dimensional Drift, Cosmic Divide.
But Fnatic has to be careful. They ideally want to cycle
the
these. They don't want to dump them,
team.
but you also don't have the luxury because it's match
Got
point.
a real chance. Again, these mid positions really just not being dealt with by Gen G. They're giving up a ton of space. I mean, Munchkin will go for these plays where he tries to outmaneuver you through the smokes, but
He is just dancing around those bullets for the moment.
That is too close for comfort.
He's gonna work his way back across.
Yeah, Munchkin was trying to punish them because they've been clearing. They've been
have
pushing the
Ash
smoke
slid in.
fast.
Maybe help him. There was a push forward.
Karan up and over the top.
They shoot it from heaven. Karen's gonna stick around on the box.
Position here.
That's got Munchkin slid over though. That
Gen
opens
G
up
is
Nail.
trying to abuse the fact that Fnatic plays
For
slow around mid
Fanatics.
and then slow into B. They're trying so many different positions. But the Euro checks him. Euro is clearing, but the spike.
And Ash finds another. Damage dealt to Alpia, puts him down to 72. The spike. Drop there at vent.
You can't go B.
Little exit.
You saw too much.
Having to retreat. Joining together now alongside Chronicle, who hasn't been able to take that much space realistically at all.
Yeah, but
Here
if you're going at this tempo, at most it's a 2v2, but the Sonic sensor.
Corner here for Foxy to potentially play
They're
off.
trying to clear it. They're trying to clear it. Okay, only one gets stunned. Only one gets grab netted. Huge relay bolt.
Has them reeling back.
Oh my god, they don't have time.
Remaining. Fnatic have to
They don't have time.
They have to start rushing forward, but they're taking so much damage on entry. Kayak fighting back for one. Spike now needed to be committed. Chronicle.
Dude, how does he? What? Oh my god.
He's giving them a real chance to try to keep this going. Karan, however, full HP.
Dude, Masters Chronicle is back? What the hell?
Wall. Taking a peek, all 3 players tagged up here on the side of Fnatic, but it looks like he's drifting away. The call to save has been made.
No, he's gonna save.
He has a
They don't.
realistic chance to try to go for
They
the
don't have the
clutch,
money.
But Gen G make the call.
I mean, they're
It's too
so
risky.
low. This is such a. This one hurts for Karon to save.
Up, but that does mean that Fnatic continue to build momentum.
I actually think you go for it here. I actually think you go for it here unless they're going to scrape a bye.
It looked like Gen G
They
might
can
just be able to close this match out. They had that pretty well read. They had that stall.
They must be looking for another weird half buy, like a 3-4 man buy.
Make Fnatic have to press forward. And
If they're
Foxy
looking for a
trying to hide
4
his
half,
position, trying
like
to waste
3-man
that moment
buy,
to strike.
you keep a Vandal.
Delay the plant enough where time would just win
I
the
get
round
it.
for them.
But otherwise, I think that's the one you go for, and you just eat the eco on the next round anyway.
Texture there never could get the spray under control. That is disgusting from Chronicle. Ridiculous. Tightest of angles there.
From how things had started here for this player on this map, he has rebounded in the biggest way. Timeout call now.
This wouldn't be the last round, though, no? Wasn't that
First one
12-9?
on this map, second one in the series. Looking to try to bring this to a
Yeah.
conclusion, but the buy
So even if
is
they
not
lose this round, they
going
would
to
have
be
another
there.
shot.
The ults are not going to be there.
No, now it's 12-10.
Pretty
If it was
curious to
12,
see
if it was
how Gen G
12-10
wants to
before,
approach
then
this.
I see what you're
Maybe
saying
gonna
because it
try
would
to
become
go for
12-11, and
kind of
obviously,
util
you
dump
know,
into mid, try to go for
that
a
would
bit of a
suck.
trap. I
But
mean, that's something that Fnatic has been exploring almost every single round. But I thought they had a pretty good idea.
no,
there with
but
Ash.
what did I say? Gen G
Played that,
always
waited out
times
for
out
Prowler,
like in the last
caught
second.
Poster
They
off
trust their
guard.
players a lot, and they also don't
Doubled
want to
down
like.
for another.
I think
well
I
thought
think
out
Solo really
kinda crumbling.
recognizes the power of the opponents being able to just
1v1s
obviously
again for
here
Gen
Fnatic
G.
doesn't have any more
They've been
timeouts,
so
but
sharp with in the first half of this event, but here in playoffs,
I think he values his timeouts a lot and the chance for the opponent to adapt to it.
still have a cosmic divide. You're one away.
So yeah, they are going to scrape
From another
together a 4-man buy.
overdrive
So then I'm okay
away
with it.
from Ash's ult.
But otherwise, I feel like that's the one where you
Gen G,
take a
yeah,
risk
look at this.
since it's Charon.
Setting up 3 in
Unless
mid.
Charon said
They're
like,
looking to
I
try
want to
trap
save,
this.
then that's fine.
Fnatic
But
Playing away from it.
Completely different ideas.
Guardian, Vandal, Sheriff, 2 Stingers. This Texture just playing back a bit here, not wanting to overcommit into Garage.
2 away from
Lost that battle
Teo,
last
1
time.
away from Neon. If Texture gets the
Favor
kill,
this go around.
It's only Munchkin just crouching here in the peak. Might be getting more than
you know there's a Stinger close. For the first time, they're trying to go fast pressure onto A.
early alert system.
They can't get, they think they can't get rifled other than the one that was saved.
Clone sent forward. Munchkin.
Did Fnatic read during the timeout that they've been heavy focusing on mid?
From Fnatic.
That seems
They
to be
love
the
to do
adjustment
this.
that Fnatic has
Need
made.
some attention on one side of the map.
Going for the classic
pivot over.
good old B
You
Astral
really
wall, maybe?
understand what's
You've
going
always
on.
been going for a pinch. Now you just go straight B main. Lurk late to mid.
Texture letting him know that there's a close hold. Prowler now to chase. Gate crash towards backside.
Push him back. You got the paranoia out as well. 30 seconds left.
Not hitting the go button quite just yet. Want to try to gain some control of his mid position. Crashies would love to grab this orb.
Now they're gonna pinch. Dude. They've spent a lot of time. That Gen G's still wishy-washy, but dude, there's so many Sonic sensors here. The salvos come out too. Kayak somehow gets a kill on Heaven. The flash? It's huge.
Can't see a damn thing, but Kayak
Time?
still profiting, still finding value.
Time?
And
Oh,
that's the
how
cleanup
did they
coming
get
through.
away with this every?
They take their time, but when they strike,
Dude, how does Fnatic get away with it every time?
4 in a row, Fnatic, 1 round from taking us into overtime.
Love this little pivot right
Oh
before
my
they make
God.
this execute to try to go
Kron,
back
good
up
player.
mid
He never
and get
left.
through Bale. Kayak.
I just saw
Just
that.
Absolutely stunning stuff. He is so clean when he's on point. Seems like it's just all headshots all the time. And now even dueling operators. Texture has one. Alfier has one.
I think Foxy 9.
Here comes the peak, and there's the kill.
I think Foxy 9 didn't wall because you wouldn't have money for it if you didn't win this round. I think they were just relying on the Sonic sensors.
Catches him off guard, and the jiggle
It's
peek
one of
like
those
that is
things.
just too
I don't know.
fast.
Unbelievable.
For Munchkin to register
No,
what
but
they're
it would be
staring
so
at.
Gen G
Relay
to win the
Texture
round where they
to get
lose
the
Texture.
reactions. Karen needing some damage, needing even more. Down to 16, frantically backpedaling.
Okay, wall mid. The big adjustment in the last round. Wall mid for peace of mind. It's still a little early. Fnatic doesn't care about this because they only move at 30
Loves to do
seconds.
this. Just try to play with their opponent's head, keep them guessing. But for Gen G,
That's right. The Texture ult is gone too. But if Ash gets one, Armageddon would go huge. Same in Foxy 9.
but that puts a ton of
Oh.
pressure on these players. that
he
are gonna be
saves
on
the drone.
Heavy side of this attack. Whenever Fnatic makes their move,
Dude,
they come down to
they're
Gen
trying to
G.
sell that it's a
Really
mid to
smart
be
with their
again.
decisions. Khan,
Crashies
so low health over
they
here,
saw
eh?
one here, but Crashies is putting on util in mid. They're trying to sell that it's a mid to be. They don't see anything, so he comes back. He was trying to get ahead of it. That was smart from Charon.
Ash lingering here on the Raptor, now going to be dropping down and finding a straight headshot on Chronicle. Armageddon at the ready, rolls on the red carpet here towards main, but there's no one there to receive it.
Oh my!
Finds himself a third. They run the clock,
I am
but they're still
losing
able to
my
play the
mind at how they're able to do
2v4.
this.
Foxy 9 to try to deter Fnatic from bringing this into OT, and Crashies is still on that lurk, still waiting.
It's not planted for heaven though. It's planted safe. Crashies has to go.
Foxy trying to find the kill. Alpha.
Never mind.
Foxy now in the 1v2. The net lobbed in. Sends out the ultimate.
Nothing there.
Frantically hoping for a catch, but it's not able to find one. The haunt guarantees it. Bosta swings off it. We might have had to wait a damn long while, but this map is not over
What
yet.
an absolute giga banger.
Unbelievable from Fnatic.
Are you Santa Claus because it's time for ho-ho overtime?
To overtime off the back of extremely disciplined play. Methodical stuff there. And again, trying to jiggle peek for texture. Alpha having none of it. And then the discipline at the end of the round again to give Foxy no chance for the clutch.
Damn, dude. I don't think I've seen Boaster go that hard to his opponents. Like, he's been doing that a lot in the second half.
Dismay here on the faces of the Gen G coaching staff, thinking that this was likely going to be a quick in and out for the second half after the dominance that was on display. Now they find themselves back.
All right, what's the adjustment for Fnatic, though? This is the problem for Fnatic. It's the defense.
Feels like these attack rounds so important.
Gen G's actually putting some pressure on mid this time, trying to get ahead of the changes, perhaps, that Fnatic might have made. So Fnatic shy away from it.
No peek, no awareness of this maneuver.
They're just Kayak's. They're expecting Kayak to do a solo show here. He's got one more gate crash, so you can set that up. It's expired. He's not using it yet.
Gen G.
But you know how fast they hit, Kayak. I don't know if you want to be holding on to that.
Pushing him towards Kayak. Salvo's going to be sent. Paranoia. It's a minor little clip here. Sends out a flash as well as the clone.
Huge. He gets out.
Texture takes his exit back over towards screens. Fnatic already full rotating, getting themselves into position to try to go for the flood retake.
Break the wall. Break the wall nice and early. You're all already here.
That Armageddon online.
Gen G now knows they're worried about the flank. They think Fnatic might have learned. Good thing Fnatic didn't.
A bit of util to work with.
Munchkin seemingly feeling a little bit more comfortable.
They need to know, though, because earlier Gen G had 2 people watching the lurk on A, on ramp. Huge. Huge!
Alpha Air, what a re-entry! As Munchkin has everything to do and no way to do it! They're on their feet, the crowd has erupted!
Oh my god, dude, look at all the look at how many people are behind Fnatic. How many people are behind Gen G? Dude, I think everyone's just out of their seats.
Here for Fnatic. They don't have to use any util in the early part of the round, and they're
Dude,
able to
Alpha
just throw
going
everything in the
big towards the end of the game.
And Gen G, players are flashed up. Players, no idea what's going on around them. Just a great entry there from Alpha.
Dude, Scott's gotta hold back on the power a little bit. Gotta hold back on the power a little bit. Dude, Alpha is going huge. Now they're going fast on A, fast pressure on A, baiting the reactions. Why couldn't they do all this earlier? On both sides. Oh, the casters' mics are gone. Chat, I'm recovering from the flu. But I'll tell you what, Boaster and Munchkin, they weren't set up for each other.
They got them downloaded now. They've read everything that Gen G has wanted to do.
Robo paper thin.
And they're just going to wait.
It would take heroics. The likes of which
Chat, normally I would pick up on the cast, but
if you had to rely on 2 players on Gen G to get it done, these certainly would be the 2 that you would elect.
yeah, I think they're using the crowd mic actually. Yeah, it's the crowd mic. They're just taking the in-house audio.
Last year's Rookie of the Year. Alone on the B site with nothing more to do. How do you isolate? How do you divide?
Dude.
How do you conquer this Fnatic squad? We are fully stacked together, fully online.
Well, usually the speakers are all aimed outwards.
Control.
It's unthinkable.
And already so much
But it is Charon.
way across this side of the map, and Alpha is there to bring it to an end.
Holy
14-12.
dude. Dude, the energy must be crazy.
This series is not over. We are
Oh
going
my
to map
god.
3. We're going to sunset.
Dude.
Thought this could be a preview of the grand
That
finals.
is some heavy
and
reverse
oh my,
sweep
is it
energy.
delivering.
I agree. That
It was
is.
worth the wait. In my
Dude, that
opinion,
is
I
a
hope you all agree.
crushing
We're gonna
map.
go to a much needed quick break, and when we come back, we'll be seeing who sticks
Yeah.
around in the upper
And
bracket.
the crazy thing for Fnatic, I think, is that like everyone had their moment. You know what I mean? It wasn't just one guy like trying to hard carry the second half. Dude, that was. But honestly, if you're a Gen G fan, though, I don't think Gen G will be so destroyed. I just think Fnatic might feed off of this. Gen G's been there, done that, I think. I think Gen G's been there, done that. I don't think they'll be too shaken up. But it's more so that Fnatic are probably feeling on top of the world right now. All right, I'm going to run some ads as well, chat, because I forgot to run ads during the tech pause because apparently I don't like money. And then I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Rounds
Dude, this is
unanswered. The team
insane.
looked so calm, so concentrated in such a high-pressure situation. And now, Bea, we're going all the way.
Yeah, exactly. We did it the EMEA way. We had a tech pass in the middle, Fnatic won at the end, and they perform a comeback. That's exactly how we do it. Welcome
It
to
is-
Canada.
So script writers are getting lazy. I will say though, Pansy her flight did
It
land
is crazy.
at 4 p.m. today.
That-
So that was
there was a
100%
tech
her
pause
fault.
in Fnatic.
But when it comes to
Battled
this
through it.
comeback and how it happened, Kukuka, you're right. We're used to seeing Fnatic like this, but for them
You
to
were
do
right
it in
about the
front of this
defense,
crowd,
bro.
that
The
is
defense was so
something
bad.
else.
No, they have to take space if you want to be confident.
Also, the way the Gen G were playing so well with the Sentinel, with Munchkin having
In
the
fact,
lead that
I
he's
think
having,
Fnatic
that
gets
they're
away
also
with the slow
finding,
attack
that
even more
finding
because of
it's
that
very
comp.
funny that we speak about
You know?
doing it the EMEA way, because there was this
Stretch
match
time,
against
yes.
Navi on Haven that everybody from EMEA remembers. Well, Alpha decided he was not losing, and at some point in this split, Alpha decided Fnatic were going to it.
Yeah, he got seemingly every entry in these last couple rounds, and he had a
But,
brutal
like,
first
if you wanna
half.
use
Both
salvos
times
for
he had the raise
retake-
rocket there, he either got instantly killed or whiffed out on it, but he absolutely lost.
Then you have nothing. Like if you want to use salvos to take space, then you don't really have much for retake, right? So then you need to save that. So the Tejo can't force, so you have to take contact
other than that drone. So I think
Right.
Genji felt like they had to face a lot of angles, they had to play off angles to try and get any information. And Alpha was so ready in each of those positions.
I wonder if they
300
also
CS
did
on
review
this
some
map,
of the
and
tape
best
from
player
Foxy
in terms of
9's
opening kills.
Deadlock
Yeah,
as well,
exactly.
because they
7-2,
punished it
if we
real
compare
hard
to
on
map
attack.
one, when we were speaking about his ISO and how important it was for him to have a good start, a strong start to this best of three, it was not there. For the second one, to me, it's also very important the fact that even though he was getting an opener, maybe 2 kills right at the beginning of the round, some of them were not translated into Fnatic wins, and he did not put his arms down, and he kept going.
I have to think we need to address the most important thing when it comes to Althea is that he stood up.
He stood up,
after a
and he
round,
won the map.
and they did not lose the next one. I think that is probably the
That is
hardest
true.
curse to break. And we also have to give a lot of kudos, Mimi, to Crashies, because we had a discussion whether this is Prime Crashies
Yeah,
or not.
no, this
but
is
when they
their
needed him
last
the most,
cast
he
for
stepped up.
Toronto.
Funny time to revive the
I think they're
2022
swapping
narratives
the
about
caster
Crashies being
pairs
like the
tomorrow.
ultimate big game
I think
player.
basically they're
But
giving them
still,
half
he
of
was
the days
outstanding
each.
Here. That clutch that you just watched was one of the first rounds that they picked up. And honestly, I think he's the guy who kept them in this game in the first half, which was so bad for Fnatic. He was still winning clutches, he was still getting rounds and still giving his energy to the team, and he kept that up through their comeback as well.
It's also important
Yeah,
to
my
mention
goat
that,
Crashies.
as everybody must have noticed, Fnatic are playing a very slow style, right? We see those plants with barely any seconds left on the clock. So we need to look at the recurring utility, at those initiators of what important in this ecosystem.
Yeah, and I think that slow style was
Scared
such
me
a
for
great
a second.
decision on the macro level for Fnatic. When you're playing against a team that doesn't have a lot of resources to re-clear space except for actually
Okay, I can't have this map go overtime though, because I gotta go to church after.
and just holding for those refights, you're going to absolutely cook them. And Fnatic, despite the pressure of the situation, never let themselves rush or make mistakes that a less experienced team might have.
I mean, we've spoken already
I don't
about
think
the rookies,
Yinsu is
you know,
under
last
the
year,
Team
this
Liquid
year,
banner.
Kayak as
I think
well.
she's
But my
just
goodness,
worked a
Ash.
lot with them. I think. I could be wrong.
Really good this tournament. When I was watching him in Pacific, I wasn't crazy impressed. He had his moments. But here at Masters Toronto,
That's a very accurate take from Mimi, by the way. Obviously, if you watched him in challenges last year, like you knew he had the potential to do better, but
in both maps,
he
in
wasn't
Haven,
bad.
and now
He
that
was
we see
just
him on the first
he just did
takeover
his
here in
job
Toronto,
for the most part
I
in
also have to
Pacific.
say, especially for the
But
attack and
he's
the
he's
structure
coming
and the
into
idea
his
that
own
Gen
for
G had
sure.
of
He's
not
making
just
more
having
of his
to
own
rehab, but also
decisions,
just going in one
and
single
therefore
push.
taking more of
It
his own
served them.
fights.
Like, the nerf was barely even noticed.
Now this is where things are going to get interesting because map 3 is not, you know, loaded.
Well, it's 7
not
now,
things
but
are
by
both
the time
teams
this
have
is over,
played
it would be
a
like
lot, a lot.
7:45.
It is going to be that sunset where traditionally Fnatic were either perma-banning it or they didn't look great.
Yeah, they have
And it takes
yet
me a
to play
while
this map since it's been
to get to my church, and then
reintroduced into the
also
pool, so we don't really know what
our
to
church is really
expect coming
big,
out. Genji
so
did play
I
this.
like to
They
go to the early
stomped
service because
in
otherwise
this
it's
stage, playing
very
against
crowded, both
MIBR.
traffic
this
and
was another one of
people-wise.
those maps where they're playing onto that deadlock composition. Another map where textures on the neon. Honestly, it plays rather similar to what they like on Split, just without that kind of weird Teo pick.
Do you like texture on neon? I like Foxy
I
Night
like
on
texture
Deadlock.
on neon.
Yeah, listen, I just love the Deadlock wherever it is. I really
Ooh,
hope
Boaster
that this
serious
works that we're
time?
seeing Boaster
Attend
say
church
right now come
remotely.
along.
That's
The
like saying
reading them,
I have
faking the
tickets to
utility,
go to the
faking
grand
where you're going
finals,
to go on the
but
sites.
then I
think
have
that
to
keeping
like
that
fly
same
there the day
mindset
before,
of,
and your
how we
friend
were
being
playing
like,
on
just
Split
watch it
could
online.
serve them here in Sunset, because do not forget, at the other side,
could.
you have a Genji that is so hungry. It is having such a good tournament. They might have lost a 9-3 lead, but they have a very good read on what they want to do on this Sunset.
As I said, script
Wouldn't be the
writers get it.
same.
Lazy Fnatic have never won this
It's 5:45 here in
globally
Singapore.
on
I've just
Global
accepted
stage,
the
and they've
ruined
been to
sleep
a
schedule.
lot of tournaments,
I mean,
and
if you're
both times
if
they
you're
lost 11-13.
if you're
they've
trying to
also been banning
watch
it in a lot, so it is
Masters,
that
then
small
you have
chance,
to
but
accept
still,
it. There's
it's
no
never
just
been
no
a
way.
home ground
Even
for
if you're
them,
like waking up early to
you're
watch like the
saying. But
second
the
match.
advantage they have today is coming in with no VOD
East
footage
Coast time, even
of
if they're
them on
starting at
this
noon,
map.
it's just tough
They
for
wanna go
Asia.
down a double duelist
All right,
play.
Fnatic, what have we
They
got?
want to go double initiator. There's a lot of choices.
the
and there's
chamber.
a
No,
cover
no,
on the
no, no,
chamber.
no, no, no.
I would love
Just
to see
do it.
that.
Seriously.
I would too.
Make it not make sense.
Alpha is not going to play Duelist for the first time in this series as well, and we might not see a Duelist at all.
If this chamber gets locked, I think this is the best map right now for chamber. With that wide circle that he now has, you can be fighting into both mains. There's
Church and
looks
Masters
fighting
are different,
into
right?
it.
Church I was weak with
Super
Masters
powerful,
seasons.
and I really
Not to get into this too deep, but that's like saying, well, you sleep every day, right? So why don't you just not sleep for a day? It's like, yeah, you probably wouldn't die, but it also probably isn't a good choice. Probably does have an impact.
So many of those rounds, those very
The neon, wow, okay.
we saw on Split. Texture playing those rounds, somebody has to stop them.
It's the Team
Ooh, Deadlock versus Cypher, okay.
Yeah, and it's a good one, right? I think the biggest drawback of this comp, not a ton of utility for
Okay.
Kayak, but Crashy's Boaster have shown great
I mean,
synergy
Alpha
with
Cypher's
teams
very
thus far on
good,
his other
but Foxy's
duelist
Deadlock
maps,
was
not just
killer on
against
this
the
map.
best Neon of this tournament thus far.
They have been with us every step of the way as we head to the final map of the series, Toronto. One last time for Achilles and Paperton.
So we'll see.
Here we go into the breach once more. The last time between these two squads. Didn't come easy for Gen G back over at Masters Shanghai, and it certainly won't be the case going into this one. Full set after the delays.
Chance Paris is okay for me, but it's during my exam season. Oof. Yeah, but exams would be more important.
Two teams is sticking around in the upper bracket, and which one is going to have to fight their way through the lowers with elimination always lingering behind them. Toronto, are you ready to see Sunset to bring this series to its end? Let me hear you!
Double Sheriff on Gen G.
It's going to be Fnatic starting on the attacker's side. Going to stack up over at A. Just Karan here.
People stacking mid.
Space quickly being taken by Kayak. Gen G be a little late to the party.
Thrown around the corner, Karan.
Early drone, spotted him.
Trying to say,
He's tagged. Dude, and they're watching just to see if there's another peek out right as Kayak swings. Smooth entry. Dude, I was like, where'd Texture go? He was just hiding under Munchkin's icon.
They try to flood through. Foxy checking for lurks. Didn't see anything, but that stack over on his side is fearsome.
Gone over the top. What? Getting a spot him. Munchkin able to find closer. Kayak gonna be taken
Dude.
down suddenly.
Okay, Alpha are pushing
Player advantage for a brief
out.
moment there from the side of Gen G, but
Crashy's gonna try for the wraparound, which means they have to peek.
Traded back into a 3v3.
They have to take their turns peeking.
Fuse being held to half. Texture noting.
Fuse.
Alvia tucking back. Some shots flying.
Okay.
The pinch in from the flank.
Okay.
Looking for the headshot.
Okay.
Runs out of bullets, but Chronicles there
Okay.
to bail. Fnatic find another pistol.
He ripped his earbuds
As Boaster's
out.
gotten tangled up. Fnatic
You can hear the
still able to
cast.
find the opening round win here on Sunset.
Just tremendous stuff. Fnatic there. The desk was touching on it. You don't have a ton of util to set up your Neon, but they use that drone perfectly to isolate Kara.
I was just thinking to Tone to retake these. Kieran, you're just asking everyone to postpone everything for Masters. Which, I mean, to be fair, hey, I respect the passion.
From literally
I
every
respect the
possible
passion.
side of that A site. Now you've got the Marshal there for Chronicle.
Okay, on the strong round, they're going to explore the deadlock site.
So kind of okay.
See how much studying they've done.
Munchkin just going to try to use that toxic screen, keep himself hidden.
That's true. That's the second pistol they've lost.
On split, on the defender side. A lot of the
They would
trickery
be
that he
called
tries
the
to
pistol
employ
merchants.
was nullified by the smart and methodical nature that Fnatic brings.
Slowly drifting across.
Okay, this corner was never actually properly used in Gen G's previous match because they just never checked for it.
Swing out, Texture.
But they did stand there several times. Okay, they saw it.
Available with the drone over the top. They'll get the spot check here on a Munchkin who sets up the snake bite, which is able
They
to
know
hold
he
them at
hasn't
bay.
left. Okay.
They bolt into the corner. There's a shot.
Oh.
Will land right at his feet. Fishes him out.
Yeah, but you know the deadlock was here.
Counter to the back. Quick clear. The
Set up
push
for
forward.
Alpha.
In from Market. His paranoia
Huge
goes
paranoia.
across,
Keeps him from...
lingering within the smoke.
Ooh, Alpha distracts him. Oh.
He's out. He's able to find one.
Okay,
Headshot.
dude, triple spam into the smoke is rough.
Drop down there from Ash. Suddenly
Excuse
makes it
me?
a lot more costly.
Excuse me?
Textured Boba. Ash playing the corner. Finds the kill.
Excuse me?
Now into the 1v1. The clock. Running low once again as there's the tap, the swing in. Looking for it. A bit of damage going to be found, but cannot get the elimination.
Spike planted.
Just the slide available. No relay bolt. Kayak, no real idea of where Texture is going to be.
He has to, yeah, he has to get to a different place.
Drops
Dude.
down. The turn back. The recheck of backside.
He can chill here.
Wider and wider. Judges it wrong, but has the headshot. as Gen G pull off the thrifty to tie it up at 1-1.
What else can you say?
Holy dude.
He has been truly dominant this event.
But it's not that
Shows up again
1v1.
when he's needed most.
It's Alpha dying for free,
But Hash is the hero.
and then everyone getting traded one by one
The way he
after.
played on site here. Use that classic to great effect. And that's got some frustration out of Kayak.
Oh,
Feels like
man.
he should have had it.
Understandably so.
Oh, God, yeah.
Rescuing the round. Still would have been a rough feeling given the number of
Yeah, that's a
weapons
rough one
dropped.
for Kayak, but that round's not on him.
Hurts even more.
I mean, he was in an advantage to win that fight, but that round it fell apart when they started just getting traded one by one.
Anticipating this, but Texture able to find Kayak mid-slide.
They just didn't know how to fight around these angles.
Boaster able to find him. Let's clean up that one, but Texture holds down the alley.
Right here.
I mean, they're just looking to do whatever damage they can. Boaster's got a rifle at least.
Try his luck, sends out a shot.
So they know that Fnatic split together.
Will get the connection. Texture will be feasting.
Spike down A.
Could be Mr. 4K showing up once again. Unless Boaster has something to say about it. It's going to be Foxy off the flank who's able to find the kill. Gen G now gaining the lead 2-1.
And other than giving up that space in mid and not
Doesn't really think it's gonna go this way. It goes
aggressive quick lurk by Boaster.
Oh, that's a nice shot.
Snappy shot there early from Texture.
No, I mean,
Great relay
Texture.
bolt.
Texture has been, I think, playing some of his best Valorant at this Masters.
Rallying the troops.
Like better than Madrid and
Right
Shanghai.
back into this map strong, especially on the defender side to get that eco win. Devastating on this map. And you're starting to roll close to a couple big ults. Foxy 9 and Texture very nearly to theirs. Same with Kayak.
We're now into the first rifle round here between the squads. 3 half armors on the side of Fnatic. No Outlaw to be brought forward here from Gen G.
They're not even letting Texture get 4Ks.
Screen though that Fnatic's got set up. Try to allow them room to
Fnatic wants to punish this deadlock.
Just gonna
Try to get everything out of it.
Reactions are getting out of clearing that door.
The walls
Using that
out.
cybercade
Bait out all the other
to cover this
util.
push.
You got the snake bite out, so you know the Viper's here too. You know the deadlock's here because of the wall.
Kayak in a position where he can't get caught.
You gotta be careful.
Alive, but Charon,
So they are just going to rotate.
away, but it's still going to be lion's share of Fnatic still hovering here within tiles. Now sights being
And they'll have
turned over
Alpha
towards
just
A main.
watching mid.
Gen G here, feeling like patience that was shown on split.
So Fnatic's just going to waste time, really? They don't see any reactions, so they're just trying to make it sell it like a fake. With seeing no rotations,
on that half.
no repeats in mid, really?
Be clearing mid.
At the top of the cage, Munchkin playing forward just along.
Surely you check
A
this.
risky maneuver here.
Surely, okay. I mean, that's the best way you could have checked it. Huge relay bolt.
The slide, the spot, the overdrive popped.
Huge from Texture.
Tears them all to pieces. Crashies, late linger here onto the site. He's able to find one, but
Holy.
the time is already gone. The spike a world away. It's all about some damage if he can find it, which he shall. Hunter's Fury online.
They wanted the pinch. The pinch was a good idea, but the time, they thought they sold the A fake. But that fake didn't work because he didn't commit to it. They basically chose that late because you see it in their movement. They're like, we should rotate, and then they're like, no, we shouldn't. And it's like at that point, all you could do is throw one smoke.
Looking for the fourth, and still some good energy there for Gen G, despite the loss. Now it's going to be Texture with the operator, coming in with that oh-so pivotal weapon for them. Overdrive, though, for Kayak.
Hey, 3 weapons, and you have Overdrive. And he's still got the Vandal as well.
For Fnatic to put this eco into their, into their own hands.
Stinger spam and top mid, able to go ahead and clear out one of the sonic sensors. Texture on the peak, able to find Chronicle. They're outside of A. Net now
Oh,
through.
well, that's the Vandal, and
LPR doing his damage, but he just has that Sheriff to
yep,
realistically try
you just got to let it go.
his teammate out. He cannot make it happen.
Ooh.
They are able to go ahead and
Wow.
overwhelm Foxy 9.
Big
find the
Ferrari
pick on
swing.
that front, which will lead to a weapon scooped up. To impact. The pass over there. Boaster drifting back.
Enemy
Munchkin quick to adjust.
Spike
The bike down.
mid.
Locking off Alfier, stopping him from recovering the spike, at least here for the moment. Pre-fire onto the angle, into the readjust.
That was
Just the one casualty.
good for Munchkin.
Gen G are now up by 3.
Tries the pre-fire, resets, changes his angle. Is ready for him.
Waiting for their moment to strike with texture on the operator. Around the corner at A main. Finds the shot. Setting up a crossfire.
So now you have to deal with the operator and the deadlock, one on each
And
side.
they started getting a little bit more pressure on other parts of the map. Great play by Foxy9 as well.
But they tried to pressure mid
Using
here
the
on a
grab
half-pie
net into
round.
the annihilation to knock a player out of the round.
You did see that Foxy
Back of the barrier mesh
changed
clear.
up.
Very
You know,
nice
he
little
came
trick
forward
play
with the
he's got
wall
set
there
up.
on mid on a
Works
reaction.
a treat for Gen G. Fnatic gonna be taking a timeout with a rifle round, with a buy round coming, with a bunch of ults available. So the coaching staff really wants to make sure that this one's gonna get it going, because they can't afford to keep dropping rounds like this.
Yeah, the texture of the moment. 2 kills per round played. Up 10-2-1. Desk was highlighting it. Didn't get to see it as much in the first 2 maps of the series, but that operator so far been making very good use of it in the previous round. So with everything other than the pit available, we'll see what the game plan looks like here for Fnatic.
What are the changes here?
Charges away. Munchkin try to get that one ready to go.
This time they're gonna shift.
I don't mind the Soxa screen. It makes it easy to try to put some pressure on mid whenever you want to.
Not going to be maybe where Fnatic would anticipate.
And I like that Fnatic's using mid a lot, but they gotta use the timer better. It's not.
Texture there with him with the
The angles are not as easy to cut apart step by step compared to Split, I think, on our last second push through, right?
Shrugs it off.
Because you're not gonna have an angle advantage like coming in on B.
Waiting right outside this door.
Seems like he's expecting the pressure to come through here.
Dude, crazy angle to be holding with the op, though.
Get a kill, quickly
That's
dip
hard to
out.
read.
Say, gonna have to use the drone here. There was a smoke that just dissipated, and Gen G had no info.
Doesn't get the spot, but saw the start of the fast
Spotted
lanes.
too, though. I think he saw the tip
Kayak
of
is gonna be playing
Cypher as well.
pretty far up in mid.
They used this pinch earlier. Munchkin is ready for it this time.
G's got a pretty decent read on what's going on here. Paranoia sent.
Yeah, they've just ditched A. They have the read.
Making any moves off of it.
So Fnatic, their best shot, if you're gonna try to go for the fake again, you need to hit A hard with the util.
More towards the Boba side here at mid.
Drone's gonna be used over at A, so Fnatic trying to sell
Thrown deep, but you still hear gunfire in mid.
Fnatic trying to sell a fake.
Okay, so they make them leave, and Kayak's... Yeah, Kayak was looking for that kill on the peek out. You know the op's on B.
30 seconds left.
But with Kayak being spotted, Gen G has a pretty good idea that it's actually going to be A. There's only 20 seconds. You have Sonic Sensors. This is not looking good. Gravnet's back too.
Ash set up to try to punish.
Ball's one here in the alley. Taran ready to try to play off of this one. His time again. Starting to dwindle. 10 seconds remaining. Taran gets himself his
Bad
first kill.
time
Lucky Fury
usage.
Sent his way, but
You
not
can't
finding
do it the same way you do it on Split. The angles are not the same, where you can just overpower 4v1 at each step of the way.
Is forced to sit back and try to hold on to these weapons.
God, this round is so well set up by Gen G. The mid control this time. They're really diligent about it. Probably something that was talked about in the timeout. Ash just being really pivotal in the way that he's placing himself. He's the one going
I also
to
think if you were going to do that, you
comes
should have
back to
used
A
Crashy's
to
ult
help Karn
first,
hold down the site.
Fire 1, as
that point,
Boaster ults.
just too
So they're
low.
moving when Boaster lands, so you
Fnatic
can at least get accurate
Most
positioning
rifles with Guardian for Chronicle.
for the Crashy's ult to push them out.
The overdrive.
I mean, that's hindsight
Still has an
2020, but...
operator.
That does get the catch on a 1. Damage not going to be found, Foxy.
It's looking rough. I mean, Fnatic's attack is looking... It's rough. I think they expect just more reactions out of mid, and Gen G's just not giving it. They don't care. They have Deadlock to delay. They have Viper here. They also just aren't punishing this enough, and this happened against MIBR too. Gen G has the read that they're now going to try to go A, and then Texture just takes main with op. And it's a stack. Chronicle just gets 2 taps though, so like, whatever.
The site wide open.
Apparently.
Ash dead as well. Given that it's just Munchkin and Texture left alive with the operator. Seems like Gen G are just going to have to sit back. Potentially send Munchkin in. I mean, do have plenty of cash.
Problem is
here
they're
on
not
the
trying to
Viper.
take space
Close
while
to his ult.
playing extremely slow hits. Well, but again, it worked on
Damage,
Split
Joe.
against the Deadlock
Good
comp,
one.
right?
The spray's gonna be
But
exchanged, but
Gen G plays the
C falls
Deadlock a
down to
bit
2
differently
HP.
here, and they
They'll
use
just
the
back away,
Viper
so
very
Fnatic
differently,
should
and it's
be able
this
to just
wall
about
that
get this
gives
one
them
done in
so
flawless
much
fashion.
comfort. This wall plus like one sensor somewhere around main,
A little bit more prepared for some of these
and then the op
positions
can
that
go
Gen G
wherever.
is
It can
in.
double stack here, it can go mid, it can go A.
Do a whale of a job. Chronicle does a whale of a job over at elbow.
Because on Split,
Clean that
you're
out
at
with
least
Guardian
like
by himself.
baiting out the wall
See those
early
shots back
because
from
the
his
path to
POV.
it is easier from the
Has to be
attackers,
incredible.
They know they're
and
giving
it's
up some
harder
space,
for
so
them to
Fnatic
like
staying
fish
clustered,
for info
not
from afar.
shredding in
Also, they
towards
didn't have a
Tetris line of
Sova,
sight. Fnatic will find their
but
second round win. Still in this, still with an opportunity to close out this series.
Just gotta love it. I mean, you just get these early kills, and you're just able to scale up off of that. A great reveal
That
as
is
well
a nasty double kill.
from Crashies. Makes quick work of Ash. That's just really nice stuff there from Fnatic. You're gonna need those players to keep that up. Gen G though, they want to move that operator.
Are they gonna go fast this time with the Neon ult?
A has become their weaker side of things in a way. See if maybe they can just find that opener.
Okay, no GravNet again. So the setup's a little different. Dude, I cannot believe Texture. Texture has really upgraded his play. He really grew into the meta.
Getting baited forward into the smoke, however.
So much
Each team trying to feel
active
each other
play
out
from
there,
Texture.
See if anybody's going to make an aggressive
So
move.
Texture has way more information than Fnatic thinks they have.
This mid exploration again. It's been left open. So this is gonna
Okay,
be a
just
little
the
bit
Neon
tough here.
goes in.
Karn and Munchkin.
Not much of a reaction. Paranoia comes out. Kayak, dude, Kayak, there's too much pressure for Kayak.
Noise. Paranoia gets sent. Foxy now going to be at risk here potentially. The overdrive gets popped. Call with util in hand, but Foxy somehow draws down fast enough to clean up the kill. Player advantage for the moment here on the side of Gen G. Forward site control for Fnatic. Going to try to get this plant going.
That's rough.
Slowed up, interrupted here for the moment.
Chronicle gets the pit off a kill.
The slide actually messed him up. Too close range, really.
Some kills exchange though in Chronicle. We'll get the pit, but only in death.
NT on the pre-fire.
Down to Althea. Does have a neural theft, but again, low on time. The commitment of the ult, a risky one. Otherwise, there's no real idea about the player's positions, and he gets ping revealed off the recon. Gen G gonna be feeling very comfortable. Karan could just go for the swing. Alpha puts one down, but that's again the round
time.
lost. The clock gets away from them. Karan, unsure that they carry nothing forward. 6-2. Gen G still in control.
I mean, this is all just down to Foxy winning that battle against Kayak over in defender spawn. Without that, that opens up a huge.
Well, I think the misread here from Fnatic is they're like they did make an adjustment this round. They say, oh, you guys aren't going to respond to mid. We're just going to take top mid then, and they did. Kayak dies, unfortunately.
Or Solo and Ulcer.
But the problem is they're expecting Gen G to like throw more at them, right? Snake fight, wall mid, like another smoke. And since they don't get that, they're just stuck here for longer than they like without the value that we wish they would have gotten. I mean, the conclusion is the same, but ooh, relay bolt for relay bolt.
Sets up for the quick exit. Texture gets out scot-free. Now looks to try.
He knows he hasn't left.
Seems like he's not yet falling for Kayak's exit. Didn't hear him bounding out.
Now he's checking just in case.
Risk of being caught off guard. Slides back into position. Both Neons keeping it quiet. Same
So they
time,
plant
both
Kayak,
Crashies pushing forward,
but
trying
the
to
problem
create
is
some
when
space.
does
Gonna
Kayak
hold
make
here
his
top
move?
mid.
Look at where the sonic sensor is.
Because Gen G has numbers advantage. There's no reason.
There's the peek, and it's a headshot to boot.
So Kayak had to check that first, because otherwise, or they had to get on the site first. There was no other option.
Here at top mid, but to what avail?
I think they really have to work this more.
From Boaster maybe can come away
This
with some
corner
value,
is
but
so
Foxy's still
free. It was
staring
so free against MIBR as well.
at least somewhat suspicious of it.
And they worked it in the early round, but
They
the
have a
early
smoke
2
on
rounds.
market.
But
he can keep his attention trained there.
Might have made just a little bit of noise there, so Boaster Gonna change directions.
I mean, I think he's gonna change directions.
I think you work mid early, leave a lurk, and then work this before, like right before the minute mark.
10 seconds left.
That is the round lead guaranteed for Gen G.
They're always trying to draw everyone into mid so they can lurk through main and pinch, but like, this is such a choke point. You do not want that.
In OT on split. A good shot to go ahead and hold on to the weapon. But it's still struggle street here for Fnatic.
No doubt. I mean, Texture just so patient. Just understanding.
Fade would do wonders.
Kayak actually hadn't left, and he reads it so well.
I think the Sova is okay. I think the Sova's fine.
With some of these deep lurks that Fnatic is able to create, and he's shutting them down. And that's been pivotal for Gen G in these rounds.
It's been a big rebound for him. Very much has been the biggest loser of the series when it comes down to the first deaths.
Might work better, at least against this.
Texture out a little bit too wide in Chronicle.
Okay. Every time it's Kron trying to keep them in the game this time.
Yeah, they might scale off of this. You would expect that this is the weak side.
There's a neural theft. Paranoia going to be sent out from
And the drone. You know, huge paranoia. You know he's stunned.
Stuck in a bad spot. Shorty going to be drawn out, but won't really even get to fire it. As Poster once again picking up the op this time. Certainly favoring himself with it, given the numbers advantage. Munchkin dead. That should leave Foxy9 simply to save. They're going to be on the prowl. Looks like he is going to try to make this a little bit more costly. Weapon back out, but Chronicle still too fast. Fnatic find
Honestly,
themselves a third.
Please just work B main once. Like, I get what Fnatic are trying to do, but if Gen G's not fighting 9 rounds out of 10,
by Chronicle,
you have to change it up.
the spot out. Got the wall bang through the box. Just saw the foot. Right on the back there. And they're just swarming on site. All it takes is that one first kill. And that's been Fnatic's go signal to just accelerate.
This is the round where the Sonic Sensor goes back right alongside.
Off that kill in the death. So now you've got everything except for Textures.
Okay, early A pressure. Then they're going to work mid.
Consider.
He's playing back once again. Not going to get spotted.
Oh boy, surely we don't just dry peek this. With no signs in mid. I mean, yeah, he could be B, but like, surely.
On the other side, there's the Hunter's Fury from Ash.
For a target, finding one. Chronicle likely to fall, and he does.
Okay, well now you know. And B main's clear. This is so free. The 2 times, once after a timeout and once on the round that Fnatic would need to change things, Gen G just creeps up B main for free. I mean, this time they get a tag too, but...
Goes for a check in towards market. Nothing here.
Dodge the Sonic Sensor.
Give them an inkling, yeah. Just.
But MIBR made the same mistake.
Put them on a deep line in towards Boba.
They've been dipping into that well. It's going to be read by Gen G.
That's just why I'm a little
ends up getting cleared.
flabbergasted.
Go wide enough to spot out the operator. Hard to say, but still able to avoid the shots all the same. As Munchkin seemingly is reading this so very well.
Like, you guys have ignored this area of the map for so long. Where do you think they've gone if you haven't run into them in mid?
Finds the hit Kayak there.
This is hard to read that Foxy9 is there as well because you've already gotten 1 kill. Crashies is going to creep into it, but... Okay, so they are going to try to... Okay, so now they know.
Be cautious, though. Armageddon is available. As the arrival, Crashies nearly having them lined up. Able to find the first
Crashies the goat?
Dead. Paranoia sent. Clear on the recon. Karon knowing that he needs to try to win this fight.
Not the
he is
goat.
able to do so. They both avoided. Kayak answering back with one of his own. The
Paranoia.
goes through.
Oh, the ping.
On the poster. The Kayak
that sets up Kayak.
Texture will fall. 2v2. Ash contained back within the smoke. Should be dead. Still, somehow is able to come away with that kill. And now it's down to Poster to try to clutch this out.
Crosshairs on it.
Look for the re-ping here.
Booster with the re, but he doesn't know that it's half. Oh, once again. I mean, this time was so late.
Gets himself a 3K, but cannot clutch the round. Fnatic win 2 in a row.
Is 4 enough? I think 4 can be enough, but...
From 5 and 7 score line. It's a hell of a lot better than you might have anticipated, given how this map had started.
Just an absolutely bizarre round. Starts with the Hunter's Fury. Gets a kill. A lot of space taken by Alpha. It's accounted for. Then Foxy9 can't win a battle against Crashies. Has to get the TP over from Karan, who's able to bail him out. And then it's a couple 1v1s spread out.
Is this the round?
Some big ones.
No.
It's Munchkin in
Well, we'll
particular.
see.
Break things open.
Same pattern.
Push.
Same start.
Alpha saying one more. Make that 7-5. Then we're still in a good spot. Boaster going for a TP. Backside. Is it red? Some eyes facing in towards that direction, but Texture ends up giving up. And he's Scott just fighting at him with an operator. Excuse me. What is that? As he hits the follow-up.
Texture's just too good. He's just too good.
Repeat, does he got a third in him? Yes, he does.
What? What is that?
That is one of the most ridiculous rounds that I have ever seen. And I have to see it back.
He wasn't stunned.
He's 16-4. 4x.
I mean, Texture did that assuming he was stunned. He was not
Unreal
stunned.
Stuff from Texture.
Let me see this.
That's
All
insane.
right. The quick scope after quick scope. Unbelievable scenes. Gen G out in the lead. 8-4. Shifting now over to the attacking side. We'll see you guys on the other side of halftime.
The only other time I've seen someone do that is actually Governor. Sliding out with the op and getting the kill clean. I mean, they made another change here with Boaster ult. I mean, I think the idea was fine for Fnatic, but Texture's just too good this time. Because Boaster, to the bitter end, didn't peak. But damn, dude. Texture's just on one. I mean, it's not over, but we'll see. Oh boy. I feel like teams are so scared of reading a timing round to make a big switch up in their call against Gen G. Or maybe it's just in general. Obviously it's not easy, but
Gen G or Fnatic. The latter find themselves behind.
and like I get it, like in the server, right? Like it's like no, like this is around where they do that. We just have to make micro adjustments and like
very much solidifying the lead.
I get that, but 101
I mean,
with the
Texture there over 100. I think that's the highest one that I can remember here at this event. That operator does so much damage, but it's just the early start that he has. Those multiple 3Ks that really
Zek can have like 120 or something
in the economy for him. I mean, Texture right now has more kills than the top two players.
Somebody had like 120.
Combined. He is in rare form this event.
Got more than the bottom three combined as well.
You crap.
Been absolutely insane.
Yeah,
I mean,
sponsorship.
For that matter, might as well compare it to his own team. He's got as many kills as Ash and Foxy combined do.
It's just an absolute treat to watch a player of his caliber. Easily the best operator we have at this event. It is not a contest. He is shutting teams out on his own. And now going over to their attacker's side.
All right, let's see what Fnatic's got. 16-4-1 for Texture. Holy 4.1, 4.0 KD.
But that gives a lot of extra room for Gen G in the post plants potentially.
No, that's 100% why. They don't want to have to use too much util here and then they won't have it. But it's like,
looking like we might have some.
If you're going to invest so much util here and they answer you every time, at some point you need to try taking contact. At some point you're going to have to take contact somewhere. And I think Fnatic relies too... And I do think that's a little outdated, trying to rely too much on surefire util to get everything done. You just have to double up and trade. You have to at least let them know that B main is not free, you know what I mean?
Okay, well, there you go. Damage is certainly found now. Crash is finding one. A little bit of a split fire coming through from Foxy9, but being able to find a smattering of damage, can't come away with any kills.
Gen G trying to catch Fnatic off guard there by doubling down on that mid pressure.
I'm just saying it's like
but Fnatic didn't
they don't even know.
They held their
they don't know if it's
off angle,
taken or not. And the times that they slow lurked Crashies in for the pinch, it was free. So it's like,
now you look over to Chronicle here.
And if you think that's because you put a lot of pressure in mid, then do that, but like rotate faster one more person, you know what I mean?
It's going to look to go ahead and fill that space quickly.
I just think there were more options to at least get a better idea. I think it's the same with Gen G's Haven. I think it's criminal that a player, one of the players, is allowed to just sit in this corner in the pocket, like 7 to 8 rounds out of a half, and not get punished. I think that's just criminal.
Holds up at bay for the moment, and Munchkin eventually is able to find his target. Chronicle.
Big kill from Munchkin.
Fouls for Gen G. Really narrow their focus. 2 angles of approach with Karen here around the corner.
Ooh, Karen had to not die there. Munchkin was trying to bait for him, but Karen gets picked off first.
Cannot get it done. Another pistol loss here.
Another pistol loss for Gen G. Holy.
The 2 teams in the series. Fnatic once again taking that first step on the road to recovery here on Sunset.
Just a miscalculation off the rip for Gen G, thinking that, you know, once that curtain drops, they could maybe overwhelm Fnatic. Fnatic were the ones waiting with open arms. Come right in. We're ready. We're waiting. They do a great job in the end.
Come on, boys. Let's fucking now. This is what we want to do, boys.
Oh, damn. Poster always like actually popping off now.
Sheriff, 2 ghosts for the side of Gen G. Fnatic. They're decently hefty little investment here for him. Trying to get a catch as Khan can be playing forward into the smoke. Just waiting for the exit. Snappy enough to go ahead.
That was fast from Karon, but Crashies hears it.
Damage taken. Still able to fight. Swing in. Kayak be forced to reposition.
Dude, he took the shot on Texture. He hits.
Some damage back here alongside Texture. Bounce of the shock dart able to be avoided. Boaster.
Boaster, watch out that you don't have a. Yeah, there you go. Reposition.
Again, finding value with the Sheriff, but kills not quite there yet.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G doing a little bit of damage, but hasn't converted to anything else yet. And Chronicle shuts down Munchkin's lurk.
Yeah, that's big.
That should basically seal the deal here.
Where is Crashies?
Kayak dead.
Oh, was he setting up his arrow? Oh.
Fnatic will surrender a bit of space here for the moment.
That is not good. Bulldog over.
Considering going for the aggro push. Foxy 9 just on the opposite side of the corner. Snake fight gonna be set. Can't recover in time. Foxy able to find another as Texture finds Poster. And
No comms? No comms on. No comms on Foxy 9? We saw. You saw him.
Both dropped on Sunset, but both ecos won.
I just don't know how they do it. It's just been a mainstay of Gen G. That they are just so fearsome on these ecos. So much chip damage done early. A scoop up with the Bulldog there for Ash.
Oh, so you knew where he was.
Texture good for 2 with the Sheriff. And that.
Oh, yeah.
What looked like what might be a good start for this half. Another comeback maybe brewing.
That's rough, dude. I mean, if Fnatic wins this, it's.
Well. Excuse me.
I mean, if Fnatic wins this, it's lucky. You can't lose both anti-ecos and get away with it.
As they look at the kill on the Texture, and he falls down to 3 HP. Forces the paranoia out, and somehow Munchkin's dead, so is Ash! And
But that round, it wasn't even like insane shots from the Sheriffs, you know what I mean? That was just.
Swing in, bit of damage taken.
I'm not even talking about the last kill. It's just.
On the floor. Poster nearby to maybe try to go.
I mean, Crash is dying. He had util in hand. Okay, but after that, it was still a 4v3.
Yeah.
How is no one trading for Kron who had util in hand?
The linger here from the weak Chronicle. Just a classic. But a nice position.
Plays it patiently. If they don't lend credence to him lurking there, he could still very well be Gen G's undoing.
Should be in your mind as Gen G. You haven't paid any attention to that part of the map.
I mean, Gen G should know better than anybody to watch out for main.
Texture spike in hand here with 3 health.
Yeah, Kron's wondering if they wrap back around.
His way onto the site. Seems like they are going to be expecting that.
They're gonna pick up guns.
But now further weapons recovered.
3 rifles. Chronicle's low. He's just gonna be the bait man.
Here as well for Fnatic.
Sonic Sensor's kind of nasty for Foxy 9.
Drone doesn't see anything.
But it only is really bad for Kayak. Everyone else should be safe from the distance. Kayak slides in, he's done for.
That not going to go deep enough for the
I
hit.
just saw him.
Poster should have been spotted out there. Slide in, Foxy 9 drags across for the kill. Texture's instantaneous, and Gen.G is infallible. Close but no cigar. A great run of it for Fnatic, but Gen.G now find themselves up 10-5.
I mean, you've got out
Rough.
there firing again early for Fnatic. So
No,
many of those
Crashy's got
rounds
stunned.
on split
Crashy's got stunned. That's why.
translate into
It's
wins.
the sonic sensor.
But
It's
again,
too far. They didn't
trickery
clear
and
it.
discipline,
They didn't
the
hear it
fallback
before.
from Foxy 9, shutting down a
The neon
like
triggers
that
it, but
on the
Crashy's gets
slide.
stunned and he can't trade.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Foxy 9's really good with the sonic sensors. The bigger mistake is they didn't swing together on the first death from Chronicle, but I think they were thinking that might be a double swing, but
Obviously, the losing teams gets put on that most difficult of paths, having to play again for tomorrow.
Gotta worry about the Hunter's Fury here.
okay, they're just going to hold on to backside.
Eating a tiny little lick of damage there from his teammate.
She's already in. Good clear from Chronicle. He knows one's crossed.
Fantastic kill to be found.
They can't get too greedy about this kill, though. You can ditch A side because you've got trips.
Everyone on Gen.G, other than Munchkin,
But you
tagged up.
cannot let them...
Find
You,
one.
oh, my.
Crashy falls down to 10. The bite off the drone coming through. Munchkin lays
Oh,
it at
my
his feet.
God.
Finds the kill, and now gives the player the advantage. Barrier mesh need to be cleared out here. Poster on the approach from Market. Foxy getting the spot, has the
Huge.
net. There's the bounce, the pull coming through. Kayak gonna have to try to spam it. Alpha's gonna be out into the open as he gets broken loose. Karen can quickly recover the kill. Two players remain.
I think you
Poster's
save.
Spam does connect.
Yeah,
but they
you have
have
to save.
back away and go for the save. They need these weapons. The Gen.G will get themselves up to 11, 3 rounds in a row now. Fnatic very much find themselves on the back foot.
But it's just snappy shooting again for Gen.G, plus the util. The early
I think they
kill
got to
by
choose.
Ash
I think Fnatic has to
into the
choose
drone snake bite combo onto the
to
weakened
kind of go
Crashies,
hard on A
and then
main or
another
B main
grab
and
net
set up at least
annihilation
one piece
for
of Cypher
Foxy
util
9.
somewhere in
He has
mid.
been so wonderful
Fighting mid on
with
defense
that
is
ultimate.
rough.
You know, in the situations, he's finding
It's not
so much
worth,
value
like,
as well. And it's so tough.
investing everything into
they
it.
were all low HP, but they just didn't have the bodies available to crash through the site.
Nope, there's the second
Another
timeout.
timeout here for Fnatic.
Final timeout of the series, unless they're able to take this into another overtime.
The wall does eat a lot if you're trying to break it solo.
One hell of a run back in front of them. It's the same exact moment after round 16 that we saw the run back begin for them on split. Gen.G was only able to get that one more round win. Fnatic looking to pull out the very same script that we just witnessed to get them to this point, to get them to this map 3.
See if they can do it.
No doubt it's doable. We just saw it. You should believe if you're a Fnatic
But
fan.
this is very
There's
different
still
from the
definitely
split.
a chance.
I mean,
as
also
good as Gen.G
losing both
looks, we've
anti-ecos.
seen them
Like
be
I said, if they
valuable
win,
now in this
they
event.
are lucky for
We've seen them
sure.
bleed. Is
Yo,
Fnatic gonna
Bolt
be able to
Spanner with the
exploit
Prime
that even
resub.
further?
Thank you. Welcome back. Thanks for using your Prime on this channel. These are not elim games. This is the upper bracket first round. So the loser just drops down to lower. The winner moves on to the upper
Still
semis.
got to get a place to use it. There's the Hunter's Fury for Ash. Texture one away from an overdrive.
Guy needs to get another 11 so he has 20 on all maps. Did he get 20 on both the first two? That's crazy.
Nobody from Fnatic there.
I mean, Texture
They're
also
just
went
leaving this wide open here.
nuclear on the
They're
first
expecting
half, so
some
like
kind of
credit to Gen G.
There's Gen.G.
But I'm speaking from Fnatic's POV because like
realm.
I'm rooting for Fnatic. I just like them as a team. Nothing against Gen G.
Set up.
So they just I was afraid they'd change all the Cypher setup to B because I think Gen G's gonna read that, especially if it's after a timeout.
Fnatic can reveal, sees the Tracer, sends some shots, but Karen on the reposition.
Ash is stuck out here with the spike. A little bit of an awkward position.
Yeah,
I
but
think he
defense
knows
can't
there.
hold
Saw
that.
the recon come out.
Attack has the advantage here.
The cycle, those smokes onto the right-hand side of top mid. Seems like Gen.G more than happy to go ahead and pump the brakes a bit.
They're being really cautious this round. Something feels off. They haven't met much resistance. Look looking to see if Fnatic's going to try to make a peek.
Drone at the ready, the market door open. Will force a
Okay, they are eventually coming through here. Alphagear's position's not great.
She's sending out the recon. That's going to be
It's huge. Yep, they need to up the speed. Alphagear responds to it.
Picking in the pieces. Foxy9 finds himself all alone. Net going to be sent. Spikes on the floor. 3 swings in towards Boba.
Dude, I was afraid he was going to spray down both.
The timeout ends up getting them a round win. Are we on that same path, that same script from Split?
The next comp is also mid AF defense.
That's the first step.
Yeah,
Well, don't tell them that now.
Just putting Gen G in a really
The attack's already gone. What else are they supposed to do,
Figure out what to do. And then they're able to use that Sova util to play off of to set up that kill and then just wipe Gen G off the board. Really well thought out, really well planned. And as soon as Gen G
I also don't know how I feel about this toxic screen. Didn't MIBR use the same one?
Doubling down on this a little bit again. Seems like just texture though this time.
I mean, I get it. It helps defense like have a chance in mid, but you can play around market a little bit if it's a mid to be pinch, but
Gives up market.
oh no, it was liquid. Maybe it was liquid. Maybe it wasn't MIBR. Maybe I'm thinking of liquid.
Into B main.
You could use this Hunter's Fury potentially to just scale into sight. Just holding that angle, but
just going a dry peek and force Chronicle back. Relay bolt gonna be dodged. Alpha
Paranoia as well. Dude, and the grav net. You just have to fight.
A bit at risk, but still able to fight back.
He gets one.
Does well to find the kill before getting traded out. Chronicle 3 swinging in for an angle, looking to try to find a pin.
Drop.
He drops down. Foxy scales forward through the fast lane. Was able to find that shot. Shock dart here towards Ash. A bit of damage going to be suffered, but the counter's been from Texture. It flushes out the enemy Sova. A 2v4.
No, I'm not saying I'm not saying that's the reason. No, that's not what I meant. I just meant it's not the first time we're seeing it. I'm not saying it's because a team like MIBR used it. I just don't like it.
Finds the first, but it's just too many angles and only 2 HP.
Because this implies to me that you are so intent on winning control of this. But how in the world are you going to hold mid as defense?
Much like we saw from them on Split.
You can't.
They want to have any chance of staying in the upper bracket.
So, like, if you're investing that much,
really nice round here
your extremities are weak.
Great calls from Munchkin.
Like, one site's okay because of the Sentinel, but
try to figure out what's going
what else are we doing here?
Didn't really get much out of that. That's okay. Pivot back over to B. Just set up for a classic execute.
That's what I mean, though. Like, yeah, I guess it's good for market, but it's like using a toxic screen to get some good market control without fighting for B main. And it's like at that point, you've already still, again, like you've used so much here that then you'd have to just play like strong contact here.
To take this orb for himself to get one away from a bit of his own in the round, but far too risky with the decay in play. So wisely decides to back off after clearing out the tripwire.
I mean, this time you got Pit and you got the screen.
Making Chronicle think. Another double stack here at top mid. Let's see what they want to do.
Smoke about to dissipate. Whips.
Oh, Kayak almost gets picked off.
Able to find the kill on Munchkin. The rest of the team now just sprint forward in towards market. Gets the reveal off the trip, but cannot collect the kill.
So they know that he's back here. They're going to push him.
Fnatic are very quickly getting themselves into a good spot to try to go ahead.
And the wall to cut them off. It's so good. And the gravity. Dude, Foxy9's deadlock is so good on this map.
Chronicle on the peak, finding Karen now. Quickly is going to get dropped. Sonic sensor lobbed in. The jump up over the top. Foxy9 finds the elimination, tucks back.
And another ult and the stun.
At the ready, spots one. It's just going to be a shotgun stop as he gets the headshot on both.
Damn, dude.
Will glide to his demise as Gen G.
Damn, dude.
Apart, lightning will strike twice.
What a massive win by Gen G, though.
They are after their second match.
What a massive win.
There is no doubt now that this team is the favorite to win this tournament. A flawless run through the Swiss stage. And now taking down the number
I knew I should have put Fnatic going through the lower bracket run, chat.
It looked a little shaky on Split. But Sunset, another dominant performance.
100% guarantee on Asian team is in the upper finals now. That's pretty dope. I mean, Gen G looks insane.
Is in another stratosphere. They're in another solar system. They're in another galaxy.
Absolutely looking like they're in.
If you're not using your Viper for extremity control in A and you're not wall cycling in B, I think that wall is the best fight for wall you can do.
Our minds on because they in their own right have been looking incredible.
Sure. I just think the other walls are better.
With an opportunity to try to fight their way out of the lowers.
Oh, and no #1 seeds got through.
Very true. But
wait, it's not guaranteed. Oh, at least one.
We're going to now send it down to GP for the Verizon post-match interview.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up.
Candy Andy with the Prime sub. Here, take this Constellation sub. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for the Prime. Thanks for using it on this channel. Appreciate it. Let's listen to the interview. I mean, I'm sad for Fnatic. Obviously, I'm not like upset that Gen G won. I'm very happy for Gen G.
What a series that was. First things first, we saw some interesting changes with compositions with you guys. You guys brought out Tejo, only team to do that in this competition. Are you telling me that my boy's back, or
Gen G and Paper X could still lose? No, upper finals. Isn't that what someone said? So Gen G, they said Asian team, not Pacific. So Gen G and WOL was one of them will be in the upper finals.
좋다고는 많이 못하겠는데 나쁘지 않다고 생각은 하고요. 스플릿 뭐 태호 처음 꺼내고 지긴 했지만 다음 경기 때도 언제든 꺼낼 거니까 다른 팀들 조심하시기 바랍니다.
What do you say? What do you say?
I wouldn't typically say Teho is still OP, but I would still say he's viable. And yeah, I mean, our Teho on Split, we lost that map, but we're ready to whip him out whenever on other maps as well. So watch out for our Teho.
Oh, okay, all right. I like hearing that. Now, from that, talk about that map 2 loss.
I do think that, I think that Tejo was workable. I think if they change their defense a bit,
loss for you guys in map 2.
And I don't think a lot of teams would have the discipline that Fnatic has by running down the clock. I don't think it's OP, but
그냥 진짜 별일 아니고 그냥 흘러가는 경기고 충분히 이런 일이 일어날 수 있다. 그냥 뭐 3세트 다시 한다고 생각하고 편하게 하자.
yeah, Gen G definitely doesn't get shaken up by map losses. It's crazy.
It's just, you know, things happen and we take it in the chin and, you know, go with the flow and we can, you know, win the game by winning Sunset. So
yeah,
let's go do it.
No, fair. I mean, you guys did that, just that. Now, what does make this Gen G team so different from everyone else? Because now, I mean, you heard Achilleos and Paperthin, although, you know, they love you guys. They feel like Gen G is the #1 team to go all the way. Do you believe that?
사실 그 캐스터들이 이제 젠지가
The
정말
font on the jacket? Which jacket?
우승 후보다라는 말을 하고 있는데
I think he's playable on Split and Ascent. They're probably still the meta option on Fracture.
그리고 스스로도 그렇게 1등이라고 느끼고 있는지 궁금합니다.
무슨 말이 필요할까요? 젠지잖아요.
Any
Damn.
words to describe? I mean, or explain? We're Gen G.
Damn, dude, Munchkin.
Well, you know what? With that said, I do want to ask one more thing. You guys are playing Wolves next. Great team. They've managed to take down someone who took you guys out in RRQ. Is there a little concern? What are your thoughts on the Wolves?
Oh, this the Gen G font on the back. This as well.
울부즈를 다음으로 만나고 될 텐데 하고 싶은 말이 있나요?
일단 저희는 푸나틱을 만나든 울부즈를 만나든 어느 팀을 만나든 다 똑같다고 생각을 하고 저희가 이긴다고 생각하기 때문에 절대 방심하지 않을 거고 지금 재밌는 경기 많이 하더라고요. 막 일어나면서 저희 앞에서도 일어날 수 있나 지켜보겠습니다.
Well, Wolves or Fnatic or, you know, any other team, call it, you know, we're gonna win no matter what, and no matter who we face. And they've played some fun matches, but let's see if we can do the same thing against us.
He specifically said, I saw that they were having a lot of fun in their games, you know, standing up and stuff. We'll see if you can stand up against us too. That's funny.
Munchkin is not wrong. Gen G as
Chobra, no one should make it a chance. Will you cheer for them like TMV for Wolves? Like TMV. Chat, I'll cheer like you've never seen a better fan in the world for anything.
For not picking into them, and they proved why no one wanted to. taking down Fnatic in a really tight series. And I think
What a
some
banger
depth
game,
as
though.
well,
What a
with
banger
fantastic
game.
sunset to close
What
it
an
out.
absolutely
Seriously,
banger
at this
game.
point, I do not know what we just not go straight to the final and give Texture that MVP, because map
Amazing,
after
amazing
map,
game.
we can see the impact
Chat,
that
I
he
gotta
has on
hop
the
out.
game.
I gotta go to
Foxy9
church.
also
Thank you so
had
much
an
for hanging out. YouTube,
incredible
thank you so much as
showing
well. I know I
on
don't
that
read your
sunset.
chats as often,
And
but I
once
do
again,
read it.
every
I'm gonna
single
send you guys
first
over
seed
to
lost
Doug.
their
I don't know if
opening
he's still
match. So,
streaming, but
you know,
let's get
for
him
the
before he
future,
hops off.
winning, apparently,
Go
your
say hi
region
to
is not
Doug
that
for me.
important if you want to succeed globally.
What a banger game, though. Happy for Gen G, Pacific, stay winning. EMEA, fraud region, etc., etc., etc. And we'll be back for the co-stream later tonight.
Some interesting matchups, but
Have a good one, everybody.
Do the Fnatic fans need to be worried because that was against Gen G after all?
I think it's interesting. So first off, Gen